Chapter 124, Final Invitation, 2. Rifan, congratulations on triggering Tony Chopper's final invitation task. Return to the Soul Dream Fairy, once the Drum Kingdom. This dungeon was made based on Tony Chopper's relevant memories and corresponding historical trajectories. However, if you complete Tony Chopper's final invitation task in this dungeon space, you will have the possibility to come into contact with the undead that Tony Chopper cares about. Remarks: the mission completion condition is to make up for Tony Chopper's regret. Note: you need to consume a devil fruit to start this task. The invitation mission. Rifan was taken aback, and quickly opened Chopper's personal attribute bar to observe. On the attribute bar, Chopper loyalty indeed has reached the point of intimacy. In other words, one of the conditions for opening the final invitation has been met. The second condition for opening the final invitation mission is that Chopper's emotional fluctuations must reach a certain level. And these sakura flowers are what Hyriluk spent the rest of his life researching. So it's normal to be able to touch Chopper. Going to the castle first is really worth it. I don't know how Nami, Karina, and Dr. Kurha are doing now. Rifan thought, and raised his head to look at the castle in the distance. Afterwards, he took out the dog fruit dachshund form from his personal inventory, and looked at Chopper meaningfully. Chopper, I know you miss Dr. Hyriluk, then are you interested in seeing him again? As soon as Rifan finished speaking, Robin, Makita, Nojiko and others at the scene looked over. Those who experienced the Bell Mirror incident immediately guessed what Rifan meant. So the girls couldn't help being quite touched. Especially Robin, thinking that Rifan had promised to help her revive her mother, the light in her eyes began to flicker. Vivi and Igaram looked at Robin and the others strangely, not understanding why they suddenly acted so agitated. Rifan, do you mean that you can help me meet Dr. Hyriluk? Chopper was stunned for a moment after hearing what Rifan said, but he quickly realized and looked at Rifan in surprise. Rifan nodded slightly, and didn't explain much to Chopper. Instead, he directly chose to consume the dog fruit dachshund form in his hand to start Chopper's final invitation task. And a radiant blue-white glow surrounded Rifan and those in his vicinity. Everyone felt that in a blink of an eye, they came to the square outside the Drum Kingdom castle. Here is. Wait, that's Dr. Hyriluk. Chopper looked around, and his eyes quickly locked on Dr. Hyriluk, who was confronting the past King Wapol and his party. Seeing Hyriluk, Chopper wanted to rush over without even thinking about it. Fortunately, Rifan grabbed Chopper in time and told the relevant information here. Chopper couldn't help jumping in his heart when he heard that this was the former Drum Kingdom. And when Rifan said that he had the chance to revive Dr. Hyriluk, his whole body was already trembling with excitement. Ada stood nearby, resting her chin with one hand, and thoughtful emotions flashed in her eyes. Reviving the dead, can the copy space still do such a thing? I didn't expect to see something amazing like this. I just don't know if this is a special invitation specifically for the reincarnated captains. Reincarnated people chat room. Although I have heard Dr. Kurha tell about Dr. Hyriluk past before, but seeing it with my own eyes is another situation. I didn't expect to see this special invitation mission again after such a long time. The rewards for this kind of mission seem to be very high, and this Chopper will be able to gain his future power soon. Nami was able to use the magic weather stick after gaining the power of the future. I don't know what kind of future power Chopper will get. It must be a very powerful strength. Eagle audience, it's just a reindeer monster, so what if it gains the power of the future? Camel audience, yes, maybe the future Chopper will be weaker or he didn't become much stronger. Hehe, upstairs, do you believe your words? Don't pay attention to them, they are simply jealous. Among the discussions among the Blue Star audience, Hyriluk has also picked up the poisoned wine in his hand, intending to drink it down. But before he could drink it, Rifan raised his hand and threw Chopper in front of Dr. Hyriluk. Chopper. Dr. Hyriluk looked at Chopper in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why Chopper appeared here, and why he looked a little different from the Chopper he remembered. Dr. Hyriluk, don't drink this wine. With tears in the corners of Chopper's eyes, he reached out and shattered the poisoned wine glass in Dr. Hyriluk's hand. Not far away, the former King Wapol saw this scene and immediately ordered his soldiers to attack Dr. Hyriluk and Chopper. However, Rifan directly used Thunder Fruit to summon a thunderbolt drop from the sky, completely knocking down Wapol and others to the ground. Hyriluk stared blankly at this scene, and just when he was feeling suspicious, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind out of thin air. Hyruluk was stunned for a while, but soon nodded in understanding, and talked with Chopper excitedly. Rifan, Nojiko and the others walked away very understandingly, leaving room for Chopper and Hyruluk. A few minutes later, Hyruluk and Chopper came to Rifan together, and bowed deeply to Rifan. Rifan, I will leave Chopper in your hand. Please take care of him. Hearing this, Rifan smiled and nodded. Of course, when you come back from the resurrection and see Chopper, he must already be one of the best doctors in this sea. Hearing this, Hyruluk breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after leaving behind a necklace made of his soul energy, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. With the disappearance of Hyruluk, the special copy space trembled, and the dazzling light shrouded several people again. After Rifan and everyone regained their sight, they found that they had returned to their original positions. Rifan, your partnership Dr. Tony Chopper's loyalty to you has reached 100. Congratulations, now you can use Chopper's Devil Fruit ability and job skills. Tony Chopper's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check for yourself. Rifan, you have completed the final invitation task of Tony Chopper, special reward Tony Chopper Growth Scroll and Intermediate Armament Haki Awakening Scroll. Using the Tony Chopper Growth Scroll, Tony Chopper will be able to gain his future power. Use the Intermediate Armament Haki Awakening Scroll to awaken the Intermediate Armament Haki, it can only be used after the initial awakening of Armament Haki. Zoan Devil Fruit Model, Human, this fruit ability is of no use to me. However, Chopper's medical skills are solid. It would be a valuable addition to acquire his medical skills. Rifan recalled the sudden addition of Chopper's medical technology in his mind, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Combined with the medical skills in traditional Kenpo, Rifan can feel that he has a better understanding of medical skills. Captain Rifan, I will help you find One Piece. So let's go. Suddenly, Chopper's excited voice sounded at Rifan's feet. At this moment, Chopper has already put the necklace transformed by Dr. Hyruluk on his body. Simultaneously, he also realized that the crucial step in reviving Dr. Hyruluk is to aid Rifan in his quest to find the One Piece. At the moment he had even forgotten that Wapole still had to be dealt with. Wait until the Wapole is dealt with before going to sea. But before that, I have something to give you, Chopper. Rifan knelt down and even raised his hand to press on the pirate tattoo on Chopper's body. Rifan, you use the 100 Years of Life and Chopper Growth Scroll on Tony Chopper. Rifan, your talent strengthen the edge of the boat, equal return has been activated, and it has begun to strengthen you. It's hot. The sudden heat from the tattoo startled Chopper. But soon, something even more surprising happened. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was getting stronger. Not only that, but there are many medical skills that he didn't know keep appearing in his mind. Rifan, your strengthening has been completed, and your personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Rifan, Tony Chopper's strengthening has been completed, and his personal attributes have been refreshed, please check for yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Tony Chopper. Age, 15 years old. Crew number, 08. Position, Ship Doctor, Expert. 23,000. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit, Human Form. Special ability, None. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Bounty, None. The rank of Ship Doctor has changed from Excellent to Expert. Physical points directly reached 23,000 points, or A rank. This is a bountiful harvest. Rifan glanced at Chopper's latest personal attributes, surprised. You must know that after Nami gained her future power, her physical points only reached 10,000 points, and her physical level was B level. But after thinking about it, Rifan understood. Nami and Chopper are not going in the same direction. In the original book, Nami studies nautical knowledge and is good at using magic weather sticks. Chopper, on the other hand, is a real physical player. In the future, he is also good at boxing and kicking. Therefore, it is normal for the two people to have different physique points after they made the final invitation. However, my physical points have not changed this time. Could it be because my physical points are higher than Chopper, so my physical points were not replaced? That means, if I continue upgrading my relatively high physical points, it will become a loss-making business for me. Rifan thought in his heart. Rifan, what's wrong with me? Why has my lifespan, and my strength, become so great? After Chopper got acquainted with his brand new body, he asked Rifan in surprise. Hehe, let's talk about this as we go, Chopper. At the castle, we have Wapol who needs to be dealt with, and Dr. Kurha who needs to be bid farewell by us. Rifan patted Chopper on the shoulder, and walked forward. Chopper also realized what he needed to do now, and quickly trotted to follow. Drum Kingdom, outside the castle. So that's the case, did he obtain the power of the future? It's really interesting to hear. Ada crossed her arms and looked at Rifan with interest. Would you like to pay something, Miss Ada? Rifan glanced at Ada and said. Although I do want to pay for something, after thinking about it, I don't seem to have anything to offer here. Ada spread her hands and said indifferently. You can't say that, maybe you are attractive enough to Captain Rifan. Robin looked back at Chopper who was walking towards the main entrance of the castle, then looked back at Ada who was speaking, and said with a chuckle. I see. It seems that Rifan is a man who is interested in beautiful women. Ada smiled, but she didn't say that she would sacrifice herself. Rifan nodded secretly. If Ada really said that, Rifan felt that he might have to re-evaluate whether Ada in front of him was a real person. Accidentally witnessed another miracle, Captain Rifan, when do you think it will be my turn? Robin chuckled, walked up to Rifan and asked in a low voice. Hehe, I think it should be soon. Maybe, when we reach Alabasta. Rifan smiled, and also responded in a low voice. Now Robin's loyalty is close to 80 points, almost reaching the level of intimacy. Rifan felt that, based on Robin's long for her mother, perhaps when her loyalty reached intimacy, he could trigger the final invitation task about Robin. Both Nami and Chopper gained great power through the final invitation. Therefore, not only Robin himself, Rifan is also looking forward to starting Robin's final invitation mission. Hearing what you said, Captain Rifan, I am looking forward to arriving in Alabasta more and more. Robin covered her mouth, said with a chuckle, and then looked at Chopper who was standing at the gate of the castle and had just stunned 2 soldiers stationed there. Then they saw Chopper took a deep breath, and suddenly raised his head to the sky and shouted. Wapol! Chopper's roar turned into sound waves and continued to spread towards the interior of the castle. Wapol, who was just about to rest, heard this sound like the roar of a beast, and almost fell off his bed in fright. Damn it, which bastard it is! Wapol cursed angrily, got up and ran towards the gate of the castle. After a while, when he came to the gate, what caught his eyes was Chopper who just ate 3 Rambo balls and turned into a monster with a height of more than 10 meters. And beside him, a group of soldiers had already laid down densely. Monster! The powerful aura on Chopper made Wapol feel terrified, and immediately wanted to turn around and run towards the castle. However, before he could turn around, he felt someone kick him hard behind his back. The powerful force made him fly directly over the fallen soldiers and landed in the snow. Trash, get out of the way! Nami withdrew her feet, and walked out from the gate with Karina and Kurha carrying a large bag of treasure. After seeing Chopper's figure at the moment, the 3 of them were naturally surprised again. Are you Chopper? Kurha raised her head, opened her eyes and asked Chopper. Dr. Kurha, I'm very upset. Chopper, who was staring at the timid Wapol, turned his head quickly after hearing Kurha's words, and said with a simple and honest smile. You're still conscious. Chopper, how did you do it? Kurha asked in surprise. As Chopper's teacher, she is well aware of Chopper's situation. According to the original situation, after he became like this, he should lose consciousness and attack the surrounding people and buildings indiscriminately. It's all thanks to Captain Rifan. Chopper nodded and answered honestly. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he slapped Wapol who was running into the distance. Bastard Wapol, don't try to run away. Boom! With a muffled sound, Wapol's body drew a beautiful parabola and landed in front of Rifan. Chapter 125, T0 Munch Munch Fruit obtained. +1. Rifan live broadcast chat room. Damn, is this still the incomparably cute Chopper just now? How did he suddenly become so big? Upstairs, you must have gone to the bathroom just now, right? Chopper has grown bigger and been fighting for a while. Didn't you see that Wapol was slapped and sent flying by him? I underestimated Chopper. I thought that after he gained his future power his strength didn't improve seeing his small and cute appearance. Now it seems that my thinking is quite as dim. Goat audience, none of the characters Rifan invited is simple. Even without the help of Reincarnators, this Chopper can become a strong fighter according to the original historical track. Camel audience, damn it, why is Rifan so lucky, why is he always able to invite powerful partners? This is called strength, understand? Eagle audience, it's just luck. When Rifan is found by William, you people won't be able to laugh. Hehe, well see who won't be able to laugh at that time. Chopper, are you okay? Kurha looked at Chopper who had returned to his original state in front of her, and asked worriedly. Dr. Kurha, I'm fine. It's really amazing, I just feel a little tired after using the rumble ball. Chopper looked at his hands, equally surprised. It seems that you really joined the pirate group of a great guy. Kurha looked up at Rifan, feeling surprised. Hey, Rifan, what is your ability? The power chopped gained from you, shouldn't there be any side effects? Kurha came to Rifan and asked. Don't worry, my power is completely non-polluting, and there will be absolutely no side effects. I just helped Chopper get the power of his future self ahead of time. As for specific matters, you can ask Chopper. Rifan smiled, lifted Wapole's body and continued. Wapole can no longer do harm to this country. The next thing here, I will leave it to Dr. Kurha to handle it. Chopper, everyone and I are waiting for you at the beach. After speaking, Rifan greeted the girls around him, then turned around and walked towards the direction he came from. Although there are still many soldiers brought back by Wapole left in the castle. But Rifan felt that even Chopper, who was already a little weak, was enough to deal with those guys. Even if he couldn't, wouldn't he still have Kurha whose strength was unknown? Drum Kingdom, Coast. Black Pearl, Captain's Cabin. Rifan, you have refreshed the personal attributes of Princess Vivi using the primary observation Haki Awakening Scroll, please check it yourself. Rifan, you used the intermediate armament Haki Awakening Scroll on Nico Robin, her personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Rifan, you used 2000 points to strengthen Nojiko's body, and her personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Rifan, your personal talent Strengthen the Crew, equal return has been activated. It has been detected that you have awakened primary observation Haki and intermediate armament Haki. This enhancement is equivalent to 1500 physical points. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Rifan. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, Strengthen the Crew, equal returns. Points, 0. Physical, 42,000 points. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, Fishman Karate, Kenpo Kenpo, New Kama Karate, Ivankov version, Heikoku, Gungnir. Special abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Bounty, 500 million berry. Props, Small 3-masted sailboat, Enhanced version of Magic Weather Stick, Sandei Kaititsu, Slippery Fruit, Mole Fruit, 100 Years of Life x3. Partners, Makita, Nico Robin, Nami, Karina, Nefertari Vivi, Tony Chopper. Trading Center, Sickle Fruit, 5000, Chain Fruit, 3000. The 42,000 points of physique points have not been able to make a breakthrough in my physique level. It seems that I have to make persistent efforts. However, Nojiko's physique has already reached 7,000 points. After using Heikoku, she shouldn't lose her strength all of a sudden like when she first used it. Rifan glanced at Nojiko, who was blushing, and withdrew his hand from the tattooed skin on his lower abdomen. Vivi, how does it feel, the power of this observation Haki? By the way, why are you blushing? Rifan looked at Vivi, whose loyalty had risen again due to the increase in her power, and asked with a strange face. Rifan, Captain, Robin and Nojiko's tattoos, why is the location so special? As Vivi said that, she blushed and glanced at Robin's chest and Nojiko's lower abdomen. Well. Rifan rubbed his chin, could it be that Vivi, you want to get tattooed in the same position as Nojiko and Robin? If that's the case, I can satisfy you. Hearing this, Vivi quickly shook her head, no. No need, I'm fine like this. Vivi shook her head furiously, and didn't dare to continue asking questions. Nojiko covered her forehead and shook her head, and walked up to Vivi, intending to tell her to keep it a secret from Nami. Robin, how do you feel about your armament Haki reaching the intermediate level? Rifan looked at Robin and asked. Robin smiled slightly, crossing her hands in front of her. The next moment, a slender arm grew out of Rifan's shoulder. After the arm was formed, it began to turn black rapidly. Obviously, this is what armament haki does. Thanks to your help, Captain Rifan, I seem to be able to wrap my hands with armament haki within a certain distance now. However, this distance does not seem to be too far. Robin said with a chuckle. Anyway, it's an improvement. And I'm looking forward to your development of your devil fruit. Since we're done here, you girls leave the room first, I have something to talk about to Miss Ada. Rifan said, turning his head to look at Ada who was standing aside. Robin, Nojiko and Vivi nodded upon hearing this, and walked out of the captain's cabin, closing the door for Rifan. Then, can we continue our unfinished topic, Miss Ada? Rifan folded his arms, sat down on the chair, and looked at Ada with great interest. Rifan, do you mean the matter of slaves, or the matter of William? Ada chuckled, deliberately emphasizing the word slave. So, are you going to follow me for a while, Ada? Hey? What are you doing? Rifan's fingers were tapping rhythmically on the table, and when he looked back, he found that all the coats on Ada's body had been taken off. Only the red clothes inside and the black stockings on her legs were left. I think it's best to talk about these things without those people on the outside knowing. After all, even though we come from the same country, I don't want you to be held captive by conventional morality. Besides, it's not convenient for the outside world to know about William, so it's better like this. Or, do you think it's inconvenient for you to talk with me like this? Or, will you do something to me after blocking of the live broadcast room? Ada casually sat on the stool opposite Rifan, crossed her legs and said to Rifan. Since you have already blocked it, I don't think I need to do anything more. Rifan shook his head. Although he didn't care about moral kidnapping, he had to say that Ada's behavior at the moment made him feel a little more fond of her. Rifan shrugged, and looked at Wapol who was thrown to the ground by him, dying. After thinking for a while, he continued to say to Ada. For the sake of your consideration for me and the matter of William you will talk about later. I agree with you to kill Wapol for battle points. Next, you can also follow me to earn battle points for a period of time. Slave or something, let's forget about it. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ada's face, she wiped her hand on her body and shot a dagger at Wapol. The dagger hit Wapol's heart, and Wapol's last breath of life was cut off here. Really, can you do it more gently? Look at the blood you caused. Rifan shook his head, raised his hand and waved a black mist to wrap Wapol's body in his hand, and picked up an apple from the table with his other hand. Rifan, about what you said earlier, should I take it as you allow me to follow you all the time, and you don't need me to be your slave or something? Ada looked at Rifan and Wapol who were shrouded in black mist, and asked. Not all the time. It's okay for you to follow me for points temporarily, but after you reach a certain level, it's not going to be free anymore. Although I won't make you a slave, you also need to pay me for resources such as famous swords or devil fruit. If you can't pay enough, I can only ask you to leave my side. Rifan's voice came out of the black mist and surrounded Ada's ears. I see. Ada smiled, and when she was about to continue to say something, the reminder of the copy space suddenly sounded in her mind. Rifan, who obtained the T0 level devil fruit Paramecia Munch fruit, is rewarded with 500 points. Remarks, Munch fruit can enable the user to eat anything and become a part of the body. It can also combine different materials into new materials, and can also swallow itself to achieve the purpose of changing itself. If you devour a devil fruit power, you will be able to temporarily gain the ability to use the devoured devil fruit power. Remarks, to level devil fruit is the most powerful and rare devil fruit. Every time a Reincarnator gets a T0 devil fruit, the copy space will give a certain reward. Blue Star, Rifan and Ada's live broadcast room. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the black screen to be lifted, but to their surprise, instead of the black screen being lifted, a barrage of copy space appeared. Damn, as expected of Brother Rifan. It's the second T0 level devil fruit. Haha, Thunder fruit made Nami powerful, and now Munch fruit will make another powerful crew of the Black Pearl Pirates. Eagle audience, damn it, I didn't think the Munch fruit is to devil fruit, and Ethan missed it. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, Blackbeard brought his crew to look for Wapol, but he ran away, and now it's in the hands of Brother Rifan. I watched Ethan's live broadcast just now. The guy was still smiling, but suddenly his face darkened. He must have received a reminder from the copy space. Wahaha! That guy might be suffocated to death now. Munch Munch Fruit can actually use other people's abilities through devourers. This is a bit imaginable with Clone Fruit. However, Munch Munch Fruit seems to be able to use the abilities of others by devouring them. This Wapol has not developed the essence of this ability at all. The excellent fruit was spoiled by him like this, but luckily Brother Rifan came. One Piece Dungeon World. Congratulations, Rifan, you got another to devil fruit. If I want to buy this devil fruit, how much will I need to spend? Ada clapped her hands and looked at Rifan with a smile on her face. A price you can't afford, Ada. Rifan ignored Ada, but put the Munch Munch Fruit into his personal inventory. Now, he's not ready for anyone to eat the Munch Munch Fruit. Let's keep talking. Things about William and things about the zombie virus. According to the value of the information you will say. I will consider how long you can follow me and how many powerful fighters you can kill. I hope you can give some valuable information. It would be even better if there is any information about the serum that can remove the zombie virus. Although Rifan doesn't think that the so-called zombie virus can be a treat to powerful fighters. But when he thought of the biochemical virus developed by Caesar that work on the Nekomamushi and Inuarashi on Zo Island, Rifan felt that it was better for him to be more on the safe side. If he can get the method of making the serum and make it. Even if he really encounters the zombie made by William in the future, he doesn't need to worry about anything. It's a deal, Rifan, I can tell you whatever you want to know. Speaking of which, William seems to be very concerned about you. He said he wanted to buy your Munch Munch Fruit. Ada raised the corner of her mouth and grinned. Rifan raised his eyebrows and opened the interface of the Reincarnator exchange group. Eagle William Birkin, is Munch Munch Fruit really a magical devil fruit? BTW Rifan, are you interested in selling it? Eagle Sarah Bryan, since it is Two's devil fruit, Rifan must not sell it. Green Pheasant Odashi, where did this guy get the Munch Munch Fruit? Could it be that he got it from the place where the ship doctor was invited? Damn it, it should have been mine. Eagle Ethan, you don't have Rifan's ability to deprive devil fruit, even if you kill the person with Munch Munch Fruit ability, you still can't get Munch Munch Fruit. Green Pheasant Odashi, why must it kill devil fruit power? Couldn't Munch Munch Fruit be a devil fruit that exists naturally and has not been eaten by humans? Eagle Ethan, you won't understand, Odashi. Rifan, you are so lucky to have found that guy Wapol. Rifan, thanks to you, if it weren't for you and your Captain Blackbeard, maybe I wouldn't be able to get the Munch Munch Fruit yet. How about it, should I sell it cheaply to you? Eagle Ethan, are you willing to sell it to me? Rifan, as long as you can afford 100,000 points, I can naturally sell them to you. Eagle Ethan, you bastard, are you kidding me? When Ethan saw Rifan's message it made him stood up from his seat, his fists clenched hard. Ethan, what's wrong with you? Blackbeard looked at Ethan strangely. Nothing, Captain Blackbeard. I'm just worried that that guy Wapol will bump into Rifan. If he meets him, maybe Wapol's Munch Munch Fruit will become Rifan's prize. Ethan shook his head and said. Chapter 126, Alabastus History Text. Zehahaha, if that's the case, that would be great. Anyway, we have to find that Rifan. The more he gets at this time, the more we will get in the future. Blackbeard laughed out loud, not paying attention to Rifan at all. Ethan looked at Blackbeard's confident smile, but he began to feel a little worried. In the beginning, he still felt that Blackbeard was stronger than Rifan, even now he should be stronger than Rifan. But Rifan progressed too fast, and he is worried that when they really found Rifan, the Black Pearl pirates led by Rifan would be stronger than the Blackbeard pirates led by Blackbeard. Just when he was thinking about how to find Rifan as soon as possible while Blackbeard is stronger than Rifan now. A voice sounded from the roof nearby. Teach, I haven't seen you for so long, you still care about devil fruit so much. Hearing this voice, Ethan immediately looked at the owner of the voice. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. Ethan's eyes widened, his expression became serious and alert in an instant. Now that he has become Blackbeard's partner, Ethan has naturally done his relevant intelligence work. Fire Fist Ace, he has already known Ace's photo through his reward order. Fire Fist Ace, Logia Maramara Devil Fruit user. If I can kill him, my ability will definitely increase a lot. Also, I can get his Maramara Devil Fruit. Thinking of this, Ethan couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and looked at Blackbeard expectantly. Though Maramara Fruit is not as good as Thunder Fruit. But for Ethan, a powerful Logia fruit is enough. What Ethan didn't know was that the moment Blackbeard saw Ace, a bold plan had already emerged in his mind. On the other side, the Black Pearl. That's all I know about William. As for this, it is the formula of the G-Virus serum that I have learned. As Ada spoke, she handed a note filled with characters to Rifan's hand. In this way, unless the note is obtained by the reincarnations. Otherwise, even if it is obtained by people in the copy space, they have no way to know what's written in there. This can also be regarded as a relatively secret way of disseminating information among reincarnators. As for the text of the pirate world, when they came to this world, the copy space has already stuffed the relevant information directly into the minds of the reincarnators. Thank you, the information you told me and the formula of the serum are valuable to me. Next I'll go to Alabasta and kill that sand crocodile. If the situation is right, I will hand over Crocodile Head to you to solve, so that you can get battle points. Killing a Shishibukai will surely help you gain quite a few battle points. After Rifan took the serum formula and browsed through it, he said solemnly to Ada. Since defeating Marine Commodore and others can get corresponding initial achievements, Rifan feels that defeating Shishibukai, the corresponding achievement also exists. Considering the particularity of Shishibukai, Rifan felt that maybe defeating Shishibukai might be like getting to Devil Fruit. Every time you defeat a Shishibukai, you will get a certain reward. And this reward may not be too low. So Rifan can't wait to meet Crocodile to see if his conjecture are correct. Then I have to thank you first. However, there are many creatures and plants in this world, just like in the Blue Star. And there are also many differences in them. So Rifan, even if you want to make the serum, it will be quite difficult. Not to mention, this serum may still be incomplete. In addition, William came to this world, and may further modify the G-Virus according to the differences in this world. If you want to create a serum that fights against it, the difficulty will also increase further. Ada folded her arms, and said bluntly. You don't need to worry about this, I will find a way here. Better than this, you can put on your coat. I have people here who are desperate to leave the Kingdom of the Drum and go to Alabasta. Now that Chopper is on board, it's about time we set sail. While talking, Rifan got up and walked towards the door. Just now, his observation Haki has sensed Chopper's boarding and seeing off Dr. Kurha, Dalton, and others. Seeing Rifan's back opening the door, Ada chuckled, quickly put on her coat, and walked out following Rifan's pace. On the deck, after Rifan bid farewell to Kurha and the others, the Black Pearl officially set sail and headed towards Alabasta. Meanwhile, on the other side. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku, what do you want me to do? A woman with a height of nearly 3 meters, wearing a crimson tights and shorts, showing a pair of slender legs came to Sengoku. On her leg, that spider tattoo adds a touch of sexiness. The crawling direction of the spider tattoo seems to give people an extra ambition to explore the upper part of the thigh. If Rifan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize her identity from her iconic appearance. Marine Admiral candidate, Jun, Vice Admiral known as Momuzagi. Jun, you are here, I called you here, and I want you to complete a task. Sengoku pushed his glasses and handed a report to Jun. Jun took a look, and her pretty brows frowned slightly. Crocodile of Shishibukai does not simply want to steal Alabasta but the ancient weapon Pluton. Jun muttered in her mouth, and her expression became more serious in an instant. This is the result of our interrogation of the arrested Baroque workers. Although its authenticity cannot be confirmed yet, since it is related to ancient weapon, it has to be taken seriously. Also, Crocodile's rebellion in Alabasta has been investigated. Just this incident is enough to arrest him. Jun, I hope you lead Vice Admiral Base and Maynard Vice Admiral to investigate the matter clearly. As soon as Crocodile's location is found, you can arrest him. Sengoku said seriously. I understand, Marshal Sengoku. In that case, I'm going to make preparations. Jun nodded slightly, and was about to turn around and leave the office. One more thing, Jun. It's related to ancient weapon, and the world government may also send people to investigate. You still need to pay attention to this point. Sengoku said. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Jun smiled and left the office with the report. Sengoku frowned, and looked at the other 2 reports on the desk. Black Mist Rifan, Fire Fist Ace, these 2 are troublesome guys. Regarding the arrest of them, preparations must be stepped up. Sengoku murmured. Some time passed. Alabasta, outside a clothing store. Captain Rifan, do you think I'm pretty? Makita, dressed as a desert dancer, trotted to Rifan's side in the clothing store. You're naturally beautiful. However, don't you want to buy clothes that are resistant to wind, sand and sunshine? Isn't this dancing girl outfit inappropriate outdoors? Rifan nodded slightly, and looked at Robin, Ada, Nami, and others who also came out of the clothing store wearing desert dancer costumes. Now that I have seen such beautiful clothes, I will always regret not trying them on. Right, Vixen? Nami turned around in front of Rifan and looked at Karina with a smile. Only this time, I agree with you, cat burglar. Karina chuckled and said. As long as you put on a piece of clothing outside, it can also play a role in preventing wind and sand and hiding your identity. Robin draped the alabasta coat over her desert girl outfit, while covering her face with a hat and scarf. That's good, this way, we don't need people from the Baroque work agency to recognize us. Rifan smiled, and after taking the clothes that Nojiko bought for him, he raised his left hand and patted his face. Using the clone fruit, he transformed his face into an ordinary middle-aged man. After a pause, Rifan continued. Since everyone has changed their costumes, let's act according to the plan we made earlier. Robin, Ida, you two set out with me to the rain base, to trouble Crocodile. Makita, Nojiko, Nami, Chopper, Karina, and Bonnie, you go to the location of the rebel army with Vivi and Igaram. If you encounter rebels, stop them from going to the royal city to launch a rebellion. Since the rebel army is going to launch a rebellion, their ultimate goal must be to go to the royal city. When Vivi and Igaram heard this, their complexions immediately became serious. This is no wonder, after all, this is related to their motherland. Captain Rifan, will you only take Robin and Ada with you? How about I come with you too? Makita asked worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a sand crocodile, he won't be a treat. And Vivi still needs your protection, Makita. You can be regarded as the second strongest member of the Black Pearl Pirates besides me. With you on their side, I can feel at ease. If you encounter strong enemies, use the Marine 6 styles I taught you to deal with them. Rifan patted Makita on the shoulder and said with a big smile. Thinking of the progress of Makita practicing Marine 6 styles and Nojiko practicing traditional Kenpo during these days, Rifan couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Maybe it's because the two have a high degree of fit for these two kinds of physical arts, or maybe it's a buff from the copy space as the captain that can really speed up the crew's practice of the physical arts he has mastered. During the journey from Drum Kingdom to Alabasta, Makita and Nojiko have successfully mastered Marine 6 styles and Kenpo respectively. The only thing that makes Rifan a little regretful is that Makita has not yet mastered the 6 Kings gun. It seems to be more difficult for other crew members to practice Heikoku, Fishman Karate and Fishman Jujutsu. Rifan speculates that it is because Heikoku is a giant's move. And Fishman Karate and Fishman Jujutsu are the moves of the Fishmans. Therefore, it is difficult for Vivi and others as human beings to learn. Well, since you have said so, Captain. Makita sighed, and looked at Vivi with some complaints. She is certainly happy that Rifan recognized her as the second combat force of the Black Pearl Pirates. But she still regrets not being able to act with Rifan. Especially when watching Rifan act together with Robin and Ada, two mature and intellectual women. Vivi noticed Makita's eyes and could only smile apologetically. Then, everyone, pay attention to safety. Be careful to hide your identity. In this place, maybe Marines are already lurking and we don't know what will happen, so be careful. I'll join you when I finish Crocodile. Rifan gave Nojiko, Makita, and the others a last word, waved to Robin and Ada, and walked quickly towards the rain base location. And Vivi, with Nojiko and rest of the crew, marched towards the location of the rebel army that they had found out. The land of Alabasta is very wide, even with Rifan's walking speed, it is difficult to arrive to the rain base city. Especially with Robin and Ada. Robin, who hasn't been strengthened by Rifan much, can't hurry too fast. After walking for several hours, the three failed to get out of the desert and reach the rain base city. Of course, there is also the other reasons, like how Rifan continues to use observation haki to search the desert to find the remains of the historical text stele in the One Piece animation plot. That's right. He is looking for the Poneglyph since it's also a mission from Robin. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Rifan's eyes, and he stopped abruptly. Captain Rifan, what happened? Robin looked at Rifan and asked curiously. Hehe, it's good thing and you will definitely like it. Robin, remember what I promised you when we first met. The corners of Rifan's mouth were rise, smiling at Robin. Could it be the poneglyph? Robin asked slightly excitedly. Yeah, it's here. Rifan smiled, and suddenly reached out to hug Robin like a princess and ran forward. Seeing this, Ada shook her head, and hurriedly followed them as fast as she could. However, after following Rifan for hundreds of meters, Rifan and Robin in front of her suddenly disappeared from her sight. Ada was stunned, and hurried to the place where Rifan and Robin disappeared, and found a sand hole in the sand that was slowly closing. Looking down from the top, you can also see the rock buildings below the sand cave. Seeing this scene, Ada jumped down without even thinking about it, and sure enough, she saw Rifan who was using the Thunder Fruit ability to illuminate in the cave, and Robin beside him. You're here, Ada. Without looking back, Rifan greeted as he dragged Robin to the depths of the ruins. Yes, I thought you were going to throw me into the desert. Really? But with your ability, it's definitely not easy for you to get lost. Maybe it's like this for an ordinary person, but for you Rifan, it's hard for me to keep up with your pace. Then I'm really sorry to hear that. Next time, I will slow down my speed. It's nothing, but if there is a next time, instead of leaving me like that, I also like you to take me with you like Miss Robin. But I'm worried that you will shoot me like last time if I did that, and if you say that I took advantage of you, I can't refute it. I don't think you, Rifan, are the kind of man who cares about these details, and besides, I don't care either. Speaking of which, Rifan, do you know where this place is? Ada was talking, but saw Rifan suddenly stopped in front of a huge stone tablet with many incomprehensible characters. Who knows, maybe this is the remains of the former royal capital of the country Alabasta. What do you think, Robin? Rifan turned to look at Robin, and sure enough, he saw that she was looking at the stone tablet in front of her in surprise. There's really a historical text here. Robin stepped forward excitedly, raised her hand and gently stroked the words on the historical text stone tablet. The corner of Rifan's mouth raised, and while illuminating Robin with the thunderbolt in his hand, he raised his hand and touched the poneglyph. The next moment, the voice of Copy Space rang in Rifan's mind again. Rifan, congratulations on touching the poneglyph, a special reward of 500 points. Remarks, the poneglyph is a very special existence in this world. Every time a Reincarnator touches a historical text stele, he will be rewarded with 500 points. J. Remarks, if a poneglyph has been touched by a reincarnation, the rest of the reincarnations will not be able to get rewards by touching the said poneglyph. Chapter 127, Meet Momuzagi in the Ruins. Rifan Live Broadcast Chat Room. It's really a historical text, Robin will probably be more loyal to Rifan now. Not only that, finding the historical text stele also means that 500 points will be credited to the account. Although it is not much, it can also make Brother Rifan and his partners stronger. 500 points, I don't know when it started, but we already feel that this is nothing. Sure enough, it's because Brother Rifan got too many rewards, ha ha ha. Green Pheasant Audience, why is this bastard Rifan so lucky every time? And how did he find the ruins under the desert? Camel Audience, damn it, shouldn't historical text steles be very rare? Why did Rifan find it so easily? Hehe, needless to say, even if it is a single round of luck, Brother Rifan is much luckier than your reincarnations. One Piece Dungeon World. Is this what the historical text stele looks like? Ada walked to Rifan's side, and looked curiously at the historical text stele in front of her. That's right, how about it, do you want to touch it and try it? Rifan looked at Ada with a smile. Hehe, even if I touch this historical text stele, I won't be able to get anything. Ada shook her head with a chuckle and said. She herself knows quite well about the reward rules for historical text steles. Now that Rifan has touched the historical text stele, this historical text stele can no longer allow other reincarnators to gain points. Hearing this, Rifan shrugged, and while lighting Robin, he randomly found a place to sit down. Ada didn't know whether it was intentional or not, she walked up to Rifan with a smile on her face and sat down, chatting with Rifan just like that. After more than 10 minutes, Robin finally finished reading the historical text stele. Seeing the indescribable joy on her face, she walked quickly to Rifan and gave Rifan a big hug. Wait Robin, I have an electric ball for lighting in my hand, be careful. Rifan quickly raised the hand holding the electric ball above his head, and said. I trust Captain Rifan in your control of power, you will never hurt me. Also, this is the reward for taking me to find this poneglyph this time. As Robin said that, she cupped Rifan's chin with both hands, and lightly opened her mouth and snogged on Rifan's lips. At the same time, Rifan's mind also heard the reminder of copy space. Rifan, the loyalty of your crew member archaeologist Nico Robin has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Robin 847. Age, 28 years old. Crew number, 02. Position, archaeologist, expert. Physical, 510. Physical level, D level. Devil fruit, flower fruit. Special force, intermediate armed, primary observation hacky. Loyalty, 79, close friend. Reward, 79 million berry. 79 points of loyalty, it's only 1 point away from meeting one of the conditions for opening the final invitation. Can the remaining poneglyph in Alabasta increase Robin's loyalty again? Rifan thought in his heart while feeling the adult kiss from Robin in his mouth unexpectedly. But he is not sure if the last poneglyph in Alabasta can make her loyalty increase, judging from the original plot of One Piece. The historical text stele stored under the mausoleum of Alabasta Royal City records the location of ancient weapon Pluton. For these things, he know Robin is not interested. That's why he is not sure. Hopefully it succeeds in making Robin's loyalty increase. In this way, Robin may be able to obtain the power of her future self much early and use her devil fruit ability to perform her cool devil form. Speaking of which, if I use flower fruit to create a Titan clone, can I use Heikoku directly? Rifan thought in his heart. It seems that I shouldn't be here. Ada rested her chin on one hand, and after Robin let go of Rifan's lips, she said with great interest. Rifan licked his lips, glanced at Ada, then looked at Robin and said. As expected of a flower fruit ability user, it's pretty sweet. Seeing how excited you are, this historical stele must be what you want to see. Robin smiled and nodded. It is indeed what I want to see. This historical text stele records some things about ancient Alabasta. Captain Rifan, do you want to know more? Besides, yours are quite sweet as well. No wonder Nojiko likes you so much. Rifan shook his head when he heard this, and was about to say something. Suddenly, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his head to look in the direction of the cave where they came. After a little thought, he used the ability of clone fruit again to transform himself into the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. After that, he directly dissipated the thunderball in his hand and used the power of dark fruit to pull the historical text stele into the dark vortex. Then, Rifan saw a torch with kerosene remaining on the side wall, immediately took it in his hand, and ignited it with lightning. Seeing this scene, Ada and Robin immediately raised their hands and wrapped their faces tightly with scarves. Ada, what's the matter, Ri? Before Ada finished speaking, Rifan covered her mouth with his hands, and at the same time covered her face with the scarf on her body. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Ada and Robin fixed their eyes, and they understood that someone came from the cave where they entered the ruins earlier. Is anyone here? Rifan made a gesture to Robin and Ada, and fumbled in the direction of the sound with a torch. At this moment, he is completely like a passerby who can only rely on a torch to illuminate his surroundings, rather than a powerful observation hacky who can ignore the darkness. When Blue Star's audience saw this scene, they couldn't help but stare at the live broadcast room with their eyes wide open, for fear of missing something. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I also accidentally fell down here. Accompanied by the appearance of the voice, a woman wearing a desert dancer's costume, born slim and graceful and looks extraordinarily gorgeous came into their sight. As long as you take a look, you can immediately be completely attracted by the pair of slender long legs, and Rifan is no exception. But instead of saying that Rifan paid attention to the slender legs of the visitor, his attention more fell on the spider tattoo on one leg of the visitor. Nearly 3 meters tall, with the spider tattoo and a beauty spot on her chin. There is also a strong aura faintly emanating from her body. Is this woman Momuzagi-jun from Marine? After Rifan looked the woman in front of him up and down, he almost confirmed the identity of the person in his heart. After all, there is still a gap between the two-dimensional and the three-dimensional. Jun in front of him is not wearing her familiar outfit to Rifan. If several features of her body were not revealed at this moment, Rifan felt that he might not be able to recognize Jun, but just regarded her as a powerful woman who might possess special power. While Rifan was looking at Jun, Jun was also looking at the three in front of her. At the same time, the faintly visible aura on her body was instantly hidden. In an instant, it seemed that she really just an ordinary tall beauty lost in desert. If Rifan hadn't used observation haki to capture the scene where she easily kicked a huge scorpion away on the desert, and didn't know several characteristics of Jun, Rifan felt that he might really think she was just an ordinary person. So you accidentally fell in here too. The three of us were also accidentally swallowed by quicksand, and then fell into here. However, you are not alone in this dangerous desert, are you? This is a very dangerous thing. Rifan walked towards Jun with his partner, and said in a gentle tone. No, I'm not alone. It's just that in this desert, my partners and I encountered a sandstorm. Accidentally, I was separated from everyone. Then I accidentally fell here just now. By the way, do you know where this is? By the way, my name is Zia, and I don't know what to call you yet. Jun seemed relieved to see the three of them, and looked at Rifan and the two women beside him with a smile on her face. However, when she looked at Rifan, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Even though Rifan is covering up very well at the moment, her keen five senses can clearly perceive that Rifan is not simple. This is also the reason why she deliberately entered the ruins to investigate after sensing the existence of Rifan. Hello, Ms. Zia, we are travelers passing by here. You can call me Rise, these two are my wife Jill and sister Claire. Rifan pointed to Robin first, and then to Ada. Maybe because Ada said the word Ri when calling him earlier, Rifan blurted out Rise's name at this time. By the way, the names of Jill and Claire, two important characters in Resident Evil, were mentioned. Robin and Ada also nodded gently to Jun upon hearing this, as a greeting. However, after Ada greeted Jun, she looked at Rifan meaningfully, as if she had something to say. As for this place, depending on the situation, it should be an ancient ruin. I thought I could find some treasures if I fell here. But after turning around, I didn't find anything of value. We are leaving here. Do you want to go together, Miss Zia? Rifan shrugged and said with some regret. Thank you for your offer. Honestly, I fell off the top and didn't know how to get back up. Jun breathed a sigh of relief, and raised her head to look at the ceiling a few meters above the ground of the ruins. Hehe, our meeting is fate, I will help you. But please wait until I bring my wife and sister up. Rifan handed the torch to Jun, then put his hands on Robin's and Ada's waists and jumped vigorously, leading them directly through the shallow sand layer above to the center of the sand. After putting Ada and Robin down, Rifan gave them a wink. Then he jumped off the ruins again, and returned with Jun in his arms. Sir Rise is really amazing, you can jump up to such a high place in one breath. Jun clasped her hands together and looked at Rifan with reverence in her eyes. Haha, I brought my wife and my sister to travel, if I have no ability, how can I guarantee the safety of my two family? Having said that, we are now planning a trip to the country's famous rain-based city. Miss Zia, since you are separated from your companions, do you want to go to the rain-based city with us? After you find a place to live, you can wait for your companions with peace of mind. Rifan smiled, and said warmly to Jun. Really? Sir Rise, you're such a good man, and I'm just wondering how to get out of here. Jun bent slightly, took Rifan's hand in both hands, and said excitedly. In that case, let's go. By the way, wear this, it can help you resist the wind and sand. Rifan took off the scarf covering his face and handed it to Jun. But, Sir Rise, what about you? Jun pursed her lips, looking embarrassed. At the same time, her eyes were fixed on Rifan's face, and her head started to run quickly, trying to recall whether Rifan's current face matched the person on a certain reward order. Soon, after confirming that Rifan did not coincide with any of the photos of the reward order, her vigilance was slightly relaxed. However, she will never know that the current Rifan is not showing his true face at all. Don't worry, I've been to many places. This bit of sand is nothing to me. Rifan patted his chest, and directly stuffed the scarf into Jun's hands. Then, I'm not going to be polite. After some refusals, Jun finally accepted the scarf handed over by Rifan. However, just as she was putting on the scarf, a huge desert scorpion suddenly emerged from the sand behind her. After aiming at Jun's back, the scorpion tail with poisonous thorns stabbed down at an extremely fast speed. But at this moment, Jun seemed completely unaware. Seeing this, Rifan frowned, and quickly stepped forward to push Jun aside. Be careful. Jun looked at Rifan with an incomparably puzzled expression, and after seeing the huge scorpion tail stabbing down from her side towards Rifan who was holding her under his arm, she immediately showed a frightened expression. Mr. Rise, please be careful. Hearing this, Rifan showed a big smile to Jun, and said. Don't worry, I told you I'm strong. As soon as the words fell, Rifan threw away the tail of the scorpion that missed and he came to the front of the huge desert scorpion in one stride. Lightweight version, Gungnir. With a roar, Rifan's tightly clenched right fist slammed in front of Scorpion. Boom! There was a bang. The huge scorpion was directly blasted several meters by Rifan's punch. Its entire scorpion face was directly sunken. Gungnir. Isn't it the same technique used by the Titan Vice Admirals in Marine? When Jun saw this scene, a thought flashed in her eyes. But after noticing Rifan turning around, she immediately showed a worried expression on her face. Mr. Rise, are you all right? Jun trotted to Rifan's side, eagerly cupping Rifan's fist that knocked the giant scorpion away. It seems to want to see if Rifan's arm is injured. After seeing the cracked skin and the blood flowing out of Rifan's fist, Jun's eyes flashed with thought, and at the same time, she also tore off a part of her clothes, doing her best. Wanting to bandage Rifan's hand. What she didn't know was that the reason why Rifan's skin was injured was because he cracked his skin with force. Knowing that the person in front of him is Jun, he didn't want to show himself too strong, so as not to attract more attention from her. Regardless of whether they can beat Jun or not, if there is a conflict with Jun at this time, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not affect their plan to help Vivi to save Alabasta. No problem, it's just a little scratch. Let's go, Miss Zia. There may be other dangers in the desert. Let's talk about it when we get to the rain base city first. Rifan waved his hand, walked back to Robin and Ada, and led them forward. Seeing this, Jun quickly followed after thinking for a moment, and at the same time looked curiously at Robin and Ada whose faces were tightly covered by scarves and hats. Seeing this, Robin nodded in a friendly manner, then hugged Rifan's arms tightly and buried her head in Rifan's arms. And Ada came to Jun's side and chatted with her familiarly. And Rifan also interjects a few words from time to time to prevent her and Robin from having a conversation. Chapter 128, My wife is suffering from skin aging. Rifan live broadcast chat room. Hey, who is this tall woman? Why does it feel like Brother Rifan is wary of her? Goat audience, both Rifan and Ada chose to hide their identities, maybe this woman is from the Marine or World Government. Eagle audience, to make Rifan so cautious, maybe this woman is very strong. Camel audience, doesn't this mean that as long as she can find out Rifan's identity, she can directly arrest or kill Rifan? Green pheasant audience, damn it, it would be great if Rifan didn't know how to use clone fruit's ability. Under the observation of the blue star audience, Rifan led the three of women to walk all the way. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already traveled tens of kilometers. Suddenly, Jun fell to the ground, half kneeling on the sand. Seeing this, Rifan murmured in his heart, this woman need an Oscar, but he still stopped honestly and looked at Jun with concern. Miss Zia, are you all right? Sorry, Sir Rise, I seem to be lacking in stamina. Is that so? How about I take you for a ride? Really, thank you, Sir Rise. Jun immediately smiled when she heard the words, and said gratefully to Rifan. It's nothing, but Miss Zia, you are slender, so you must be very light. When Rifan saw that Jun agreed easily as if she accepted, he felt even more wary of her. At this moment, he always felt that Jun was going to do something. But thinking that if he could control Jun by his side, she would have no way to inquire about Robin's situation. Therefore, he walked up to Jun and squatted down honestly, leaving his back to her. Seeing this, Jun was not polite, stretched out her hands around Rifan's neck and pressed the weight of her entire chest on Rifan's back. Rifan felt the weight behind him, and thought that Jun in the original One Piece was a marine who was good at seducing pirates with her beauty. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something else he missed. This woman is wrapped like a sword, and the long box behind her should contain the long sword she uses. As long as she doesn't hold the sword in her hand, it shouldn't be a big problem even if I carries her on my back. Thinking of this, Rifan put his hands on Jun's thighs, and then lifted his hands and body upwards. He stood up again with Jun on his back. Because Jun is too tall, when she propped up behind Rifan, the bulging front of her body also shifted from his back to the back of his head. But Jun, as if she didn't realize anything, let her two big bunnies be caught behind Rifan's head. Rifan twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking of the relationship between him and Robin. He immediately buried his head forward with a righteous face, and whispered to Jun. Miss Zia, maybe you don't care much. But my wife and sister are watching. Hearing this, Jun tilted her head, and said with a ignorant expression. Sir Rise, I don't know what you're talking about. Rifan shook his head and sighed. Please be careful not to let your breast come into contact with me, thank you. Jun blinked, then blushed as if she had finally realized the meaning of Rifan's words. So, sorry, I will pay attention next time. Jun danced in a panic, wanting to grab Rifan's shoulders to stabilize her body, but seemed worried that this would intensify the contact between her body and Rifan. And as she moves, her hands touched Rifan's face several times. After a while, Jun seemed to have finally found a place to support her body, and put her hands on Rifan's shoulders near his neck. This should be okay. Sir Rise. Jun said weakly. Well, let's go then. Rifan nodded slightly, a gleam flashed quickly in his eyes, and he walked forward. Behind him, a sharp light also flashed in Jun's eyes. There was no mask on his face, also no makeup. This face is his real face. However, the structure of his body may have reached the level of Naval Headquarters Rookie Vice Admiral. And the move he just used to defeat the giant scorpion, why is look the same as the Gungnir used by the giant Vice Admirals? And, what is the energy of electricity that I perceived in the underground ruins earlier? Just as Jun was thinking, a king cobra suddenly jumped out of the sand and rushed straight to Rifan, who was carrying Jun. Jun narrowed her eyes slightly, just as she was about to see how Rifan would respond. Ada on the side suddenly took a stun gun from her waist and touched the cobra with it. Zeen. As a blue-white arc flashed, the cobra twitched and fell to the ground on the spot. In a few moments, its life was completely lost. Electricity. In other words, the electricity I perceived earlier did not come from this man. But it came from this device. It seems this man is really not Rifan. Jun thought to herself. It has to be said that Jun's ideas are very flexible. Thinking about the time when Rifan left Whiskey Peak, she thought of the grievances between Rifan and Crocodile. So seeing rise an unknown man with a strong strength, Jun felt in her heart that there might be no other strong man who could come to Alabasta at this time except Rifan. If Rifan knew what was going on in Jun's mind at the moment, he would definitely praise her flexibility. Of course, Rifan also know that Jun is deliberately touching his face earlier. She also uses her thighs, body, arms and her other body parts to feel Rifan's body muscles subtly. And after seeing Ada hit a cobra with a stun gun, he guessed that Jun was doubting his identity. But even so, Rifan didn't show any abnormality. Instead, he thanked Ada naturally. And Ada also spoke intimate words like Rifan's own sister. However, what Rifan didn't know was, even touching Rifan intentionally with her body was a kind of test for him. After all, through the mouths of some captive Baroque Works agents, Rifan is a person addicted to beauty, and he kidnapped Robin because of Robin's beauty. In order to confirm the reliability of this information, she went to Hina and Tashiji to find out about the relevant situation. The information obtained from their mouths is also roughly consistent with the situation about Rifan explained by the agents of the Baroque work. Sir Rise, how did you become so powerful? You can knock a huge scorpion of that size into the air. When you punched, you shouted lightweight Gungnir. Could it be that you can swing a more powerful attack? Although it is probably confirmed that Rise is not Rifan, Jun still wants to find out the source of Rifan's power. From Jun's point of view, at this stage of investigating the ancient weapon Pluton, anyone with great power needs to pay as much attention as possible. Ha ha ha, are you talking about my attack earlier? There is indeed a Gungnir that isn't a lightweight version. But the reason why I want to add the word light version when I punch, it's because I can't use the full power of Gungnir. After all, it's the technique of the Titans. Since I am a human being, what I use is naturally a weaker version of the Gungnir. Rifan laughed out loud, and casually told a lie to deal with Jun. Sure enough, it's the technique of the Titans. Jun thought in her heart, with a hint of curiosity on her face. Sir Rise, have you ever seen the legendary Titan family? Can you tell about your adventure? Hearing this, Rifan nodded slightly. This is not a problem. I met these two Titans on an island called Little Garden. As he spoke, Rifan told the story of Dori and Bragi that he adapted. He wasn't worried that Marine would send someone to Little Garden to confirm. Dori and Bragi have fought in Little Garden for 100 years, their traces exist. And Dori and Bragi had already left Little Garden, and he was not worried that Marine would arrest the two Titan warriors. Jun showed a serious and curious look on her face, exclaiming and laughing from time to time while Rifan was narrating. For a moment, the two seemed to be real good friends. This kind of time continued until several hours later, several people arrived at the famous rain-based city of Alabasta. Miss Zia, we're here. Do you know where your companions will meet you? Rifan put down Jun, who was behind him, and turned around to ask. Sir Rise, don't worry, we agreed before that if we get separated, we will meet at the hotel in the rain-based city. I'm really sorry, I have bothered you to carry me here on your back. Jun blushed slightly, and smiled apologetically at Rifan. It's okay, and it didn't bother me in any way. It's a pity that my sister and wife and I have to go to the famous casino here. Otherwise, I'll have to see your song and dance performance. Rifan waved his hand, and said to Jun with a gentlemanly appearance. When I have a chance, I will definitely thank you, Sir Rise. It's just a pity that Sir Rise is already married, otherwise I think I might pursue you. For an excellent and kind man like Sir Rise, you must have a very beautiful wife. I really want to see what a beautiful face Miss Gill has. Jun shook her head, turned to Robin and said curiously. Up to now, she was almost certain that the man in front of her was not Rifan, nor was he some vicious criminal. Still, she wanted to see Robin's face. Even if Rifan wraps Robin with Jill's name and a face-hiding scarf. But there is no way to change her height and back. And Jun could see a trace of familiarity in the back of Robin in front of her. At the time of the final parting, she wanted to make sure of Robin's identity. As for Ada, she had already untied her scarf. Although the last pirate group she was in has been engaged in pirate operations for a period of time. But because she hid properly, she has not been offered a reward yet. So Rifan also secretly allowed Ada to take off her scarf earlier. This. Rifan frowned slightly, showing a rather embarrassed expression. Is there any inconvenience, Sir Rise? Jun's eyes flashed, and she asked. Actually, my wife suffers from a skin disease, and it is not convenient to expose her face in the sun of this scorching desert country. Rifan sighed and said. Oh, it's all right, my dear. After being covered for so long, I really want to take a breath. Robin chuckled, and slowly took off the face scarf under Jun's gaze. What appeared in front of Jun was a wrinkled, somewhat aged face. This. Jun blinked her eyes, her puzzled eyes turned to Rifan and Robin. Did I surprise you, Miss Zia? Actually, I have a disease of skin aging. Dear will take me to travel, in fact, is to be able to find medicine or a doctor to help me treat the disease. Although it looks like I am much older than Rise, we are actually about the same age. However, if Miss Zia really has the idea of pursuing Rise, I won't object. After all, if my illness can't be cured, I won't live for too long. Maybe I will have to trouble Miss Zia to take care of Rise at that time. Saying that, Robin coughed twice, walked to Rifan's side and looked at Rifan with love. Rifan turned his head to look into Robin's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart for Robin's acting skills. When it comes to acting, she is definitely not weaker than Jun. In Rifan's mind, Robin's acting skills can even instantly kill a large group of Blue Star actor and actress. What Rifan didn't know was that the Blue Star audience had the same idea as Rifan at the moment. Sorry, I didn't know that was the case. I was being rude. Jun bowed 90 degrees to Rifan and Robin, and said apologetically. This time, she apologized sincerely, without any acting skills mixed in. No need to apologize, when no Miss Zia don't have any bad intentions. And Jill, don't say things like that in the future. I'll find you a doctor who can treat your disease. Rifan hugged Robin, his voice was extremely sincere. Don't worry, sister, I will help too. Ada patted her chest, her voice seemed naughty and cute at the moment. Thank you, husband, Claire. Robin wiped the tears dripping from the corners of her eyes, choking on her words. This acting skill is a bit too good. Seeing this scene, Rifan felt that the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. He felt that he was pretty good. But after seeing Robin's acting skills that she can cry at will, he has to admire her. Well, I actually know many famous doctors. If the three of you don't mind, you can go to those famous doctors with me for a try. Jun looked at the three and said seriously. Really, Miss Zia, do you really know famous doctors? Although Rifan wanted to get rid of Jun as soon as possible in his heart, he need to continue the act, so he had to be very happy at this time. After all, after coming here, Rifan found that a man who looked like Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral was looking at Jun, and the three of them from time to time. Jun alone is already a tough opponent, and he doesn't want to be up against a many Vice Admirals. Of course. Sir Rise, this den mushi is for you. I'll call you when I'm done with things here. When the time comes, I will take you to a famous doctor. As Jun said, she took out a small den mushi from her body and stuffed it into Rifan's hand. Thank you. Rifan took the den mushi with a serious face and put it in his arms, then looked at the man who was suspected of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral walking towards their side. Jun followed Rifan's line of sight, and immediately waved happily to the tall and unusually strong man in front of her, and then said to Rifan and others. Sir Rise, Ms. Jill, Miss Claire. My buddy is coming for me, he's over there. Jun said, pointing to the strong man who had come close. A thought flashed in Rifan's eyes. Just by looking at his appearance, Rifan knew that the man was definitely not a simple man. And as the distance approached, Fan could also feel a sturdy aura emanating from the other party body. That's great, this way I don't have to worry about your safety, Miss Zia. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you and your partner's busy schedule. I also have to take my sister and wife to rest here. Chapter 129, Meeting an Acquaintance. After Rifan nodded to Jun and the strong man, he pulled Robin and Ada into the distance. With a smile on her face, Jun has been watching Rifan and others pass the street corner and disappear into her sight. Until this time, the smile on Jun's face disappeared, and instead she showed a pensive expression. Jun Vice Admiral, is there any problem with those three people? The tall and strong man walked up to Jun and asked curiously. It's not really a problem. It's just that in the first half of the Grand Line, that man is a little too powerful. However, he is also a very kind and honest man. There should be no need to continue to pay attention to him. Next, we just need to focus on Sand Crocodile and the ancient weapon Pluton, Maynard Vice Admiral. Jun shook her head, and she didn't tell her companion about her doubts about Rifan. After determining that Rifan is not a criminal, she wants to keep herself and her companions focused on Crocodile and the ancient weapon. As for helping Rifan find a famous doctor, Jun really wants to do it. In her opinion, this is her compensation for doubting Rifan and his party. As for the famous doctor, Jun thinks it is convenient to use Marine's power to find a famous doctor for treatment. If Marine can't find a famous doctor who can treat Robin, then Robin's disease may really be incurable. What Jun didn't know was that Robin was not sick at all. The reason why her face looks a little old is entirely because she secretly took the medicinal powder formulated by Rifan. I understand, Jun Vice Admiral. Also, I have an important report for you about Crocodile. Hina Commodore, who came here with us to investigate, and some Marines have lost contact with me. And Crocodile himself, has also left from the Rain Base City. Someone saw that he had gone to the capital city in this country. I and Bastille Vice Admiral suspected that the movement of the rebel army over there was also due to Crocodile manipulation. Now Bastille Vice Admiral has taken people to the direction of Royal Palace to investigate ahead of time. Maynard Vice Admiral said. Has we lost contact of Hina? And Crocodile has already gone to the direction of the capital city. Jun frowned tightly. After thinking for a while, a light flashed in her eyes. Maynard, leave some people in the Rain Base City to continue the investigation. To see if they can find Hina and the other missing personnels. You and I are going to the direction of capital city now. If the action of the rebel army this time was also manipulated by Crocodile. From our position, we also need to stop it. After Jun finished speaking, she took the marine cloak that Maynard handed over and put it on. Immediately after, she took out the famous sword Kanpura from the long box and put it in her waist. I understand, Jun Vice Admiral. I'm going to arrange for other sailors to act. Maynard nodded heavily, took out the den mushi in his arms and dialed a number. Meanwhile, on the other side. The location of Rifan, Robin, and Ada. Rifan live broadcast chat room. As expected of brother Rifan, even his acting skills are so superb. With this acting skill, he can become a popular actor if the copy space didn't exist. There are also Ada and Robin, their acting skills are also quite effective. Have you seen Robin's performance just now? In the crying scene, she didn't even need a teardrop. Eagle audience, I am the director of Hollywood movie. If Rifan can come back, and if Robin can come from the dungeon world to the real world, I am willing to hire them to film a blockbuster movie. The director is here now, maybe brother Rifan and Robin can win an award or something. One Piece Dungeon World. It's thanks to Captain Rifan, the aging medicine powder you created become a timely help. Otherwise, I might not be able to hide it from that lady. Robin rubbed her face, and after a while, her face began to recover quickly. The original wrinkles also disappeared. The secret medicine attached to the traditional Kenpo can make the aging person young. Naturally, Rifan also wondered whether he could develop a temporary aging medicine. After obtaining Chopper's medical knowledge, the aging medicine Rumble Ball was created by Rifan. But this thing has no effect other than temporarily aging people. So Rifan just casually threw it in the consultation room. On the contrary, Robin thought it might be used to hide herself and collected some. Previously, when Jun was focused on Rifan, Robin has already quietly put the tumble ball aging powder in her mouth. And when Jun asked to see her face, Robin crushed the rumble ball and swallowed the aging medicine powder into her stomach and completely fooled Jun. That woman, from the inside to the outside, gives people the feeling of acting. Rifan, if she can make you cautious, does that mean she is very powerful? And, is she our enemy? Ada rested her chin on one hand, raised her head and asked Rifan. I think that woman may be from the CP agency of the world government. That kind of aura, I have seen it in the spy organization of the world government. Perhaps, she is an agent of the CP organization. Robin murmured. I don't know if she is a CP agent, but that woman is very strong. Considering the information we previously disclosed to Marine. Perhaps she is a strong Marine, but that's not necessarily the case. But it doesn't matter if she's from Marine or from world government. We all need to get this Alabasta thing sorted out quickly and get out to sea as soon as possible in order not to encounter more people from Marine and world government in the future. Robin, you know where Crocodile is most likely to be in this place? Rifan said. Of course I know, please come with me, Captain Rifan. Robin nodded slightly, then stepped forward to lead the way. But after thinking about the previous experience of pretending to be Rifan's wife, she took Rifan's arm again, smiled lightly, and said, Come with me, dear. Ada shrugged and quickly followed up when she saw the two people who were walking in front of each other. After more than 10 minutes. The largest casino in the Rain Base City, the basement. Rifan, there is no trace of Crocodile anywhere. I asked some of the casino staff and they said that Crocodile had left. As for where he went, the casino staff don't know. Robin, who covered her face with a face towel, came behind Rifan, looked at Rifan, and then looked at the Marine who was trapped in the sea stone cage. Maybe these Marines will know something about it. Rifan, do you want to wake them up? There is an old acquaintance of yours here, don't you need to help her? She looks like she's going to die. Robin said with a chuckle. Since Crocodile is not in the Rain Base City, he probably has already gone to the capital city of Alabasta. As for this woman Hina. Rifan frowned slightly, recalling the unpleasant memories of using Hina and Tashiji to make deals with Marine in his mind. If it was in the past, he might consider grabbing Hina again to exchange something with Marine. But now, he has no idea of trading with Marine. And if the prisoner in front of him is another Marine, he can ignore it. But since it is Hina, forget it, I have a certain relationship with this woman. Rifan shook his head, picked up the kettle on the side, walked towards the sea stone cage, and opened the door with the key. Then, he squatted beside Hina to help her up, and poured the water in the jug into her mouth. At this moment, Hina is in a shriveled state. Apparently influenced by Crocodile's devil fruit ability. But because of Hina's good system, she didn't die on the spot. But the other Marine lying next to her didn't have the same luck. At this moment, they have completely lost their breath. Only a small number of them are still alive. Maybe it's because Rifan's movements are too big, and the follow-up is because the body has been nourished with water. Hina, who was already in a coma, slowly opened her eyes. Who are you? Looking at the man in front of her with a scarf covering his face, leaving only a pair of eyes outside, Hina muttered. Vaguely, she felt that the man in front of her was somewhat familiar. You can call me Rise, Miss Marine. By the way, what happened to you here? Why do you guys become so embarrassed as Marines? Rifan changed his voice slightly, and said to Hina in front of him. What happened? Hina propped up her body and looked away, after seeing the Marine soldiers beside her who either fainted or lost their lives directly. The memory that had been disconnected hit her heart again. Crocodile. That man discovered our investigation, and now he has headed towards the capital city. Damn it, Hina has to stop him. Hina tried to stand up with strong support, but because of her injury, even with her strong system, she can only lay down in Rifan's arms. I think it's better for you to take a good rest. If you move around at will, you will die. Rifan shook his head, took out some medicinal powder that could help restore physical strength from his medicine bag, and poured it into Hina's mouth with clear water. Then he took her out of the sea stone cage and put her on the sofa beside him. Hina is a marine, and Hina still has her due responsibilities. Hina gritted her teeth, still wanting to stand up. You should have companions, you can try to contact your companions with the Den Mushi. With your current body, and even when you were in your full strength, you're not the Shishibukai opponent. Rifan shook his head, put the water bottle into Hina's hand, and then pulled Robin and Ada towards the gate. Wait! Hina looked at Rifan's back, wanting to ask for help. However, Rifan opened the door and walked out as if he didn't hear her, and disappeared from Hina's sight. Seeing this, Hina frowned slightly. Those eyes, and that back, how come they look so similar to Rifan? Or, is it Hina's mistake? Hina murmured, and after looking at the water bottle in her hand, she took a big sip and began to look for the Den Mushi that was thrown into the corner by Crocodile in the underground office. After a while, Hina successfully found the Den Mushi and dialed the number of Jun, the highest person in charge of the operation. This is Jun. This is Hina, Jun Vice Admiral, I have something important to report. Hina? Are you okay? Why did you lose contact before? Hina was caught while investigating Crocodile, lost a lot of water in her body and lost consciousness. How is your situation now, Hina? Hina is no longer in danger here, and there are movements of crocodiles hanging on the sand. Before Hina fainted, I heard him say that he was going to Capital City to carry out the plan. About this, we already know, and now we are heading towards the Capital City direction. Hina, after you resume operations, meet up with the Marine stationed in the Rain Base City. So that's the case, Hina understand. Wait Hina, don't hang up the call yet, can you tell me how you escaped? Hina frowned, recalling the familiar back and eyes again in her mind. What's the matter, is there anything inconvenient to explain, Hina? Hina's pause made Jun a little puzzled, so she couldn't help asking. Hina was rescued by a man named Rise. Hina pursed her lips, after all, she still couldn't tell Jun what she thought about Rise's identity. Rise? Are there two women with him? Jun Vice Admiral, do you know him? I have been with him for a while, and he is a good man. It seems that I need to thank him in the future. What a coincidence. Rise actually traveled with Jun Vice Admiral for a while. I'll tell you about this matter later. If Rise is still by your side, thank him well. I still have actions here, so I will hang up now. As Jun's voice fell, the call was cut off. Hina frowned slightly, with some doubts in her heart. Is Hina's doubts wrong? Rise has nothing to do with Rifan. Meanwhile, on the other side. Captain Rifan, you didn't choose to take out the devil fruit of that marine woman. Sure enough, do you like her? Robin followed behind Rifan and asked with a smile on her face. In terms of appearance and personality, she is indeed my favorite type. It would be a pity if such a woman died. Anyway, there will be a lot of things like devil fruit in the future. Rifan shook his head and looked in the direction of Capital City. Compared to this, since Crocodile has already headed towards the Capital City, then we have to speed up too. You two, don't mind if I take you on the journey. As Rifan said, he put his hands on the waists of Ada and Robin. When the two heard the words, they did not refute, but nodded with a smile. The next moment, Rifan's figure disappeared in place, leaving only an afterimage running fast on the sand. Alabasta, Capital City Aluberna. A hidden location somewhere in the Aluberna. Boss, it has been confirmed that both Double Fingers and MR3 were caught by Marine. And there are still quite a few Marines out there looking for us at this moment. Shall we continue to implement the Utopia plan as planned? Baroque work agent MR6 came to Crocodile and asked cautiously. Hearing the voice of MR6, Crocodile raised his head. Of course it must be executed, MR6, the rebel army has already taken action. Crocodile said gloomily. Today, he already knows that he has no way to carry out any Utopia plan. Marine would never allow him to obtain Alabasta. However, even so, he did not give up the opportunity to find the historical text and learn about the ancient weapon Pluton. This is also the benefit he can finally gain from his multi-year plan. After the rebel army got the weapons we supported, they are rushing towards the capital city at this moment. We have also prepared a super bomb that can instantly destroy the rebel army and the royal family army. MR6 nodded and said. Very well, it would be best to use the super bomb to implicate the people in Marine. MR6, you are doing well. After this matter is over, I can consider officially making you a senior agent. Crocodile nodded in satisfaction. This is also the good news that he has rarely heard these days. It is my honor to serve you, boss. MR6 bowed to Crocodile like a nobleman, turned around and left the room to make final preparations. A moment later, Crocodile's slightly gloomy laughter rang out in the room. Quahahahaha, no matter who it is, no one can stop my plan. Chapter 130, Golden Lion Desires for Alabasta. Aluberna, above the tombs of the king. It appears that the rebel army, marines, and others have yet to arrive in this capital city. In that case, let's go down and see the historical texts here. Rifan discreetly entered the tomb of the capital city with Robin and Ada. After using observation haki to assess the surroundings, he spoke to Robin and Ada. It's possible that the royal palace guard is preoccupied with guarding against the rebel army. Hence, even the mausoleum in the capital city has a limited number of guards. Rifan, are you sure there is a historical text in this place? Ada blinked and asked curiously. Unlike Robin, Ada, who is a reincarnator, knows part of Rifan's details. Therefore, she is very doubtful that Rifan can accurately know the location of the poneglyph. Robin, on the other hand, regards Rifan's ability as some kind of predictive power. Therefore, what Rifan said, she had no doubts in her heart. On the contrary, she looks forward to finding the poneglyph in this mausoleum. Of course, I can perceive that there is a large open area under our feet. In other words, there must be a secret passage in this place. Ada, based on your knowledge, where do you think the switch of the secret passage will be? Rifan smiled at Ada and said. It's really convenient to have observation haki. However, if there is a secret passage here, the organ that opens the secret passage must be nearby. As Ada spoke, she looked around and quickly fixed her gaze on a statue. She walked to the side of the statue, and after groping for a while, she actually turned on the switch of the secret passage. Seeing this, Rifan couldn't help but marvel at Ada's skill again. If Ada is not from Blue Star, but a local from Pirate World, Rifan might develop Ada into a spy for the Black Pearl Pirates. Based on his memory of Ada's being a spy, the lowest level of her position must be an excellent level. It is not impossible to even reach the expert level. Hehe, it looks like I'm lucky. Ada returned to Rifan and Robin, looking at the uncovered floor with a smile on her face. Looking down through the floor, one can see a long flight of stairs. As expected of you, Ada, you have amazing observation skills. Rifan smiled and said. Even without me, Rifan, you would still manage to find the switch, utilizing your remarkable observation haki. Ada said. Who knows? Rifan shrugged. Let's go, both of you, let's deal with the history text below first. After speaking, Rifan waved his hand and led the two of them down the stairs. A few minutes passed, when the three came to the deepest part of the underground tomb. As expected, a poneglyph appeared in front of the three of them. It's really here. This country really has two poneglyph. Ada and Robin exclaimed at the same. Then, Robin turned her head and took a deep look at Rifan. At this moment, she remembered what Rifan once said about Alabasta having two poneglyph. Let's wait until you've read it to thank me. Rifan patted Robin on the back, walked to the poneglyph and touched its surface. Rifan, congratulations on touching the poneglyph, a special reward of 500 points. Remarks, the poneglyph is a very special existence. Every time a reincarnator touches a poneglyph, he will be rewarded with 500 points. Remarks, if a poneglyph has been touched by a reincarnation, the rest of the reincarnations will not be able to get rewards by touching the poneglyph. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Rifan nodded in satisfaction, and then walked aside, waiting for Robin quietly. Then, thinking of another piece of historical text that he had dragged into the dark space before, Rifan opened the dark space and released it. Due to the indestructible nature of the poneglyph, even if Rifan were to store it in a dark space for an extended period, the main text of the historical stele would remain completely undamaged. After finishing all this, Rifan waited for Robin to translate the historical text. While admiring the reaction of many reincarnators on the Reincarnation Exchange Group interface to the copy space prompt just now, Ada also walked over to Rifan's side and sat down, quietly waiting for Robin. Eagle William Birkin, if I remember correctly, the stone tablet of the historical text should be a very rare special item. How did Rifan find 2 pieces in a row within a few hours? Could it be that something happened we didn't know? Eagle Ethan, this bastard, could it be that he found a pile of poneglyphs? Green Pheasant Odashi, impossible, if this is the case, wouldn't he be rewarded more? Camel Nasser, the stone tablet of the main text of history, I heard that there is also a piece in the place where I am, but why can't I find it no matter how hard I search, but that bastard Rifan keeps finding it. Panda Ada Wong, perhaps, he has a considerable relationship with the poneglyph. After Ada left a message, she looked at Rifan with a smile on her face. What do you think, Rifan? Hearing this, Rifan shrugged. Perhaps you are right. After speaking, Rifan showed a big smile to her. Although he is willing to disclose some information about this world to Ada, who is also a panda reincarnator. But when it comes to some hidden things in this world, such as the poneglyphs, Rifan will not tell Ada about them. Ada narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that Rifan was harboring a secret deep in his heart, like a woman trying to unravel the mystery he held within. But looking at Rifan's expression, it was hard for her to ask. At the same time, another reminder came from Rifan's mind. Rifan, the sickle fruit you sold has been purchased by Cole Lima Choi, and 5,000 points have been automatically transferred to your account, please check it yourself. Choi from Cole Lima, this guy should be the one from the Whitebeard Pirates. Rifan raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Seeing the sudden addition of 5,000 points in the account, he was naturally quite happy in his heart. Rifan, pleasant cooperation, Choi, by the way, have you successfully joined the Whitebeard Pirates yet? Cole Lima Choi, are you just mocking me, Rifan? Rifan, how come, you are my big client, and I hope you will take care of my business again in the future. Cole Lima Choi, I have bought a sickle fruit, do you think I will buy another devil fruit? Rifan, this is not certain, maybe in the future you will get the devil fruit ability awakening scroll that allows you to eat 2 devil fruits, and it is not certain. Cole Lima Choi, let's wait until I fully utilize this sickle fruit and become a full-fledged crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, receiving the true reward, before we discuss it further. I purchased the sickle fruit, but have you considered uploading a new devil fruit for sale? Is it possible that you have no stock on hand? Eagle Tina, yes Rifan, can you upload another devil fruit, the best kind? Rifan, devil fruit is naturally available, but isn't there still a chain fruit for sale in the product column? After that devil fruit is purchased, or after I get more devil fruit, it will be put on the shelf. After all, I have consumed a lot of devil fruit recently. However, if someone can afford 100,000 points, I can also sell munch fruit to you. Camel Nasser, don't be too greedy, Rifan, the 5,000 points of sickle fruit are enough for you to spend. Even if munch fruit is 2's devil fruit, it's definitely not worth 100,000 points. Green Pheasant Odashi, that's right, if you are too greedy, be careful that one day you will be swallowed by your own greed. Rifan, hehe, I didn't force you to buy it. After Rifan mocked Odashi and Nasser, he focused on the remaining slippery fruit, mole fruit and munch fruit on his inventory. Maybe I will have to consume a devil fruit later to make a final invitation for Robin. It is also possible to use devil fruit in other ways in the future. Sure enough, after saving some more devil fruits, I'll think of selling them. Rifan made up his mind, closed the personal attribute panel, and looked up at Robin who was doing her best to translate the poneglyph. On the other side, on the floating sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. William Birkin closed the communication panel between the reincarnators, put away the research at hand, and walked to the place where the golden lion was. Is there anything, William? Hearing the footsteps behind him, Shiki withdrew his gaze from looking at the sea of clouds, turned around and said to William. Captain Shiki, I want to ask, do you know something like a poneglyph? Poneglyph? I do know some. Why, besides research, are you also interested in history? You misunderstood, Captain. I just suddenly remembered that Rifan has an archaeologist like Nico Robin by his side, so will Rifan take her to find the poneglyph in the future? Nico Robin, there is indeed a possibility. Do you think there might be a poneglyph where Rifan and Nico Robin are right now? That's possible, but poneglyphs are very rare. Finding poneglyphs is not as difficult as finding Rifan, William. William frowned slightly when he heard Golden Lion's words. He originally wanted to let Golden Lion guess the location of Rifan and others through the point of the poneglyph. But he never thought that even the legendary pirate Golden Lion knew very little about the poneglyph. However, if you want to talk about the place where the poneglyph may exist, the most likely place in this sea area should be Alabasta. I heard that it is a fairly old country with a long history. At this time, Golden Lion touched his chin and said, Alabasta. William's eyes lit up. Captain Shiki, do you think Rifan and the others might be there? If they follow the route, it is indeed possible. Shiki nodded slightly. William, do you want me to go to that place? That's right, Captain Shiki. William nodded emphatically. If possible, I very much hope to get Rifan's body data, so that our research may also make great progress. When Shiki heard the words research and progress, his eyes lit up instantly. The idea of looking for Rifan, which was already a little dim, has once again revived. Okay, just look for them there once. If we can't find Rifan there, you can also use people from that country to try the results of our recent research. Shiki grinned, waved his hands forward, and the floating sky island under his feet began to move towards the direction of Alabasta. Alabasta. In the capital city of Alabasta, Mausoleum. A few minutes passed, and a copy space reminder sounded in Rifan's mind again. Rifan, you have completed the advanced invitation task of Robin. Lead Robin to find 2 poneglyphs in Alabasta, special bonus points are 500 points. Robin's loyalty is refreshed, please check it yourself. Hearing the prompt in his mind, he immediately hastily opened Robin's personal attribute panel to check her loyalty attribute column. Loyalty 80 points, intimate evaluation. Hehe, it was 79 points before, but now it is 80 points. It's really only 1 point of loyalty points. But it's already a good result, at least one of the conditions for opening the final invitation has been met. Next is how Robin will reminiscent about her mother to the point of breakthrough. But how do we do this? Rifan stroked his chin, and looked at Robin, who looked disappointed after reading the poneglyph. Captain Rifan, my side is done. Let's go find Crocodile next. Robin came to Rifan and said with a smile on her face. Although the information about ancient weapon recorded on the current poneglyph is not what Robin needs. But looking at the poneglyph that recorded the history of Alabasta that was put aside by Rifan, Robin's disappointment dissipated, and a smile appeared on her face again. No rush, Robin. Rifan patted the seat next to him, motioning for Robin to sit down first. Before that, can you tell me about your mother? My mother? With Captain Rifan's ability, you should know. Robin was talking, and suddenly she was taken aback, thinking of the final invitation of Nami and Chopper in her mind. Rifan, could it be? Robin, who had an in-depth conversation with Rifan, knew the conditions for Rifan to open the so-called final invitation. At this moment Rifan suddenly asked her to talk about her mother. Robin naturally thought of her own wish. Rifan's mouth arched and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Rifan. Robin walked obediently to Rifan and sat down, and the image of her mother Nico Alvia quickly appeared in her mind. About my mother, I have to start from the day she returned to O'Hara. Rifan, you have triggered Robin's final invitation task returning to the Soul Dream, once O'Hara. If you complete this task, your archaeologist Nico Robin will be able to get special rewards and gain her future power. Turn on returning Soul Dream, once O'Hara. The Reincarnator and nearby people will be sent to the special copy space once O'Hara. This dungeon was made based on Nico Robin's relevant memories and corresponding historical tracks. However, completing Robin's final invitation task in this copy space will make it possible to come into contact with the undead that Robin cares about. Remarks: the mission completion condition is to make up for the regret in Robin's heart. Note: you need to consume a devil fruit to start this task. Chapter 131, Hard Level Invitation Task. Hey! Can this directly start the final invitation mission? Robin has only just started talking about her mother. Rifan looked at Robin, who was slowly talking about her memory with her mother, and was amazed. But after noticing Robin's eyes full of longing, Rifan understood in his heart. Since Nami's final invitation, Robin has wanted to start her own final invitation. However, due to insufficient conditions, there is no way to start it. And now he said that she has met the conditions to open her final invitation. Robin's longing for her mother, which has been hidden in her heart for a long time, will naturally burst out in one breath. In terms of mood swings, it is natural to be able to instantly meet the conditions for opening the final invitation. Rifan smiled, took out the flying squirrel fruit from his personal inventory, and silently contacted the dungeon space to open the dungeon of Returning Soul Dream, once O'Hara. Reminder, this special dungeon is extremely difficult. It is recommended to have a physical level of at least A level, and have an intermediate armament haki, and an intermediate observation haki before challenging. Reminder, even if the physique level reaches A level, and has the intermediate level for 2 hakis, the difficulty of this copy is still difficult. Remarks, the lower the strength of the Reincarnator, the more rewards you will get for successfully rescuing the important character Nico Alvia in this difficult copy. Remarks, only you who are the Reincarnator and Robin who is the object of the invitation can enter the invitation copy of this difficult difficulty. The sudden reminder made Rifan froze, and his brows furrowed immediately. There's actually difficulty reminders. And it also limits the number of people who can enter the special copy space. Rifan muttered in his heart, and began to recall the relevant plots about Robin's mother Nico Alvia in the original book. Soon, Rifan felt more clear. Unlike Kokosia village in Nami's final invitation and Drum Kingdom in Chopper's final invitation quest, the enemies of Kokosia village and the Drum Kingdom in the past, the Arlong pirates, Wapol, and Wapol's subordinates are not powerful enemies. But O'Hara is different. It was Marine's buster call that led to the demise of O'Hara and the death of Nico Alvia. And in that buster call, there are Akainu and Aokiji, who have both risen to the rank of Admiral, sitting in charge. And beside them, there are forces of the world government in O'Hara. Physical level reaches A level, 2-color haki reaches intermediate level, these conditions are all fulfilled by me. However, even Akainu and Aokiji, who did not become Marine Admiral 20 years ago, are still strong. And besides those two, there should be other naval headquarters vice admirals. While thinking in his heart, Rifan opened his personal attribute panel to confirm. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Rifan. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, strengthen the crew, equal returns. Points, 7,000. Physical, 42,000 points. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, Fishman Karate, Kenpo Kenpo, New Kama Karate, Ivankov version, Heikoku, Gung Near. Special abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Bounty, 500 million berry. Rifan, are you listening? Suddenly, Robin's voice woke Rifan from his thoughts. Rifan raised his head and found that Robin was looking at him expectantly at the moment, and her gaze flashed across the devil fruit in his hand from time to time. Apparently, she thought that Rifan, who took out devil fruit, was ready to open the copy of the final invitation space. Sorry, I was just distracted. Don't worry, I will work hard to achieve what I promise. Robin, are you ready to meet your mother? Rifan raised the corner of his mouth and asked. Naturally. Robin nodded emphatically. Rifan smiled and turned to look at Ada, who was aside, and said. Sorry, Ada, you have to leave us a certain distance first. This journey will be dangerous, and I can't take you there with me. Hearing Rifan's words, Ada was a little puzzled. After all, the copy of Chopper's final invitation she had seen was cleared quite easily. But soon, she thought of information about Robin. Is it, because of the buster call? At this time, Robin understood Rifan's words instantly, and she asked worriedly. That's right. Going back to the past this time, the opponents we face will not be as easy to deal with as the previous two. So this time, I also need to be cautious of them. Rifan nodded and said. Rifan, it's dangerous. The ones who participated in the O'Hara buster call before are the current Marine Admiral Aokiji and the current Marine Admiral Akainu. Robin grabbed Rifan's arm worriedly. At the beginning, she only thought of having a chance to revive her mother, but she ignored the opponent she had to face first if she wanted to revive her mother. Thinking that Rifan might have to deal with Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and other marine forces, Robin was full of worries. Don't worry, it's not like there's no chance of winning. Although the enemy this time is much stronger than the previous two. There are also Sakazuki and Kyuzan. But they weren't Marine Admiral after all. 20 years ago, their strength should have been far from what it is now. And I can also use Clone Devil Fruit to help me sneak attack them, I can also use my Thunder Fruit to give me speed, plus Dark Fruit that can restrain people with Devil Fruit ability. Maybe I can take out Kyuzan and Sakazuki without getting hurt. After killing those two, the others will not be a threat. Rifan gave Robin a thumbs up and said with a smile on his face. Although this action is relatively difficult, Rifan believes that as long as it is carried out according to the method he has drawn up, the chances of completing the task are also quite high. What's more, Rifan has a more specific idea of how to deal with it. The plan is to use the clone fruit to replicate the data of the past Sakazuki or the past Kyuzen first. Then, using the copied form, he will transform into one of the other party and discreetly confront the other. It's a pity for Rifan that even if the data of other people is copied using the clone fruit in the special copy space, the copied data will vanish together upon returning to the One Piece world. Similarly, if he uses dark fruit in a special copy space to capture devil fruit, when returning to the current pirate world, those devil fruits captured in the special copy space will also disappear. In this regard, Rifan also expressed his understanding. If not, there might be multiple devil fruits of the same kind in this world. After speaking, Rifan looked at Ada again. Ada shrugged and said, I wanted to see what O'Hara looked like in the past. But since this trip is a bit dangerous, then I won't make trouble. Then, I wish the two of you a successful start. After speaking, Ada got up and walked away from the two and looked at Robin and Rifan quietly. Get ready, Robin. Rifan raised the devil fruit in his hand, looked at Robin and said calmly. As his words fell, the devil fruit in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Afterwards, a dazzling light that was extremely familiar to the two of them enveloped them, leading them to disappear in place. Rumble. The sudden sound of shells made Robin suddenly open his eyes. What appeared in front of her was the Tree of Omniscience that no longer existed. It's just that the Tree of Omniscience at this moment has been covered by flames. From time to time, shells fell on the huge Tree of Omniscience. This is, the Tree of Omniscience, Captain Rifan, have we returned to O'Hara in the past? Robin held Rifan's arm and said worriedly and excitedly. Yes, this is the old O'Hara. Come on Robin, let's meet your mother. Rifan held Robin's hand and walked forward. Through the gate of the Tree of Omniscience, both Rifan and Robin could see the busy and panicked expressions of the scholars. Among them, Robin's mother, Nico Alvia, is naturally also present. At this moment, a hurried man in a suit led a group of people in black suits towards Rifan and Robin. While running, the man urged the people behind him to protect him. That is, the Supreme Commander of CP9 at that time, Spandine. Robin frowned immediately when she saw the familiar figure. Oh, Spandine, the Supreme Commander of CP9, this is really an excellent encounter. Now, it's time to intervene. The corner of Rifan's mouth arched, and he watched Spandine with great interest, leading the people to run in front of him and Robin. When Robin heard Rifan's words, a light flashed in her eyes, and a chill flashed in her eyes when she looked at Spandine. Hey? Who are you guys? Wait, are you Alvia? Spandine frowned when he saw Rifan and Robin, but after seeing Robin's face, his eyes widened instantly. No, I am her daughter. Robin said coldly, then she crossed her hands and immediately used her devil fruit ability. In an instant, two arms grew out of Spandine's head and beat him in the face continuously. Seeing this scene, the people behind Spandine immediately wanted to attack Robin. It's just that before they could take a step, they were knocked down by Rifan in an instant, unable to get up again. Afterwards, Rifan raised his right hand and also slapped the face of Spandine, who had been beaten by Robin, and recorded his body data with clone fruit. Immediately afterwards, Rifan took the clothes on Spandine's body and the one he knocked down earlier. A female agent's black suit was taken off. Come on, Robin, we can pretend to be these guys later. Rifan handed the lady's suit to Robin and said seriously. Hearing this, Robin immediately understood the plan in Rifan's mind. She didn't shy away from Rifan, and started changing her clothes directly in front of him, and Rifan did the same. Let's keep going, we have to hurry. After a quick change of clothes, Rifan waved to Robin and led her towards the Tree of Omniscience. The two of them had just passed through the gate, and the face of Alvia, who was staring blankly at the burning of the Tree of Omniscience, appeared in front of the two of them. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the two made Alvia instantly alert. But when she looked at Robin, who was wearing sunglasses and covering part of her face with a hat, she felt a strange feeling in her heart for no reason. It's me, Mom. Robin took off her hat and sunglasses, and quickly stepped forward to give Alvia a big hug. Are you Robin? Alvia felt the familiar scent in her arms, and seeing Robin's face, her eyes widened immediately. It's me, I came back here from the future to pick you up. Robin chuckled, and tears rolled down her eyes unconsciously. Future. Alvia blinked, feeling even more surprised. Robin, and Robin's mother, this is not the time to talk. Please also cooperate with me, put on these handcuffs and leave with me. Rifan took the handcuffs he got from Spandine and others in front of mother and daughter, and used clone fruit in front of them to change into Spandine's appearance. This is... Alvia looked at Spandine's disgusting face, and subconsciously wanted to attack Rifan. Fortunately, Robin stopped her in time. Mom, this is my captain. His current face is just a disguise, at this moment he is just using the power of clone devil fruit. Hearing Robin's words, Alvia nodded ignorantly. However, when seeing Rifan about to handcuff her, Alvia took a step back. Although I don't know the specific situation, I thank you all for coming here. But I can't leave, there are others here. Alvia shook her head and looked behind her. But the next moment, she froze in place. The other scholars who had been waiting for death in the library with her had disappeared, leaving only her, Robin and Rifan here. The purpose of this trip is to save you, that's shy the other scholars have disappeared. Let's go, we have to deal with Buster Call later. Rifan put handcuffs on Alvia while she was in a daze, and then looked at Robin. Robin, you should know where Kuzan is. Lead me there, I'll deal with that guy first. In the original, in O'Hara's Buster Call episode. 20 years ago, Kuzan left the Marine Force to act alone to capture Marine Titan Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Saul. This is an excellent opportunity to knock him down and replicate his appearance, and Rifan is not going to let it go. Yes, I remember being let go by Kuzan on that coast 20 years ago. Robin nodded slightly and raised her finger in one direction. 20 years. Robin's mother stared blankly at Robin, her heart suddenly became a lot heavier. She understands that if the woman in front of her is really Robin 20 years later, then she must have suffered a lot. If she is indeed the future Robin, what role does this man play in Robin's life? Alvia looked at Rifan, who had his eyes closed and seemed to be perceiving something, thinking silently in her heart. I found him, and it's there. Rifan opened his eyes, and a sharp red light flashed in them. Afterwards, he clamped Robin and Alvia under his arms with both hands respectively, and ran at his fastest speed towards the direction of the past Kuzan were. Alvia only felt the strong wind blowing towards her face, and immediately looked at Rifan in surprise. You know, Rifan's movement speed at this moment is much faster than those of the Marines who once captured her. It seems that Robin has found a very strong man as her captain. For no reason, Nico Alvia breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 132, Destroying the Past. Kuzan and Sakazuki. Past O'Hara, the seaside. Kuzan watched Robin leave by boat. Just as he turned to leave, 3 people coming from a distance caught his attention. Agent from the world government. Did they see what happened just now? Kuzan frowned thoughtfully. Damn Marine, what did you do? How dare you let the girl of O'Hara escape? I'm going to complain to Sengoku, and I'm going to complain to the world government. The Spandine transformed by Rifan walked quickly towards Kuzan's while pulling the chain connected to Alvia's handcuffs. And said to Kuzan with disgust on his face. Kuzan frowned even more when he heard Spandine words. His gaze passed over Rifan and landed on Nico Alvia. As for Robin, who deliberately took a step behind and was wearing a hat and sunglasses, he automatically ignored her. That's just an ordinary little girl. Spandine, what are you doing with this woman? She should be a scholar who must die. Kuzan spoke. Of course I have my purpose. Compared to this, it's not a little girl you let go. Don't think I don't know, that kid is also a scholar of this O'Hara Island. Rifan walked up to Kuzan with an unruly expression. Just when he wanted to attack Kuzan. Kuzan's eyes hidden by the sunglasses suddenly flashed a red light, and then suddenly waved a stream of freezing air towards Rifan. Almost at the same time, Rifan raised his other hand and waved a black mist to meet the frozen air waved by Kuzan. The freezing air was shrouded in a vortex-like black mist, and quickly dissipated into nothingness. Kuzan frowned, just as he was about to question Spandine in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a powerful attraction coming from the black vortex in Rifan's hand. Forcing his body to keep approaching Rifan's hand, Kuzan quickly swung a barrier of ice in front of him. Then, taking advantage of the attraction of the black mist in Rifan's hand being blocked by the barrier, he quickly jumped back, trying to increase the distance between him and Rifan. Seeing this, Rifan threw Alvia in the direction of Robin. Then his body suddenly elementalized into lightning and rushed to Kuzan's side and rear. Kuzan's observation Haki felt that Rifan had turned into lightning, and his expression was obviously a little stunned. At this moment, Rifan emerged from his lightning form and once again cast dark water on the young Kuzan at close range. This time, the future scene happens again. Rifan caught Kuzan in surprise. After being grabbed by the arm, Kuzan's first reaction was to use the power of frozen fruit to freeze Rifan. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. Why did my abilities disappear? Before Kuzan finished speaking, Rifan punched him in his chest. The fist that condensed the powerful armament haki directly made the young Kuzan spit out a big mouthful of blood. However, this is not the end. Taking advantage of Kuzan's inability to elementalize, Rifan continued to bombard Kuzan's wound with one punch after another. Kuzan also reacted quickly. Since he can't use the ability of his devil fruit, he also condenses armament haki on his fist to continuously attack Rifan's head, heart, and other deadly positions. All of a sudden, the entire combat area continued to emit the sound of fists colliding with flesh. Is he all right? Nico Alvia watched Rifan grabbing Kuzan with one hand and fighting with Kuzan with the other, and looked worriedly at Robin. Don't worry, Mom, Rifan won't do anything he is unsure of. Victory belongs to him. Robin smiled gently, as if she wasn't worried at all. However, Alvia could feel the worry in her heart from the fact that she clenched her hands tightly. The fact is also true, at this time Robin even wants to rush forward to help Rifan fight. But she knew that if she stepped forward, it would only be a disservice to her. Therefore, she could only stand in place with her mother, waiting for the battle between Rifan and Kuzan to end. You're not Spandine at all. Who are you, O'Hara's helper? The young Kuzan questioned loudly while pumping his fists to fight Rifan. Sorry, I'm not interested in answering a phantom's question. Rifan said casually, and once again sped up the speed of his punching. Because of being too close and continuing to use dark fruit to control Kuzan, plus Kuzan's constant swinging fists. This made Rifan unable to use powerful moves, and could only constantly swing his fists wrapped in armed colors to confront Kuzan head-on. At this moment, Rifan couldn't help but yearn for an armament haki capable of internal destruction. If he had an armament haki capable of internal destruction at this moment, he might have already beaten young Kuzan to the ground. No wonder the copy space will prompt that this is a difficult final invitation task. A young Kuzan is already so difficult to face. If Kuzan, Sakazuki and other vice admirals come together, it will be a real problem. Rifan thought to himself. Phantom. Kuzan frowned. Although I don't know what you mean, it's pointless to fight each other like this. Even if you beat me, you are definitely no match for other marines. Hearing this, Rifan frowned. Ha, you are not what you will be 20 years from now, don't be so arrogant to me, Kuzan. After his words fell, a red light flashed in Rifan's eyes. After catching Kuzan showing a gap for a moment, he slammed his fist into Kuzan's head. Although Kuzan was defensive, his body was attacked by Rifan many times. So facing Rifan's punch at this moment, he was already unable to defend himself, he could only watch helplessly as Rifan's fist landed on his body. Boom! With a muffled sound, the young Kuzan rolled his eyes, and his consciousness went blank for a moment. But when he came back to his senses, he was surprised to find that he was already in the sea. And the man who attacked him was dragging him to the sea. Even after watching him wake up, he showed him a big smile. This bastard, he is also a devil fruit user, does he intend to die with me? Kuzan, who was in a state of weakness all over, was a little dazed. However, when he saw that there was still black mist swirling around Rifan's hand holding him, he froze again. Die with O'Hara, Kuzan. Fishman Karate Shark Tile True Punch. The seawater shark shape did not stop Rifan's voice. Moments after he let go of Kuzan's grip, he snapped into position in the water. And after a while, he punched Kuzan's heart with all his strength. As his fist landed on his body, Rifan could clearly feel the broken ribs at Kuzan's heart, and pierced his heart in an instant. Kuzan spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person began to fall uncontrollably towards the deep sea. Oops, how did that man jump into the sea with a marine in his arms? Alvia took off her shoes in a panic, and wanted to jump into the sea to pick Rifan out of the sea. Seeing this, Robin quickly grabbed her arm. Don't worry, Mom, Rifan is an extremely special devil fruit user. The sea will not hate him. Hearing Robin's words, Alvia was obviously puzzled. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the sea and landed on the shore. Robin and Alvia took a closer look and found that the person who came was none other than Rifan. He is really all right. Alvia's eyes widened, unable to understand why Rifan was able to get in and out of the sea without drowning. About this issue, I will tell you carefully after you are resurrected, Mom. Robin glanced at Rifan who was walking towards them, and said. Resurrection. If you say that, is the original me really dead? Can I really be resurrected? Olvia haven't received any information about the dungeon space at the moment, so she was quite surprised by Robin's words. When all the dust settles, you will naturally be able to resurrect. But for now, we still have to deal with the other naval headquarters Vice Admiral including Sakazuki first. Rifan walked up to the two of them and said with a smile on his face. At the same time, Rifan glanced regretfully at the Titan Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Sol who had been frozen by Kuzan before and then disappeared. Originally, Rifan planned to use the help of this friendly army. However, Copy Space obviously didn't intend to make it easier for Rifan to save Robin's mother. When they came here, Rifan and others watched as the sword Jaguar D. Sol turned into blue-white photons and disappeared. Do you want to fight the other Vice Admirals? Rifan, are you really okay? The injury from your previous fight with Kuzan. Olvia glanced at Rifan's body, but was surprised to find that there were still injuries caused by Aokiji's beating on Rifan's body at this moment. I have healed the wound with my fruit ability, don't worry, I am in good condition now. Rifan smiled and looked up to the other side of the island. With his observation haki, he can perceive that direction is the main location of the shelling. Apparently the Marine's main force is there. Rifan, do you need my help? Robin suddenly asked. No. Rifan shook his head, and after using clone fruit to transform into Kuzan and put his clothes on, he said to Robin and her mother. What was done against Kuzan cannot be used against other Marine Vice Admirals. Marines have launched a buster call, and they may launch an attack the moment they see you. Also, rather than taking you across the land, I'd rather use Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu to attack them directly from the sea. As long as I can destroy the warships and deprive them of their foothold, the balance of victory will be in my favor. However, for the safety of both of you, I can't keep you in this outside world. So, next, I plan to store you in my dark space first. Robin's mother, there may be some pain in the dark space, I hope you can bear it for the time being. Hearing this, both Robin, who had experienced being taken into a dark space once, and Robin's mother nodded. I listen to you, Rifan. Nico Olvia said. In that case, I will not be polite. After Rifan finished speaking, he manipulated dark fruit to form a dark zone under his feet. Robin's mother and daughter were touched by the darkness, their bodies began to sink rapidly, and they disappeared from everyone's sight in a blink of an eye. The preparations are complete, and it's time to follow the plan. Rifan rubbed his neck against Kuzan's face, and got a little familiar with the ability of frozen fruit. And plunged into the sea and swam towards the direction of the Marine Army. Perhaps because of his mastery of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. Even if Rifan has a human body, Rifan can hold his breath in the sea for a long time. Even the speed of his swimming has increased a lot. Soon, Rifan came to the main position of the shelling by sea. That guy should be Sakazuki from 20 years ago. His appearance is not much different from the one in the anime. Besides him, there is a marine with a strong aura who is closer, and that should be Marine Vice Admiral. Rifan looked at Sakazuki and another Marine Vice Admiral standing on the bows of two warships from a distance in the sea. Perhaps it was because both were concerned about the destruction of O'Hara, so they did not perceive Rifan approaching from the sea. After Rifan pondered for a moment, he took action. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu Shui Xinc flow over shoulder throw. Rifan put on a judo-like posture, stretched out his hands to grab the sea water, and threw it towards the direction of the two warships. In an instant, a huge wave flew out from the bottom of the sea and fell towards the two warships. The sudden situation made Sakazuki and another Marine Vice Admiral focus their eyes, and immediately cast the huge waves above their heads. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rifan launched another attack. Fishman Karate water range shots. Rifan straightened his posture and waved his palms at the two marine warships in succession. All of a sudden, a large amount of seawater turned into a powerful water column and crashed into the marine warship. Sakazuki and another Marine Vice Admiral were attacking the waves overhead and could only watch as their ships were pierced by the water column. The enemy in the sea, the Fishmans. Sakazuki frowned, his observation haki quickly swept towards the sea. At the same time, scorching magma was condensed from both of his fists, ready to go attack the sea at any time. However, at this moment, he saw a familiar figure flying towards him with his back hit by a jet of water. Kuzan. Sakazuki looked at Kyuzan with blood in the corner of his mouth, and immediately frowned. Chapter 133, Double Devil Fruit, to be Robin's husband, or father. Sakazuki watched Kyuzan being dragged by the water column to the highest altitude, and then watched him fall towards the sea. After a little hesitation, he jumped up from the deck and rushed towards Kyuzan on the moonwalk. Although he is puzzled that Kyuzan will be injured and fly out of the sea, since he is also a marine, he does not intend to watch Kyuzan fall into the sea, who is a devil fruit user. However, just when he was getting close to Kyuzan, whose back was facing him, suddenly had a smile on his face, and suddenly turned around and grabbed Sakazuki with a dark and cold hand. Sakazuki's observation haki sensed the danger, and directly smashed his both hands full of magma at Rifan in response. However, just as he swung his two magma fists, they were blocked by the darkness of Rifan's right hand and the ice in his left hand. I got you. The corner of Rifan's mouth arched, taking advantage of the fact that Sakazuki was surprised because he couldn't use his devil fruit ability. Rifan directly uses the power of frozen fruit to freeze his whole body. Then he pulled Sakazuki around and stepped on the air forcefully, using a moonwalk to quickly fall to the sea. Until Kyuzan and Sakazuki make a splash on the sea. Only then did the marines not far away react. The Marine Vice Admiral frowned. Although he didn't understand what happened, he still stepped on moonwalk and rushed into the sea with a long sword in his hand to find out. Hello, Mr. Marine. When Rifan saw the Vice Admiral take the initiative to enter the sea, he have big smile on his face. He used Fishman Karate to blast Sakazuki, who was unable to use his abilities due to being soaked in seawater, further to the bottom of the sea, and then quickly rushed to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. And at the risk of being pierced through his chest with a sword, he used the Fishman Karate on him. In exchange for injuries, the Marine Vice Admiral could not resist Rifan for long. Soon following in the footsteps of young Kyuzan, he lost his breath in the sea. After taking out Kyuzan, Sakazuki and another Vice Admiral, the rest of the Marines didn't have much threat to Rifan. In less than 10 minutes, they were defeated by Rifan one by one and sank into the sea. Rifan, your partner archaeologist Nico Robin's loyalty to you has reached 100. Congratulations, now you can use Robin's devil fruit ability and position skills. Nico Robin's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check for yourself. Rifan, you have completed the final invitation task of Nico Robin, and the special rewards are Robin Growth Scroll and Devil Fruit Ability Awakening Scroll. Using Robin Growth Scroll, Robin will be able to gain her future power. Using the Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, you will be able to eat the another devil fruit again on the premise of eating the next devil fruit to gain the ability. A series of reminders came to Rifan's mind. The O'Hara disappeared suddenly, and Rifan returned to the basic space of the special copy space, a white space. Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, there really such a thing? Rifan muttered to himself in surprise. The Blue Star audience also became agitated when they heard Rifan's reward. Audiences from Panda were naturally excited, while audiences from Sakura, Camel, and other countries were envious. All of a sudden, there was another quarrel in the live broadcast room. So the Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll is the special reward for this difficult invitation mission. Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, this thing has no effect on me. But it can be used by my partners. Rifan thought to himself. Even if he uses the scroll on himself, he won't eat devil fruit for the so-called double ability, so that he will have another weakness of fear of sea water. Anyway, relying on the dark fruit he copied, and borrowing the abilities of his partners, he has already become a multi-devil fruit ability user. However, Rifan was very satisfied with this reward when he thought that Makita, Chopper and his other partners with poorer devil fruits could have a chance to eat a powerful devil fruit. By the way, I almost forgot about them. Rifan thought of the mother and daughter duo, and quickly opened the dark space to release the two people who existed in it. At the same time, the live broadcast room also instantly entered a black screen state. Captain Rifan, is the matter over? After Robin sensed the light again, she immediately opened her eyes. Looking at Rifan, who has changed back to the original and changed back to his previous clothes in front of her, she asked quickly. Well, it's indeed done. Rifan looked at Robin, who was in a battle-damaged state in front of him, and then looked at Nico Alvia, who was also in a battle-damaged state behind her with a smile. Great, this way, mother, you can. Robin turned around excitedly, and her torn clothes immediately slipped off her body because of the excessive movement. Still, that's no reason for her to suddenly stop talking. What made her stop suddenly was her mother, Olvia, who was very concerned about her appearance and covered the important position with her hands. Robin blinked when she saw the clothes falling from her mother's feet, and she remembered a side effect of Rifan's dark space. That is, it is too abrasive for ordinary clothes. Similarly, she finally realized that she was in the same state as her mother at the moment. Captain Rifan, can you please not look at my mother like that? You can just ask me, you know. Robin raised her mouth and said and looked at Rifan, glint in her eyes. Well. Even if I say I'm not looking, Robin, you won't believe me. Yes, so Captain Rifan now wants to be my man, or my stepfather. Well, this question is very deep, I have to think about it. Rifan rested his chin on one hand and closed his eyes, as if he was really lost in thought. Robin chuckled, and slowly approached Rifan's ear and whispered, if you want both, you can't have such an idea, you know. After speaking, Robin reached out and took off Rifan's jacket. Then she trotted over to her mother and put Rifan's coat on her body. How about you, Robin, don't you need clothes? Olvia asked with great interest. At this moment, because Rifan has completed Robin's special invitation task. So Olvia has also learned about the corresponding situation from the copy space, and knows that what Robin and Rifan said to her about the future are true. If it's Captain Rifan, it doesn't matter if he sees me naked. Robin shrugged and said with a chuckle. I see. Sure enough, is he your husband? For now, he is just my captain. For now, hey, that means he may become your husband in the future, right? Who can say what will happen in the future? That's right. It's like I never thought that after I died, I would have the opportunity to meet you like this in the future. Olvia raised her hand to caress Robin's face, which was full of nostalgia. Robin, you have worked hard in the past 20 years. Sorry, I let you live this life. Nico, Olvia said apologetically. No, it's not your fault, Mom. Every mistake is the fault of the world government that prevents us from finding the real history. And now, I have a trusted partner. As Robin said that, she looked at Rifan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground behind her, looking at Rifan with a tender smile on her face. A trusted partner, it seems that I need to thank him very much. Olvia smiled, took Robin's hand and walked in front of Rifan. Rifan, thank you for everything. Olvia came to Rifan, looked at Rifan gratefully and said. You're welcome, Miss Olvia, Robin is my partner, and helping her is what I should do. You don't have to worry too much about Robin, wait for a while. I'll help you two reunite. Rifan waved his hand casually and said. For Rifan, completing the final invitation can also achieve huge benefits for him. Therefore, even if it is not for Robin's sake, he will complete the final invitation. Resurrection. Olvia glanced at Rifan and felt moved, she didn't know how much burden it would be for Rifan to revive a person. Thinking of this, Olvia bowed to Rifan very solemnly, as if she was not worried that Rifan's coat would not be able to cover her body in the slightest. Thank you, Rifan. I don't have much time to stay here, please take good care of Robin in the future. If you are grateful, I won't say more. When we meet again in the future, I will repay you well, Rifan. As Olvia was speaking, she suddenly thought of something amusing, and a sly smile spread across her face. She leaned close to Rifan's ear, exhaled and said. What Robin said earlier, Rifan, you can think about it carefully. To be her husband, or to be her stepfather. If you are willing to be her father, I will not refuse. After her words fell, both Rifan and Robin stared blankly at the smiling Olvia. Before the two could speak, Olvia came to Robin and kissed her forehead. Immediately, after leaving behind a necklace containing her soul power, Nicole. The blue and white dots of Olvia's body disappeared in front of Rifan and Robin. Only Rifan and Robin were left looking at each other. After a while, Rifan picked up the jacket that fell to the ground because Olvia disappeared, stood up and said to Robin. Robin, I understand why you have such a black belly. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as inheriting it from your mother. Hearing this, Robin chuckled twice. In this way, doesn't it just prove that we are relatives? However, I didn't expect my mother to say that to you. This is not okay, otherwise, how about we determine our relationship here now? As Robin said that, she raised Rifan's hand and pressed it to her bare chest. Then she raised her other hand to touch Rifan's sleeping dragon. That's not okay, Ms. Robin. This space is about to shatter. Also, we have things we need to get done in Alabasta as soon as possible. Rifan grabbed Robin's hand and laughed. That's a pity, Captain Rifan. Are you sure you won't regret it? Robin covers her mouth and chuckles. It doesn't matter, the big deal is that I will be your stepfather in the future. After all, Alvia is also my favorite type. Rifan gave Robin a thumbs up and laughed. Regarding this, Robin could only shake her head helplessly. Just when she was about to say something, the surrounding space trembled. The two understood that this was a precursor to their departure. Sure enough, as a white light enveloped the bodies of the two, the special dungeon space shattered. The two returned to the catacombs of Alabasta King City hand in hand. Welcome back, I see. Is this the reason why you don't want me to go with you? I think you two had a good time there. Ada saw Rifan and Robin reappear in the underground tomb with a pure white light, and immediately walked over with a smile on her faces. But after the light dissipated and saw Robin's current form, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Yes, to a certain extent, this trip is quite pleasant. Rifan shrugged and did not explain to Ada. And Robin, of course, doesn't care about being misunderstood by others. Of course, Ada was just talking casually. Robin just lost her clothes, and there was no trace of intimacy left on Rifan and her body, so Ada knew in her heart that nothing special happened between the two of them in a special space. It's time to leave here too, but before I leave, there is one more gift for you, Robin. Rifan turned to face Robin, then raised his hand and pressed it on the tattoo near her chest. As a burning sensation flowed from Robin's tattoo to her whole body, her physical strength and appearance began to change. Rifan, you have used the Robin growth scroll on your archaeologist Nico Robin, initiating her strengthening process. The enhancement has been completed, and Nico Robin's personal attributes have been refreshed. Please check them yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Nico Robin. Age, 28 years old. Crew number, 02. Position, Archaeologist, Expert. Physical, 50,001. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Flower Fruit. Special abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Primary Observation Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Reward, 79 million berry. Hey! Her physical point has become 50001. The physical level is S level. It actually increased so much at once. Wait, the so-called special reward for completing the final invitation mission on a difficult difficulty is not a double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll. Using Robin Growth Scroll to get more future power is the special reward this time. Rifan stared straight at Robin's personal attributes panel in front of him, feeling surprised. Wait, since Robin's physique points can reach 50,001 points, and her physique level has reached S rank. That is to say, my physique points and physique level can also grow accordingly. Along with Rifan's heartfelt surprise, the reminder of copy space sounded in his mind again. Rifan, your personal talent to strengthen the crew, equal return has been activated, and you have started to strengthen yourself. Chapter 134, The Encounter of Momuzagi and Black Pearl. Rifan, your strengthening has been completed, and your personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Rifan. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, strengthen the crew, equal returns. Points, 7,000. Physical, 50,001 points. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, Fishman Karate, Kenpo, New Kama Karate, Ivankov version, Heikoku, Gungnir. Special abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Bounty, 500 million berry. Props, Small 3-masted sailboat, Enhanced version of Magic Weather Stick, 3rd generation Ghost, Slippery Fruit, Munch Fruit, Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, 100 Years of Life X31. Partners, Makita, Robin, Nami, Nakago, Karina, Jewelry Bonnie, Nefertari Vivi, Tony Chopper. Trading Center, Chain Fruit, 3000. It's really reached the S rank. Now it would be safer to confront either Crocodile or Jun from the Marines. Rifan raised the corner of his mouth. Feeling the extra power in his body, his heart was instantly filled with joy. And since his physique has reached the S level, that means the copy space will further give corresponding first-time achievement rewards. Sure enough, Just when Rifan came up with this idea, the copy space voice appeared in the minds of all the reincarnators and in the live broadcast room of all the reincarnators in Blue Star. Rifan, achieve the achievement. The first reincarnator whose physical level reaches S level, special reward Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll. After using this scroll to further awaken Armament Haki, you can master the skills Internal Destruction. Note, before using the Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll, the user needs to reach the Intermediate Armament Haki. The audience of Blue Star can see the general situation of each reincarnators. Therefore, they know the gap between other reincarnators and Rifan better than the reincarnators themselves. So seeing Rifan's unstoppable growth, many viewers all over the world are praying that William and Golden Lion can knock Rifan down. What they didn't know was that at this time Rifan was not the only one whose physical level had reached A level. But so is Robin's. Even though Robin is not as powerful as Rifan with various devil fruit abilities and various special tricks, and her Haki is not as powerful as Rifan. But with Robin's current ability, it is enough to compete with many strong players in the One Piece world. The physical level has reached S level. How did this man do it? Unlike the Blue Star audience, Ada, who was able to watch the changes of Rifan and Robin closely and intuitively. Watching the changes in Robin's body and momentum, and watching the changes in Rifan, her mind as a spy began to work quickly. When Rifan strengthened Robin, he himself also became stronger. Is he reinforcing himself and Robin at the same time? Or does strengthening Robin bring a certain amount of feedback to Rifan? Ada thought to herself. It has to be said that Ada and Ayane have different thinking modes. Ayane only thinks that Rifan can strengthen his body through intimate contact with women. And Ada's ideas are indeed slowly approaching the essence of Rifan's talent. If this is true, is this the special benefit a reincarnator captain has? Or, this is the benefit that belongs exclusively to Rifan, the first reincarnator who became a captain instead of a crew member? This man has accomplished quite a few things and received quite a few benefits. Perhaps, there will be reward items that will allow him to give back to himself when strengthening his partner. However, no matter what, Rifan will go farther and farther. Sure enough, building a good relationship with this man is the right choice. As Ada thought about it, the smile on her face grew wider. At the same time, it has gradually strengthened her decision to become the captain in the future. She wants to try, if she becomes the captain, can she get the power similar to Rifan? Reincarnated People Chat Room. Eagle Ethan, this bastard, what did he do to trigger the first achievement again and again, and this time he directly raised his physical level to S level. Green Pheasant Kohara Momika, as expected of Sir Rifan, I really hope that one day I can see with my own eyes how heroic Master Rifan is. Green Pheasant Odashi, impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone is a reincarnator, the gap cannot be so big. Green Pheasant Ayane, it is really unbelievable how the speed of Rifan growth is unmatched. Eagle Tina, he grows fast, and has the means to get devil fruit easily. He is really an enviable guy. Camel Hilai, interesting, really interesting. Well, the stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is, ha ha ha. Panda Lee, that woman upstairs, in this situation, do you still want to challenge Sir Rifan? Cole Lima Choi, what a brave woman, but the one who is really amazing is Rifan, this man is already unstoppable. Eagle William Birkin, this is not entirely true. There are many strong people in the dungeon world. This man may be wiped out by a certain force one day, hee hee. Elephant Acua, Advanced Armament Haki of Internal Destruction, isn't this what those guys call Emission Armament Haki? Damn, not many people in Beasts Pirates can master this kind of Armament Haki. Eagle William Birkin, even the pirates at the Four Emperors level, only few people can master this power. William frowned, he thought of Golden Lion Shiki, and wanted to ask him if he possessed such power. But looking at the zombie beast in the research device in front of him, he shook his head and focused on adjusting the state of the zombie beast. Rifan, I hope you are really in Alabasta. In this way, you can also see the gift I prepared for you, ha ha ha. The corner of Rifan's mouth was raised, and he looked at the conversations of various reincarnators in the interface of the reincarnation exchange group with a smile on his face. Maybe it's because his power has become too strong. There were far fewer people mocking him this time. Instead, more people started to compliment his achievement. Although Rifan knows that these people are only superficially flattering him, if they really have the chance, they will still find a way to get him out of the game. However, seeing the changes in the attitudes of many reincarnators still makes Rifan very happy. Have you seen enough, Captain? Or do you want to feel the feeling at close range? This time, Robin's voice suddenly rang in Rifan's ears. Before Rifan could respond, he felt a pair of white arms resting on his cheeks. The next moment, Rifan's face was pressed into a soft place by this pair of white arms. Because Rifan was about to speak, at this moment due to the influence of external force, Rifan swallowed something hard accidentally. Robin whispered, "It seems that Captain Rifan is very interested in my grown body. But since you said that there are still things to deal with, let's stop this time." As she spoke, Robin used both hands to lift Rifan's head to a height where she could look directly at his face. Rifan touched his mouth, then looked at the naked Robin, gave her a thumbs up with a smile on his face, and said, "Robin, you will definitely be a good mother in the future." Robin looked at Rifan's expression and didn't know what Rifan meant. She held her breast in front of her with both hands that seemed to be getting heavier, looked at the skin on her body, and said with a sigh. "Unexpectedly, it is really as you said, Captain Rifan. In the future, I may have fair skin. And the weight in front of me has also changed. I kind of understand how Nami felt at the beginning." Following Robin's movements, Rifan only felt dizzy for a while, quickly shook his head, walked to Ada's side, took out 10 sets of spare clothes from her backpack, and handed them to Robin. "Okay, don't shake it anymore, you are not afraid of shaking it off, but I am already dizzy. There are still business matters to deal with. After you change your clothes, we should set off," Rifan said. Hearing this, Robin smiled and nodded. She knew that the time was urgent, so she didn't continue to tease Rifan, but put on her clothes honestly. Rifan, on the other hand, focused on the previously obtained reward item Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll. Makita, Robin, Nojiko have met the conditions for using the high-level Armament Haki Awakening Scroll. However, Robin is strong enough now. Sure enough, I'd better wait until later until I get Intermediate Armament Haki to give it to other girls to use. Thinking of this, Rifan temporarily suppressed the idea of immediately experiencing Advanced Armament Haki, and began to get acquainted with his current strength. Due to the upgrade of his physique level, the physical strength he had lost in the final invitation dungeon has been fully recovered. Therefore, even if he has to fight against Crocodile or Jun and other marines, he has nothing to worry about. "Captain Rifan, I'm ready, let's leave now." At this time, Robin, who had already dressed and touched the necklace from her mother around her neck with her right hand, came to Rifan. At this moment, Robin looked at Rifan with obviously a little more throbbing and nostalgic eyes. Like Nami and Chopper, Robin at this moment has regarded Rifan as the captain who needs to be loyal from the bottom of her heart. "Well, let's go." Rifan nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he led Robin and Ada towards the outside of the mausoleum. Even though there is no sign of the rebel army, Crocodile at this moment, Rifan has no intention of waiting, but plans to take the initiative to attack. The other side. To the direction of capital city where Princess Vivi and her party. "Vivi, don't worry too much. Even if we don't find the rebel army in Kosha, we just need to get to the capital city in time. We can definitely prevent the outbreak of civil unrest. And we still have Captain Rifan. After he solves Crocodile in the Rain Base City, he will also go to the capital city. If war breaks out, he will definitely find a way to stop it." Nami looked at Vivi who was hurrying along with a worried face, raised her hand and patted her on the shoulder, comforting her. "Thank you, Nami." Vivi nodded, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly found a team of hundreds of people running towards them. "That's a member of Baroque Works." Igaram opened his eyes wide and spoke quickly. "A member of the Baroque Works? That is to say, an enemy. In this case, let's solve them first." Nami raised her mouth and took a step forward. As she waved the magic weather wand in her hand, a large dark cloud suddenly formed in the sky and began to drift towards the members of the Baroque Works. And when they stepped into the area where the dark clouds were, golden thunderbolts suddenly fell and erupted among the crowd. All of a sudden, hundreds of members of the Baroque Work Club fell on their backs, or fainted directly, or screamed and wailed on the sand. Nami smiled, and was about to put away the weather stick. Makita suddenly narrowed her eyes, and stepped forward to the front of the crowd. "Makita, what's wrong?" Nami noticed Makita's serious expression, and asked with some doubts. "Nami, Vivi, I don't think these members of the Baroque Work Group are here to stop us," Makita said seriously. "Not here to stop us? What do you mean by that?" Nami frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. "They should have been chased by those marines." Makita raised her finger and pointed to the back where the members of the Baroque works fell, and said. Nami raised her head and looked at the direction of Makita's finger. After a while, her eyes suddenly widened. Ahead, a female marine, about 3 meters tall, with a long sword pinned to her waist, was walking towards them. Behind her, 2 tall, strong male marines looked serious, and just by looking at them with the naked eye, one could tell that these 2 marines were not ordinary people. And behind the 3, a group of marines with guns and swords followed closely behind. If Rifan were here, he would be able to recognize that the leading female marine was Momuzagi-jun, who had previously competed with him in acting. And the 2 marines behind her are Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Shark Cutter Bastille and Chaser Maynard. Rifan also encountered 2 people when he completed Robin's final invitation task before, but they were not Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral at that time. Nami, Vivi, Nojiko and others looked at the marines that appeared in front of them, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Especially after seeing Momuzagi-jun's ever-increasing aura after pulling out the long sword in her waist, Makita and the others were instantly ready to fight. Unexpectedly, I would meet members of the Black Pearl Pirates here. Since that's the case, you have to be arrested before we continue to locate Crocodile. Makita with a bounty of 100 million berry, and Nami with a bounty of 50 million berry. And several other members of the Black Pearl Pirates who have not been rewarded. And you, Bonnie, are you a member of the Black Pearl Pirates now? Jun walked to a place about 5 meters away from Makita and the others and stood still, asking in a calm tone. Chapter 135, Battle between Marine and the Black Pearl Pirates. That's right, I am now a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Why, do you have any opinion? Bonnie folded her hands and snorted coldly, and said disdainfully to Jun. Really, this man Rifan really recruited a troublesome crew. Jun sighed. As one of Marine's top executives, she naturally understood the particularity of Bonnie's status. In view of the father-daughter relationship with Bonnie and Kuma, as long as Marine still wants Kuma to be obedient, they can't intervene too much with Bonnie. At this moment, Jun unconsciously thought of the previous battle report between Rifan and Kuma on Battleship Island. Is Bonnie joining the Black Pearl Pirates purely coincidental? Or, is it a deliberate arrangement by Kuma? Jun shook her head, letting go of the thoughts that suddenly rose in her mind. Her gaze flicked over Makita, Nami, Nojiko and others. Then he asked with some doubts. Where's your captain, Rifan? And Nico Robin, the devil child? Where are the 2 of them now? Hearing this, Makita couldn't help but mocked. Do you think we'll reveal information about our captain and companion's location to you Marines? If you want to fight, just fight, don't talk nonsense. We still have important things to do. Hearing this, Jun nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. After her words fell, Jun swung the long sword in Makita's direction from bottom to top. In an instant, a 3-meter-high flying slash rushed straight towards Makita. Makita's eyes flashed red. Observation Haki quickly caught the flying slash's direction, and then kicked out a Tempest Kick in front of her with 1 step. After the huge wind blade formed by Tempest Kick collided with Jun's flying slash, it immediately blasted a deep pit about 3 meters on the sand. It seems that it will take a little effort to get you all arrested. When Jun's voice fell, her body had turned into an afterimage and went straight to Makita. So fast. Makita narrowed her eyes, and immediately wrapped armament Haki around her specially made umbrella in her hand to face Jun's long sword. Even so, Makita was still knocked back by a distance of 1 meter. And this is because she only retreated 1 meter when she used her Devil Fruit ability. Makita, are you alright? Chopper looked at Makita beside him, and asked worriedly. The girls also looked over worriedly. You know, Makita is the strongest among them. But when facing Jun's slash, she was easily repelled. This made everyone more vigilant. That woman is definitely not an ordinary Marine. Everyone be careful, she is much more stronger than the Marine Vice Admiral I met last time. Makita took a deep breath and quickly calmed down in order to let her observation Haki play to the limit. At the same time, she wrapped more armament Haki around her hands and the parasol in her hand, and looked at Jun warily. Are you talking about Virgo? Speaking of which, because of you, he lost an arm. Jun pointed the long sword obliquely at the ground, and the aura around her became more and more fierce. So, are you going to avenge him? Nami came to the side of Jun, twirled the magic weather stick in her hand, and wanted to shoot Jun with a lightning gun. However, before Nami pointed the weather stick at Jun, Jun had already swung an extremely fast flying slash. Because her observation haki has not yet awakened, Nami only reacted when the slash came in front of her. Without even thinking about it, she directly turned herself into electricity. Swish! The cold light passed over Nami's arm holding the weather stick, and directly cut off her hand. I advise you not to use that strange stick of yours, or, Jun is about to warn Nami and let her be caught without a fight. But when she saw that the arm that had been separated from Nami's body turned into a blue and white thunder and returned to Nami's body with the magic weather stick. This scene not only made Jun stunned for a moment. Even the other two naval headquarters vice admirals not far behind her were stunned. Elementalization? And it's the elementalization of lightning. Hey, Maynard. Did I see it right? Or am I hallucinating? Bastille threw his saber on the sand and looked at his colleagues around him in surprise. You see that right, Bastille, that woman did use the elementalization of lightning. Maynard nodded and solemnly. This is so strange, isn't the power of thunder and lightning mastered by their captain Rifan? Could it be that the thunder fruit came to that woman's hands because that guy was dead? Bastille said suspiciously. No, I think there should be other reasons for this. What do you say, Miss Nami? Jun lifted the long sword, an armament haki quickly wrapped around the blade, and at the same time, she asked Nami with a smile on her face. Do you think I'll tell you, woman? Nami looked serious, looking at Jun warily. The slash just now made Nami realize the difference between the person in front of her and Virgo she met last time. She felt that if she had the slightest carelessness, she might really be defeated immediately. Since that's the case, let's wait for the interrogation after defeating you. After Jun finished speaking, she rushed towards Nami with her sword in hand. But at this moment, a bloated but extremely fast figure suddenly rushed out in front of Jun. Jun frowned, and immediately slashed the comer with her sword. Wah-cha! Chopper let out a strange cry, his body nimbly dodged Jun's sword casually, and then kicked Jun's head. Jun raised her eyebrows, and quickly retracted her sword to block Chopper's kick. Although Chopper's attack didn't work, it also prevented Jun from continuing to attack Nami. I won't let you attack Nami. Chopper made a gesture of kung fu, opened his mouth and said to Jun. Oh? It can talk, it's really a cute animal. You are the tanuki who followed Makita and the others just now. You can actually transform. Having said that, the strength of the attack just now doesn't seem like the power a pet should have. Jun looked at the lovely Chopper in front of her, paused her attack for a while, and said with great interest. Asshole! I'm not a pet, nor a tanuki. I'm a real reindeer. Chopper said angrily. Is that so? I'm sorry for mistaking you for a tanuki. It's a pity that such a cute pet like you is with Rifan. Well, do you want to come to me? Jun smiled, and even offered an olive branch to Chopper directly. This scene not only surprised Chopper himself, but even Nami and Marine and others were quite surprised. Damn it, woman, don't even try to kidnap our Chopper. Chopper, assist me and hold this woman down. Makita came to Chopper quickly and spoke. Yes, it is impossible for me to leave Captain Rifan and everyone. Chopper nodded heavily and said. It's a pity, as expected, I still have to defeat you first. Jun shook her head regretfully, then rushed towards Makita and Chopper with a sword in hand. Makita and Chopper's eyes were fixed, one left and one right, and rushed forward to fight with Jun. Although facing Jun, the two of them are still a bit weak, but combining their strength, they can still fight Jun in a decent manner for the time being. This scene made Maynard and Bastille look at each other, and then they stepped forward to the other members of the Black Pearl Pirates. Seeing this, Vivi was also immediately ready to fight. Vivi, leave this to us. You and Igaram first go after the rebels. Nojiko pressed Vivi's shoulders and gave her a gentle smile. But everyone is fighting, how can I leave? Vivi immediately shook her head and said. Don't worry, we'll be fine. And if you can leave, you can stop the rebel army in time. And tell Captain Rifan about our situation here. This time the situation may require him to take action. Nojiko looked at Maynard Vice Admiral, who was fighting with Nami, and at Bastille, who was about to come this way, and drew out the famous sword Shijir to meet him. Vivi was still hesitating, but Bonnie slapped her on the back directly. Just go if you are told, don't be a pussy. And I remembered, that woman is a Marine Admiral candidate. If Captain Rifan doesn't come back, we might really be arrested here. After speaking, she looked at Karina again. Karina, we're going to help too, you use your ability to make me invisible. Hearing this, Karina nodded slightly, followed Bonnie and ran towards Marine. For a moment only Vivi and Igaram remained behind. Princess Vivi, just trust everyone this time. Don't worry, I'll stay here. If everyone is really arrested, I will directly reveal my identity as the captain of the royal guard and try my best to keep them. Igaram spoke. Upon hearing this, Vivi looked at the increasingly fierce battlefield, and then at Igaram. After a while, she nodded heavily. Please, Igaram. You should also pay attention to safety. After finishing speaking, Vivi took her own running duck and ran towards the capital city to avoid the battlefield. Although some marine soldiers wanted to stop her, they were easily knocked down by Vivi. Maynard, who was fighting with Nami, wanted to leave Nami aside to stop Vivi, but Nami was the first to block his way. Sorry, this way is blocked. As she said that, Nami waved out black lightning particles again, cooperating with the magic weather stick to continuously build bigger dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, thunder and lightning roared, and thunder and lightning continued to hit Marine. Nami, I really didn't expect you to be a Logia devil fruit user. In that case, then I will deal with you first. Exactly, I'm very curious why you and Rifan can use the same ability. As he spoke, Maynard swung his fist embodying armament haki and attacked Nami. However, how could Nami, who was already prepared, be hit so easily? Her figure flashed into the air, and then she held up the magic weather wand and pointed it at the dark clouds. Now it's lightning weather time, said Nami, waving the weather stick down hard. In an instant, a large amount of lightning began to fall towards all marines including Maynard. Even Jun, who is fighting Makita and Chopper, is no exception. Jun swung a thunderbolt that aimed at her, and used observation haki helplessly to look at Makita and Chopper who surrounded her from left to right. At this moment, Makita and Chopper have been turned into invisible by Karina, who has already found the right opportunity, with her color fruit. Really, the information given by Kuzan and Virgo is not correct at all. Except for Makita, even a pet of the Black Pearl Pirates has such power. Nami is not some little girl who can only wield a strange iron wand. There is also a blue-haired woman who can use two types of haki and can temporarily fight against a vice-admiral. There are also devil fruit user who can make people invisible. The Black Pearl Pirates are really troublesome pirates. I just don't know what kind of power the princess who left has. Because Karina used the color fruit on Makita and Chopper to make them invisible. Jun had to use her observation haki on her surroundings while fighting the two. Therefore, she also heard the words of Igaram calling Vivi a princess. Makita and Chopper immediately frowned when they heard her words, and then launched a further offensive against her. Jun greeted them with a sword, and asked curiously. Can you tell me why the members of the Black Pearl Pirates act together with the princess of this country? Looking at her appearance, she seems to trust you. Could you be helping her save the country? Hearing this, Makita snorted coldly. If we say yes, will you not arrest us? Jun shook his head, this is not acceptable, after all you are pirates. Makita, since that's the case, why are you asking so many questions? After Makita finished speaking, she didn't continue talking, so as not to identify her direction through her voice. It's really troublesome. This mission is really complicated. Jun sighed, while parrying the attacks of Makita and Chopper with her sword, her observation haki went all the way up, locked on a ship suspended in the air through the thick clouds. A huge floating ship and small islands. It should be the power of the float devil fruit that can control these things. Could it be that Golden Lion, who disappeared for many years, is here? Is he also here for ancient weapon Pluton? Thinking of this, Jun's heart became more and more serious, and she even lost interest on fighting Makita and Chopper. For her, if Golden Lion really came here for the ancient weapon, the operation to capture Rifan would not be so important. On the contrary, preventing the ancient weapon Pluton's information from being taken away is the top priority. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Jun's eyes, and her brows were furrowed. After she swung Makita and Chopper back twice quickly, she also quickly took a big step back. Then she raised her head and looked at the sky solemnly. Makita and Chopper, who were planning to continue attacking Jun, were a little puzzled when they saw Jun's state. But soon, Makita also noticed something was wrong. Be careful, Chopper, there's something coming from the sky. Makita came to Chopper, looked up to the sky while on guard against Jun and other marines. Gradually, more and more people noticed the abnormality in the sky, and they all stopped fighting and looked at the sky with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, a wild laughter came from high above. Gee ha 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 ha, isn't this the little girl who often follows Tsuru? I haven't seen you for so long, have you grown into such a big woman? With the sound, a dripping slash fell from the sky, and after smashing the thundercloud created by Nami, it fell straight to Jun. Jun's eyes were fixed, and she quickly swung her sword and slashed a flying slash to neutralize the slash that fell from the sky. When the wind and waves dissipated and the broken dark clouds dispersed, the owner of the voice who slashed from the sky finally appeared in front of everyone. Golden Lion Shiki, so you are still alive. Jun raised her sword and pointed it at Golden Lion, her face became more serious. Chapter 136, Shiki's Experimental Site. +1. William Birkin Live Broadcast Chat Room. What? Holy shit, what's going on? Why do Makita and the others appear in the viewing angle of William's live broadcast room? Eagle audience, ha ha ha, don't you understand? The crew of your Rifan has been found by William. Shiki has already made a move. Camel audience, came over to take a look suddenly, and found that Rifan's crew was surrounded by Marine and Golden Lion pirates. This is the best news I got today. Green Pheasant audience, this is interesting, Rifan is still on the other side with Robin, maybe by the time he comes over, his crew will have been killed, ha ha ha. One Piece Dungeon World. Shiki, how could you still be alive? After Bastille fought Nojiko with a punch, he also suspended the fight, frowning and looking at the sky. This is really a variable among variables. Maynard bit off the cigarette in his mouth, and his mood suddenly became extremely complicated. Although Nami, Nojiko, and others didn't say anything, they also looked at Shiki in the sky very solemnly. Shiki, can you tell me, after disappearing for so many years, why did you suddenly appear now? After Jun pondered for a while, she asked. She wanted to confirm whether Shiki came this time for the ancient weapon Pluton. Gee ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter if I tell you. This time, I came here to see the man who can use two kinds of devil fruit abilities, and can also use Titan technique. I'm very curious about his body. Nami, Makita, and the others frowned immediately when they heard this. And Jun couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Technique used by Titans. At this moment, she thought of the man she previously met who could use Gungnir. Such a special body must be very suitable for research. But except for that man, the bodies of you Marines and his companions seem to be quite worthy of some research. However, there are also some very weak people among you, so I need to do some elimination first. By the way, you might as well come and participate in one of my experiments first. Those who are still alive after the experiment is over, I will allow you to become my experimental subjects, jahahaha. Shiki opened his hands and laughed wildly. At this point, both Marine and the members of the Black Pearl Pirates frowned. They also know that now is the time for them to fight each other. And no one wants to be treated arbitrarily as their plaything. Shiki, don't be too arrogant, do you think you are the pirate who fought with Roger in the past? Look at your legs, you are just a disabled person now. Bastille raised the shark cleaver weapon in his hand and sternly shouted at Shiki. However, as soon as his words fell, Shiki unleashed several flying slashes at Bastille in succession. Even though Bastille reacted in time and blocked it with the weapon in his hand, he was still sent flying. And several more wounds on his body caused by Shiki's flying slash appear. Seeing this, Jun felt even more dignified. Just this previous blow made Jun and others know the power of Shiki still be regarded as the top pirate in the sea. Oh, did you take my blow? Not bad. Look, as long as you are qualified to be my experimental subject, I will let you survive for the time being. The premise is that you can survive the experiment. Shiki glanced at Bastille coldly, then raised his head to look in the direction of the pirate ship floating in the air above his head and shouted. William, get everything ready. Don't worry, Captain, those little cuties have been released and are wandering around the island now. A slightly gloomy voice came down through the loudspeaker of the floating pirate ship. Hearing this, Shiki looked at Jun, Makita, and the others with a smirk, and raised his hands up. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. As Shiki's voice fell, the sandy ground where Jun, Makita, and the others were located experienced a huge tremor. Under the watchful gaze of Jun, Makita, and their companions, a massive and thick earth wall, shaped like a lion's head, abruptly surged from the surrounding sand. This wall towered tens of meters high, completely enclosing them within an area equivalent to the size of a football field. Jun frowned, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in her heart, forcing her to step on Moonwalk and rush towards Shiki. "Where do you think you're going?" Shiki laughed loudly, swiping his right hand from top to bottom. In an instant, the several small floating sky islands suspended behind him smashed down towards Marine and the members of the Black Pearl Pirates indiscriminately. Seeing this, Jun immediately widened her eyes to the maximum. Immediately, she made a sudden turn and came to the place where the Marines gathered, and quickly swung the long sword in her hand, slashing fiercely towards the falling island. At the same time, Makita, Nojiko, and others have also gathered together. "Leave it to me." Nojiko took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. She raised the famous sword Shijir above her head, and the aura on her body rose to a terrifying level within a few seconds. It seemed that Nojiko was surrounded by azure aura. "Armament Haki imbuement," Nojiko whispered, and the intermediate level armed color instantly climbed onto Shijir's blade. "Hey Koku!" A sharp red light flashed across Nojiko's eyes, and then she slashed towards the falling island above them. In an instant, a powerful flying slash slammed into one of the falling islands above in a whirlpool. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roaring sound. The small falling island directly split into a small half-angle, and its entire fallen state also began to change quietly. Finally, after hitting other small floating islands, all the fallen islands landed a distance of meters away from Nojiko, Makita, and others. Just now, Jun, who also used Flying Slash to achieve a scene similar to Nojiko, looked in Nojiko's direction in surprise. How can a human girl use the technique of a Titan's? At this moment, Jun felt a little dazed. It wasn't that long ago that she had met a man who could wield a lightweight version of the Gungnir. And now she has encountered another one, and this one does not seem to be using the lightweight version, but the real Elbaf's technique. At this time, Jun's original doubts about Rifan's identity came to mind again. But soon, she put aside the idea in her heart. She understands that at this moment, it is the most correct choice to concentrate on dealing with Shiki. However, when she just wanted to do this, what Shiki said next made her have to deepen her doubts about Rise played by Rifan again. "Hey? You can actually use the techniques of the Titans. But William told me that your Captain Rifan can use the technique of the Titans. Did Rifan teach you this Heikoku move?" Shiki was suspended in mid-air, looked at Nojiko who was panting below, and asked curiously. However, Nojiko just looked at Shiki warily, without any thought of answering his questions. "Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't answer. However, since you can use the technique of the Titans, your body must be extremely special as well. Hope you can handle the zombie horde that William made. In this way, you can have the qualifications become an experiment for my grand plan, jahahaha." Shiki suspended in mid-air laughed loudly. And the suspended pirate ship was already full of pirates. Without exception, they were all holding guns and cannons aimed at the members of Marine and the Black Pearl Pirates below. It seems that if someone wants to leave, they will open fire immediately. Just when Jun, Makita, and the others wondered what kind of creature the zombie horde Shiki was talking about, there were bursts of shocking roars from the island that fell to the ground. What is this sound? Tiger? No, it's weird. Wait, what's that? Tiger, dinosaur, leopard. Damn, what's going on with these animals? Why are they twice the size of normal animals, and why are there rot everywhere on their bodies? Careful, they are coming, kill them. So fast. Damn, their tongues can suddenly turn into attacks, be careful. The marine soldiers looked at the zombie beasts running out from the fallen island, and immediately raised their rifles and started shooting violently. However, they soon discovered that even if they shot the beasts in the head and heart with rifles, they could still move freely. Even if someone hit the beast with a shell, it could only stop them for a moment. Vice Admiral Bastille frowned, and when he saw a ferocious beast approaching, he took a step forward and quickly swung the blade in his hand. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, the beast was immediately cut into 2 pieces. However, what made Bastille and the other marines tingle was that even though the beast attacked by Bastille was cut in 2, it was still able to move and attack. A sailor was accidentally pierced through the body by the tongue spit out by the beast, and was pulled closer to the mouth by it. Seeing this, Bastille quickly swung the shark-cut cleaver in his hand to cut off the beast's tongue, but this still couldn't stop the soldier from spitting blood and falling into a pool of blood. Damn, what a strong vitality, everyone be careful. After Vice Admiral Maynard blasted a ferocious beast away with his fist, he shouted loudly to the surrounding sailors. Jun gritted her teeth, turned around and wanted to use Flying Slash to smash the surrounding lion head walls blocking their path. However, just as she made a move, the Flying Slash from Shiki had already arrived in front of her. This won't do, girl. You must deal with those beasts before you can leave from here. But, of course, that's only if you survive that long, jahahaha. Seeing Jun's gloomy face, Shiki laughed happily. Then he looked at Makita and the others again, with a meaningful smile on his face. Hehe, the ability to be invisible. Not bad. Then let me see how those zombie beasts will react to objects that cannot be seen by the eyes. Shiki muttered. It turned out that after Makita and the others saw what was going on at Marine, Karina immediately used her devil fruit and engulfed all members of the Black Pearl Pirates in it. However, what worries them is, even though they were invisible, there were still zombie beasts attacking them. Fortunately, because the movement on the Marine side was too loud, most of the beasts were attracted to their side. Therefore, Nami and others are much safer here. However, Nami, Nojiko and others all understand that this is only temporary. Damn, what are these disgusting things? After Nami blasted away a zombie cheetah with lightning, she complained and shouted. Damn, why is my devil fruit ability ineffective on them? Are these beasts really living creatures? After Bonnie kicked a zombie orangutan away, her face was full of displeasure. Be careful, don't get hurt, I feel something is wrong with these guys. Makita said calmly after waving the umbrella and smashing a tiger into the air. Perhaps it was the early warning brought by her middle-level observation haki, she always felt that being hurt by these beasts would have very bad consequences. Not living creatures? Bonnie, you're right, these animals may not be living creatures. I smell rot on them, and I can't talk to them. They're like dead bodies that can move. Chopper clenched his fists, looked around warily and said. Bonnie's abilities don't work, and you Chopper can't talk to them. Don't tell me they are the zombies in the story. Karina frowned, only feeling extremely bad. No matter what they are, we have to persevere. When Vivi and Captain Rifan meet again, he will come back for us. After Nojiko swallowed some potions that can restore physical strength, she looked seriously at the zombie beast in front of her. Everyone heard Nojiko's words, and their hearts immediately surged with strength. Everyone united and used their respective abilities to deal with the surprise attack of some beasts with relatively sensitive hearing. Blue Star's audience, who watched Marine, Makita and the others deal with it so carefully, were all extremely surprised. Cole Lima audience, is this the thing William researched? It is worthy of recognition in terms of combat effectiveness. Goat audience, the degree of danger is indeed worthy of recognition, but just thinking about such a thing appearing on Blue Star, my body has goosebumps all over. This kind of power, even if William returns to Blue Star, it is best not to use it. Eagle audience, hehe, those are things in the future, we still need to look at what is happening now. All I know is that Marine, the Black Pearl Pirates are all in danger. Eagle audience, the tall woman named Jun is nothing more than that, and Vice Admiral is the same, they can only be forced by Shiki to participate in the game. Eagle audience, it's really interesting that woman Jun repeatedly wanted to attack the wall but was blocked by Shiki. In the end, she seemed to want to use her big move to deal with the zombies in one go, but was also blocked by Shiki. Cole Lima audience, after all, Shiki is going to do experiments, and he will definitely not let the zombies and ferocious beasts be easily killed by the other party. Green Pheasant Country, so, are they going to end like this? Brother Rifan must be on the way, as long as he comes, both Shiki and William will be finished. Eagle audience, then let's see who will be finished between the two, ha ha ha. One Piece Dungeon World. After Jun was stopped by Shiki again, her face was extremely gloomy. She took a deep look and took a deep breath, gritted her silver teeth and looked at Shiki in the sky. Then she turned her head and used observation haki to look in the direction of Makita and the others. Hey, it's not an option to go on like this, why don't we join forces to deal with these zombie beasts first? Jun proposed. Chapter 137, Robin, Vivi vs Sand Crocodile. Do you think we'll fall for your tricks? Won't you arrest us after we help you Marines deal with these monsters? The violent Makita didn't even think about it, and directly rejected Jun. Jun frowned slightly when she heard it, but there was nothing she could do. After all, they came here to arrest Makita and others from the very beginning. Now it is very difficult to convince Makita and others to work with them, the Marine. In particular, the main target of the zombie horde is their Marine. And Shiki mainly pays attention to her. For the time being, Makita and the others are quite safe. If Makita and others choose to cooperate with the Marines, whether Shiki will turn around and attack Makita and the others is uncertain. Jun sighed helplessly, and could only focus on Shiki and the zombies in front of her, secretly waiting for an opportunity to change the situation. If Rifan comes here, maybe he can break the deadlock. Rise, if you were really Rifan, would you choose to work with me? Jun murmured to herself. Like Makita and others, she also began to look forward to Rifan's timely arrival. Similarly, she also wanted to confirm whether Rise was Rifan. On the other side, where Vivi is. Karu, hurry up, please hurry up. Vivi rode on the running duck Karu, looking anxiously at the rebel army that was charging towards the capital city not far away. However, she didn't notice that Karu, the running duck, was already exhausted at the moment because of the long time of high-speed running. After continuing to run for more than 10 meters, Karu suddenly turned over and fell to the ground. Even Vivi fell to the ground. Karu? Karu, are you all right? Vivi looked at Karu who was profusely sweating with its tongue sticking out and asked worriedly. Karu stretched its wings and wanted to stand up. But after trying twice, it still couldn't stand up. Vivi pursed her lips, looking at the rebel army who was getting closer to the city wall of the capital city and farther away from herself. Her whole heart was already entangled to the extreme. Damn it, is there no way to stop it? Vivi clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and murmured. But at that moment, an extremely domineering aura suddenly burst out from the direction of the capital city, swept past all the rebels at an extremely fast speed, and came in front of Vivi. This is Conqueror's Haki. Could it be Captain Rifan? Vivi opened her eyes wide, looking forward in surprise. When Karu heard Vivi's voice, it also struggled to look in the direction of the rebel army. In the sight of one person and one duck, all the rebels fell to the ground like felled wheat. After a while, only the leading man was left on the horse. Even though it was far away, relying on her observation haki, Vivi instantly recognized the person's identity. Her childhood friend, and now the leader of the rebel army Koza. Soon, several figures broke into Vivi's sight. That's Captain Rifan. Vivi was surprised to see Rifan, who had Robin on his back and Ada under his arm, descended from the sky to Koza, the leader of the rebel army, and flew towards her with his back collar in Rifan's free hand. Rifan's speed was very fast, and within a short while, he brought Robin, Ada and Koza to the side of Vivi and Karu. Vivi, are you okay? Rifan casually threw Koza on the sand, without showing him any sympathy. Although Koza was deceived by Crocodile, Rifan doesn't care about that. To him, Koza is one of the murderers who hurt Vivi and her country. If it wasn't for the fact that Vivi might still care about him, Rifan would have already dealt with Koza directly. Vivi. Koza, who fell on the sand in a panic, was obviously stunned when he heard Vivi's name, and he stopped his action of attacking Rifan. Captain Rifan, I'm fine, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, there would definitely be many casualties. After seeing Rifan put Robin and Ada down, Vivi was so excited that she threw herself into Rifan's arms. It's okay, I'm here. As I said, as your captain, I will take care of everyone, including you as my dancer. Rifan patted Vivi on her back, comforting her, then he looked at Karu, who was panting heavily with its tongue out. It seems that Karu is very tired. Here, these waters are for you. Rifan let go of Vivi, walked up to Karu and stuffed the water bag around his waist into Karu's mouth. With the entrance of water, Karu was naturally excited to drink. Are you Robin? Behind Rifan, Vivi looked curiously at Robin who obtained her future power. That's right, I went through the same change as Chopper. Robin nodded with a smile. When Vivi heard what Robin said, she immediately understood what happened to Robin, and felt a burst of envy in her heart. Are you really Vivi? At this time, Koza finally couldn't help asking. Koza, it's me. You stay there first, and I'll talk to you later. Vivi took a look at Koza, then quickly ran to Rifan and told about Jun, Makita and others. After hearing Vivi's words, Rifan frowned immediately. Jun. I didn't expect her to meet Makita and the others. Robin, Ada, you two stay with Vivi. If that crocodile appears, you guy can get rid of him. I have to help Makita and the others first. Rifan looked at Robin and said seriously. Leave it to me, Captain Rifan. Robin also nodded solemnly. As soon as Robin's voice fell, Rifan's figure directly turned into a blue-white lightning bolt, flying towards the direction Vivi was pointing at. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared in front of Vivi and others. Rifan live broadcast chat room. Great, brother Rifan is about to join the battlefield. With Rifan making a move, Makita and the others must be fine. Now Makita and the others are all safe. Eagle audience, hehe, safe. It's just that Shiki focused most of his attention on Jun. As long as he turned his attention to them, Rifan's crew would be killed or injured immediately. Green Pheasant audience, Rifan only thought that Jun stopped Makita and the others, but he didn't know that Shiki was over there. When he saw Shiki, he would definitely be quite terrified, ha ha ha. After Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, she also walked up to Koza and told him about the rebellion caused by Crocodile. Koza's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that he was used as a tool by Crocodile. Vivi, is what you said true? Koza stood up and asked in disbelief. That's right, if you don't believe me, you can ask our kingdom hero face to face. When Vivi said that, she quickly turned around and punched quickly in her side. And at the moment when she waved her fist, a streak of yellow sand suddenly rose from the ground and caught Vivi's fist just in time. With a bang, the human body-sized group of yellow sand flew upside down by Vivi's punch, and gathered into a human shape not far away. Crocodile! Koza took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim. Crocodile rubbed his face that was punched, then looked at Vivi's fist glowing black, his face full of doubts and anger. Armament Haki? Miss Wednesday, you actually awakened Armament Haki. Could it be that the reason you were able to perceive my position before was because of observation Haki? Crocodile asked suspiciously. That's right. Crocodile, don't think you're the Logia Devil Fruit user. I can't do anything about you. Today I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to this country. Vivi clenched her fists and said sharply. Though I don't know why you have mastered two kinds of Haki. But do you think you can defeat me with that ability? Make me pay for it. Hehe, I should say that sentence. The plan I laid for many years was ruined by Rifan. Crocodile raised his head and laughed wildly, with a hint of madness in his voice. Just now, he witnessed from a distance how Rifan used his conqueror's Haki to destroy the rebel army who planned to attack the capital city. This is also equivalent to indirectly destroying his plan to destroy the country. This undoubtedly made him even more angry with Rifan and Rifan's partners. That's why he wanted to kill Vivi without hesitation just now but fail. Miss Wednesday, whether it's you or Rifan, I will send you to hell. And you, Nico Robin, you seem to have changed a lot, although you betrayed me, I can give you a chance. If you choose to return to my side, I can spare your life. Crocodile looked at Robin and said. No, I'm already Captain Rifan's woman, and I don't intend to betray him. Robin crossed her hands in front of her, ready to fight and said with a smile on her face. You actually said you won't betray him? Hat. Crocodile said disdainfully. Maybe before, I wouldn't care about betraying others, but this time, I've made up my mind for Captain Rifan. Also, why are you talking nonsense? If you really had the courage to face Captain Rifan, you wouldn't come out only now when he is not here. Robin shook her head and said. Hump. I will kill him after killing all of you. What? Are you going to fight me too? Do you think that relying on your strength can defeat me? Or, do you want to delay until Rifan comes back to help you? Crocodile raised a swirling yellow sand, and his tone became more and more cold. No, you misunderstood. We don't need Captain Rifan to deal with you. The corner of Robin's mouth raised, and she directly used her devil fruit to open two arms on Crocodile's shoulders. Flower fruit, you should know your ability's limit, what? Crocodile just wanted to taunt Robin, but found that the arms growing on his shoulders were wrapped around Armament Haki. Terrified, Crocodile immediately wanted to elementalize so the arms on his shoulders will have no support points. However, how could Robin, who had been prepared for a long time, give him such a chance? They saw two arms built with the ability of flower fruit quickly slap Crocodile's head downward. And the heavy blow on his interrupted Crocodile elementalization. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of this moment, Robin directly smashed the water bottle prepared earlier on Crocodile. During the splashing of water, Crocodile's half-body was stained with water. Water! Crocodile said in shock. Hehe, after being by your side for so long, you don't think I don't know your weaknesses, Crocodile. Robin smiled slightly, and once again controlled the hands on Crocodile's shoulders to attack again. In this regard, Crocodile, who cannot be elementalized, can only raise his hands to block. However, under one blow, he once again showed a surprised expression. How is it possible? Why not only do you know about armament haki, but also your strength has become so strong? And you, Miss Wednesday, what did that man Rifan do to you guys? It actually allowed you to have such power. Crocodile yelled at Vivi and Robin. Humph, you don't need to know. Seeing this, Vivi didn't hesitate anymore, and quickly took a step forward, relying on her observation haki and armament haki to attack Crocodile. Damn it, don't underestimate me! Crocodile roared angrily, lifted the hook with poison and swiped towards Robin's ability-built arm on his shoulder. Robin uses the observation haki to catch Crocodile's attack, dispelling the arm directly from his shoulder. And at this moment, Vivi's attack has also come close to Crocodile Dar. There was another dull sound, and Crocodile's body was directly knocked back 2 steps by Vivi's fist armed with haki. Amazing! Karu, what has Vivi been through, and why is she so strong? Koza looked at Karu beside him and asked in surprise. Kaa! Karu opened his mouth, but failed to give the answer Koza wanted. Bastards, do you really think that you can defeat me with armed colors in this water? Don't forget, in this desert, I am the ruler. Crocodile roared, as if responding to his call. Vast desert under his feet began to stir in response to his roar. No, no. We understand that there is no way to defeat you just like this. So, I'm going to use my new technique. The corner of Robin's mouth raised, and many dancing flowers began to appear around her body out of thin air. At this time, Robin's mind suddenly flashed a memory about using flower fruit with Rifan earlier. As expected of Captain Rifan, he was able to accurately find the super bomb set by Crocodile in the lighthouse. Robin sighed as she watched Rifan bury the super bomb under the thick sand. Hee, it's just luck. Rifan raised his mouth, waved his hands casually, and turned to look at Robin. Speaking of which, Robin, you can now use flower fruit to build clones, right? Robin nodded slightly. It is indeed possible to build a clone. Why did Captain Rifan suddenly mention this? As she said that, Robin deliberately built a clone that was exactly like her beside her. It's just that I don't know if Robin did it on purpose or not. The clone she created at the moment isn't wearing the same clothes as Robin. In other words, it is completely naked. Rifan raised his eyebrows. Since Robin dared to use her ability like this in front of him, he didn't mind having a good look. Not bad, it's like a real person. But you have to pay attention to adding clothes to your clone when you use it later. Even if it's a clone, it's a bit indecent not to wear anything. Especially when you use your Titan form. While speaking, Rifan reached out and touched the skin of Robin's clone. Chapter 138, The First Reincarnation Who Defeated Shishibukai. At this time, Rifan had to marvel at the ability of flower fruit. Even if it is a clone, the touch on its body is not much different from that of a real person. Ah, does Captain Rifan really think this is indecent? Still, you have already regarded me as yours. So I don't intend to be physically seen by other people. Even my clones are the same. The corner of Robin's mouth arched when she said that, and when Rifan's hand was about to touch the clone's boobs, the clone suddenly dispersed. Seeing this, Rifan could only shake his head regretfully. After all, you may become my daughter in the future. I can't let my daughter's body be seen by other people at will. Rifan shrugged and directly responded to Robin's teasing. Afterwards, Rifan picked up Robin and Ada and flew in the direction of Vivi. Even if it is a clone, it cannot show its body in front of other men. Since this is the case, I need to consume more energy to construct the clothes. Fortunately, with my current physical strength, I can do the corresponding things. Thinking of this, the corner of Robin's mouth rose and the sakura flower began to float around her body. Demoniofleur. As Robin's voice fell, Ada, Vivi, and especially Crocodile looked incomparably surprised. Behind Robin appeared an extremely huge clone that looked exactly like Robin. Although the clone has only the upper body, it looks as tall as it does from a distance. And behind the clone, there are several long arms shaking like wicker. Wow, that's awesome! Is this the new power that Robin got? Vivi swallowed, and looked at the huge clone behind Robin in shock. Although she knows that after the final invitation like Nami and Chopper, Robin will definitely gain very powerful power. But Vivi felt that the aura overflowing from Robin at this moment was even stronger than the aura after Chopper became a big monster. This is the power of flower fruit. Nico Robin, Did you awaken your ability? Vivi's surprised words made Crocodile wake up, and asked Robin quickly. Who knows? Robin chuckled, Crocodile, now you must think that I have the strength to fight you. Damn woman, you are so proud of yourself. Crocodile waved the poisonous hook in his hand violently, look at the sweat on your forehead, this move should consume a lot of energy. That's right. But... Crocodile, I don't plan to have a protracted war with you. Robin smiled even more, and looked at Vivi, besides, I am not fighting alone, but you are already alone. When Vivi heard Robin's words, she immediately came back to her senses. After condensing her armament haki on her weapon, the peacock saw, she looked at the crocodile with a serious face. Humph, I'm a Shishibukai, even though your abilities amaze me, it doesn't mean you can beat me. Do you think relying on this little water can hinder my elementalization? Too naive. Don't forget, the sun is very strong now. Since I know you have armament haki, I won't give you a chance. Before Crocodile could finish his words, a jet of water suddenly shot from his side, turning the sand crocodile into a water crocodile again. Who is it? Crocodile turned around angrily, but saw Ada beside him pointing at Crocodile with a huge water gun. For Ada, who has the talent of weapon making, it is very easy to make a huge water gun. Hehe, it's really funny. It seems that the great Shishibukai is nothing special. You don't even have observation haki? Don't tell me you are the weakest among the 7 Shishibukai. Ada said to Crocodile Dar with a smile on her face. Crocodile was hit by water twice, which has made Ada understand that crocodiles don't know how to use observation haki. And when she thinks about Rifan handing over the task of dealing Crocodile to Robin and Vivi and her, only now she knows that there is nothing scary about Crocodile. How dare you, woman! Die! Desert sword! Crocodile roared angrily, and was about to build a precious sword with yellow sand and slash towards Ada. However, compared to Crocodile who was distracted from Ada's provocation, Robin, who has been monitoring his every move with observation haki, reacts more quickly. Before Crocodile's desert sword took form, Robin has already manipulated the avatar behind her, waved a huge arm, and crushed Crocodile's body. Crocodile quickly looked back after feeling the strong wind from the side. But when he saw the huge arms wrapped with armament haki before his body, in desperation, he could only slash the desert sword that had not yet fully condensed towards Robin's huge arm built with sand fruit in a panic. It's just that his incomplete version of the desert sword has just been swung out. An energy attack shot forth from the palm of Robin's devil form, directly shattering the incomplete desert sword. Armament haki emission. Crocodile stared wide-eyed. At this moment, he only felt that he was dreaming. The originally weak Miss Wednesday Vivi has mastered the 2 haki, and her power has become stronger. And Robin, not only has reached a new level in the application of flower fruit. Even when using flower fruit, it can realize the external release of armament haki. Then thinking of Miss Valentine Makita who is now offering a reward of 100 million berry. For a moment, Crocodile felt that his entire brain was going to shut down. You don't know anything about Captain Rifan and my current power, Crocodile. Robin said coldly. Several huge arms turned into heavy war hammers and pressed directly towards Crocodile's body. At the same time, Ada quickly ran around, and used her talent to build more than 10 sprinklers in the places she ran. And Vivi also ran to the center of the battlefield after using her observation haki to lock on Crocodile position, waiting to throw a deadly attack at Crocodile. Koza in the distance watched this scene and took a long breath. He never thought of it. Shishibukai would be crushed and beaten by 3 women. Until a period of time passed, after watching Crocodile collapsed on the sand with a messed up face. Koza was finally able to face up to the facts he saw. So our task here should be over. Ada walked on the wet sand from the sprinkler, and came to Crocodile who was lying on his back, looking at the sky with a blank face. By now, this man has lost his resistance. Robin dispersed her devil form and came to Ada with sweat on her head. Just now, when Crocodile was once again slapped in the back by the arm of the Titan, her observation haki could clearly feel Crocodile's broken cervical spine. No matter how strong Shishabukai's body is, Robin doesn't think that Crocodile can still fight in this state. Vivi, are you going to kill him yourself? Robin looked at her former boss in front of her with a complicated mood, and then glanced back at Vivi who walked beside her. Ada also looked up at Vivi and Robin. You know, in the agreement between her and Rifan, the life of Crocodile should be taken by her. Robin's words also made Crocodile, who was in a trance, come back to his senses. He looked at Vivi with a grim face. I admit, I failed. But do you think you've won? Princess Vivi, even if you take my life, there will be hundreds of thousands of people in this country who will be buried with me. In the capital city, I've already set up a super bomb that can destroy the capital directly. Calculate the time, it should be almost the same now, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Robin and Ada looked at each other with strange expressions. Unaware that Rifan had dealt with the super bomb first, Vivi panicked instantly. Crocodile, you bastard! You have already failed, why drag ordinary people in your failure? Tell me where the super bomb is. Hundreds of thousands of civilians in Alabasta are at stake. So Vivi takes Crocodile's words seriously. Humph, you thought I'd tell you. Crocodile spit out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and said to Vivi. However, before he finished speaking, there was a huge roar in the distance. Vivi and Koza hurriedly looked towards the explosion, their faces full of worry. However, after seeing the direction of the explosion, the expressions of the two became extremely strange again. Ha ha ha, despair. This is what happens when you go against me. Because Crocodile couldn't move his body, he didn't see that the direction of the explosion came from a wasteland. At that moment, he only imagined Vivi and the others feeling guilt-ridden and unable to utter a word due to their despair. His laughter at the moment was filled with the joy of revenge. Vivi, don't worry. Before Captain Rifan brought me and Ida here, he had already taken away the superbomb that the Baroque work had placed on the clock tower. So not a single citizen of Alabasta will be harmed. Robin walked up to Vivi, put her hand on her shoulder, and explained gently. It turned out to be like this. Vivi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling more and more grateful to Rifan in her heart. In this way, the favor I owed to Captain Rifan increased again. Crocodile heard the conversation between Vivi and Robin, and his eyes widened to the maximum. That bastard Rifan took the super bomb away in advance. Impossible, how could he know the location of the super bomb? You're lying to me. Crocodile struggled to get up, but the broken spine and the constant splash of water above his head prevented him from moving freely. Unfortunately, Crocodile, the people of Alabasta were not harmed. As for you, you'd better get a good sleep first. Vivi turned around and said to Crocodile in a cold voice. Then she condensed the strength of her whole body and punched Crocodile in the head. Crocodile was already seriously injured. So being hit by Vivi again, he completely lost the power to resist and passed out. Following Crocodile's complete defeat, Ada was obviously taken aback, and her eyes became blurred. I didn't expect to get rewarded even for assisting in beating Shishibukai. Could it be because the copy space defaulted to the team relationship between me and Rifan? Ada thought to herself. Yes, it's the reminder from the copy space that has sounded in her mind that surprised her. Vivi, don't you need to kill him yourself? Robin looked at Crocodile's miserable state and asked. Let's leave him to Captain Rifan. Vivi shook her head, she knew that Rifan has the ability to take away other people's devil fruit. She was worried that if she killed Crocodile now, Rifan might not be able to get Crocodile's devil fruit. When Ada heard Vivi's words, she also breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped forward and said to Robin and Vivi. In that case, let's go to Rifan's side now. Perhaps, there will be places where we can help. Just now, she had been handsomely rewarded for Crocodile's defeat by the copy space. So at this moment, she also wants to repay Rifan well. When Vivi and Robin heard this, they naturally nodded without hesitation. Rifan is very important to Robin's heart, and Vivi can't wait to repay Rifan's kindness. Therefore, even though the two had exhausted a lot of physical strength in the battle with Crocodile, they still wanted to help Rifan deal with Marine. Koza, you already know what happened. So I'll leave it to you to handle. Vivi took a deep look at Koza, and then looked at the Royal Guard soldiers who were sent to investigate the situation here. Then she dragged Crocodile's body, followed Robin and Ada and ran out in the direction where Makita and the others were. Koza looked at Karu, the running duck who was left behind, and the soldiers who was gradually approaching in the distance. Even though he was in a very complicated mood, he still stood up, ready to tell the Royal Guards the situation here, and declare the end of the battle. The other side. The thunderbolt transformed by Rifan is leaping forward with all its strength. Suddenly there was a voice in his mind that surprised him. Rifan, you have completed the invitation mission of Princess Vivi, defeating Crocodile rewards 500 points. Princess Vivi's loyalty attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Ding! Rifan defeats Shishibukai Sand Crocodile, special reward Paramecia Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll. Remarks: every time you defeat a Shishibukai, you can get corresponding rewards. Rifan, congratulations, you have achieved the achievement of the first person to defeat Shishibukai reincarnated, and the special reward is Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll. After using this scroll, you can eat the second devil fruit again while eating the next devil fruit. Ding! Ada Wong, congratulations, because you participated in the battle to defeat Shishibukai, you are specially rewarded with Primary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll and Primary Armament Haki Awakening Scroll. Chapter 139, Thunder and Zombie Cleanup. Rifan Live Broadcast Chat Room. Woo what? Why did Brother Rifan suddenly get rewarded again? Didn't he just feel the battle between Shiki, Black Pearl Pirates and Marine? Ha ha ha, I saw it on Ada live stream. Robin and Vivi defeated Crocodile. Not only Rifan, but even Ada has received an award that suits her, which is great. There is also the Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll, which can also help a crew member of the Black Pearl become extra stronger. Although Rifan has obtained a double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll before. But that's the reward for completing Robin's final invitation. Unlike the first achievement that will be announced in the live broadcast room. Therefore, the audience thought that it was the first time that Rifan got the double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll. So the audience was naturally quite surprised and excited, and of course some were jealous. Eagle audience, humph, just continue ranting, getting a reward now doesn't mean Rifan has a chance to use it. Green pheasant audience, that's right, Rifan has come to the periphery of Shiki's experimental field now, maybe Shiki has already noticed him, and we will see how he died later. Eagle audience, I want to see how Ethan uses the reincarnated body to create zombies, ha ha ha. Camel audience, a disgusting guy like Rifan should be turned into a zombie. Like the Blue Star audience, the reincarnators at this moment also made a noise because of the rewards Rifan and Ada got. Green pheasant Odashi, what? Has this bastard Rifan already been able to beat Shishibukai? Camel Nasser, how did this bastard do it? Even if his physique reaches A level, it is impossible to beat Shishibukai. Eagle Ethan, isn't Shishibukai equal to Marine and 4 Emperors, how could it be defeated so easily? Cole Lima Choi, look at the hint, it's not Rifan who defeated Shishibukai himself, but his partner. Camel Hilai, hey, it's too fast, not only Rifan is so strong, even his partner has been able to defeat Shishibukai. How could such a thing happen? Green Pheasant Ayani, you underestimate Rifan, if it is him, his partner may indeed grow to the point where they can defeat Shishibukai. Ayana sighed inwardly as she looked at the relevant remarks prompt. Not sure how powerful the Shishibukai really are though. And she also doesn't know what happened to Rifan since she left Rifan's side. But when she thinks of her guess about Rifan's talent, and thinking of Rifan's enthusiasm for strengthening his partners, she felt that it might also be possible for Rifan's partner to gain power strong enough to defeat Shishibukai. Eagle Tina, Double Devil Fruit Ability Awakening Scroll. Use this thing to eat another devil fruit. There is actually a good thing. Green Pheasant Koharu Momika, I'm really envious, as expected of Sir Rifan. Eagle Ethan, what a jealous guy, and that Ada, is she actually acting with Rifan? Eagle William Birkin, indeed, should I congratulate you Ada? You actually obtained 2 scrolls of awakening haki. Panda Ada Wong, hehe, it's all thanks to Rifan. Eagle William Birkin, soon you won't thank Rifan, I think we will be able to meet each other soon, Ada. Panda Ada Wong, is that so? From your tone, do you mean that you went directly to where Rifan and I are? Eagle William Birkin, hehe, that's right. Right now, the crew of Rifan are being attacked by zombie monsters in the experimental field made by my captain. You will definitely be very interested in such a picture, Ada. However, Rifan should be more interested. Ha ha ha. Camel Nasser, what's the situation? This guy named William has already met Rifan's crew. Eagle Ethan, William, you'd better be careful, you've also seen the rewards Rifan got, don't be careless. Eagle William Birkin, hehe, Ethan, I'm different from you, the captain of the pirate group I'm in, that's the real overlord, ha ha ha. Rifan sighed. Now, I can help 2 partners to become a double devil fruit user. There is also the Paramecia Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, which is also quite a good thing. According to the hint of the copy space, can I get similar rewards for defeating other Shishibukai? Interesting, now I have to challenge other Shishibukai. However, Shiki and William Birkin. It's really a good combination. Rifan turned off the communication group interface, and his eyes passed by the huge lion head wall rising from the ground in front of him, and landed on the giant pirate ship suspended in the air. With his observation haki, which can observe from a long distance, he naturally observed the situation on the spot quickly. He also noticed how Shiki was playing with Jun in his so-called experiment ground. Similarly, he also noticed the blonde man on the pirate ship who was wearing a white coat and was obviously different from other pirates. After observing that Makita, Chopper, and the girls are doing fine, Rifan immediately made an appropriate decision. The direction of the lightning he transformed turned and rushed towards the direction of the sky. Relying on the speed brought by the thunder fruit, after a while, he had already reached the 1,000-meter altitude of Shiki pirate ship. God's judgment! Rumble! A huge roar sounded from the sky. It made William, who was watching his experiment with a happy face, a little dazed. But in this daze, he suddenly felt that his body was hit by a huge amount of energy. In a blink of an eye, he had lost consciousness. And when he came back to his senses again, he found that he was already in the space where the dead descended. This is... I am dead. William's eyes widened, and he couldn't figure out why he died. He didn't even feel the slightest pain. That thunder! Could it be Rifan? Thinking of the thunder that sounded before he lost consciousness, William was frozen in place. On the other side, the pirate world. A huge lightning pillar with a diameter of about 2 meters fell from the sky and directly smashed into Shiki's pirate ship. Shiki, with his powerful observation haki, sensed it the moment the lightning appeared. Thinking of the scientist William and a lot of research materials on board, he immediately wanted to leave to prevent the thunder pillar from falling. However, Jun saw this opportunity and directly attacked Shiki, delaying him even more abruptly for a few seconds. It was also during these few seconds that Shiki watched helplessly as the thunder pillar fell and pierced through his pirate ship in an instant. In Shiki's observation haki, he could clearly feel that the breath belonging to William disappeared without a trace in an instant. Eagle audience, how is it possible? William's live broadcast room is actually black, why? Ha ha ha, you still don't understand, that weakling William has already been struck to death by brother Rifan with lightning, ha ha ha. It's a one-hit kill, ha ha ha. Eagle audience, damn, what is that bastard Shiki doing? William has been attacked, and he is still playing with that marine woman. Hehe, your eyes must be blind, it's not that Shiki didn't want to save him, it's that he was too late. Too late. It's so funny, Shiki thought that he was pestering Jun to prevent her from attacking zombies and beasts too much, and rescuing marine soldiers, but now it seems that Jun is completely pestering him. This time, I have to say thank you to the female marine who played with brother Rifan before, if it weren't for her, he might not be able to kill William. How dare you! Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Shiki struggled for a few seconds to get away from Jun, then spun his body to strike the thunder pillar that fell on the ground with dozens of golden flying slashes. There, he could sense an extremely powerful aura. 30 million volts Thunderbird. A cold voice resounded in the thunder column. Afterwards, the lightning energy that overflowed from the thunder column turned into a huge blue-white Thunderbird, facing the slashing attack from Shiki. When the two collided, there was a huge roar immediately, and bone-piercing whines and waves were directly rolled up around. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Naturally, Rifan didn't feel that this attack would be able to force Shiki back. After taking a breath, he used Thunder Fruit again, and 2 huge Brontosaurus condensed beside him. The 2 Brontosaurus roared, and under Rifan's control, they first wiped out most of the zombie monsters and beasts in the experimental field on the spot, then turned their attention and ran towards Shiki. As for Rifan, he carried William's electrocuted body to Makita and others. Captain Rifan. When Makita saw Rifan, she immediately became excited. The same goes for Chopper, Nami, Karina, Nojiko, and Bonnie. Rifan nodded slightly, and raised his hand to touch Makita's pirate tattoo. Rifan, you use 7,000 points to strengthen the body of Makita, and you use the Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll on her start strengthening. Rifan, your talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated, and you have started to strengthen yourself. Enhancement has been completed, your and Makita's personal attributes have been updated, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Makita. Age, 22 years old. Crew number, 01. Position, Pastry Chef, Skilled. Physical, 24,100. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Kilo Devil Fruit. Skill, Marine 6 Styles. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Rifan glanced at Makita's A-level physique, and then glanced at the other crew members. However, upon seeing the obvious wound on Bonnie's arm, his brows could not help but wrinkle. "Bonnie, are your wounds caused by those zombie monsters?" Rifan asked with a frown. "Yeah, I was accidentally scratched by a little wild cat. But it doesn't matter, I can still fight." Bonnie gave Rifan a thumbs up and said with a big grin. "This is not a question of whether you can fight or not. Chopper, help Bonnie look at the wound immediately. Makita, everyone, you help Chopper and Bonnie. I will find a way to deal with the enemy." After Rifan finished speaking, he looked up at the Brontosaurus that had been defeated, and Shiki who was staring at Rifan and the corpse of William in his hand fiercely. "Boy, have you finished talking about your funeral?" With gritted teeth, Shiki said in a deep voice. "Funeral? Are you talking about yours, old man?" The corner of Rifan's mouth raised, and said without any fear. Hearing Rifan's words, Shiki's expression became even more ugly. However, after seeing the corpse of William in Rifan's hand, his eyes could not help but flash a light, as if he was thinking about something. "Why do you care about this guy? Speaking of which, he should have asked you to come to me, right? Also, did he tell you that coming to me might turn out like this?" Rifan smiled, and casually threw William's body next to a dying zombie tiger. The reason why he carried William's body was to see if this guy would also become a zombie after death. However, he seemed to have overestimated William's ability. The moment he was hit by the lightning pillar, this guy had already completely lost his life. Shiki snorted coldly, and swung a flying slash casually to decapitate the zombie tiger that was about to swallow William's body. This scene made Rifan raise his eyebrows involuntarily. "Mr. Rise, we meet again, you seem to be much more energetic than before. By the way, what about your wife and sister, why didn't they come with you?" At this time, Jun suddenly came towards Rifan with a sword in her hand. Chapter 140, Join Force Against the Enemy. When Rifan heard Jun's voice, he looked over. At this moment, she is completely different from when she was acting with Rifan. The former is euphemistic and gentle, while Jun at the moment exudes the aura that a Marine Admiral alternate should have. Behind Jun, 2 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals are rectifying the wounded Marine soldiers and those who can still fight, and lead them to fight the pirates that fell from Shiki pirate ship. "Who are you? Do I know you? Also, you Marine put a bounty on my head, don't you even know I'm Rifan?" Rifan glanced at Jun, secretly vigilant in his heart. Although Marines, Makita and others were considered to be jointly resisting Golden Lion pirates, but Rifan can't guarantee whether Jun will choose to turn her guns around and deal with him together with Shiki. "Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't. Speaking of which, based on our previous fate, can you and I repel Shiki together?" Jun smiled, and turned her head to look at Shiki who fell beside William's body and wrapped it in a pile of Lois. "This..." Rifan was about to speak, when Shiki suddenly kicked several flying slashes at the two of them. Rifan wrapped the armament haki around his legs, and made several tempest kicks in succession to crush the flying slashes one by one, and sighed. "Okay, I agree. This golden retriever is really annoying." After speaking, Rifan made a move with both hands, and directly swung a thunder and lightning beast towards Shiki. Jun didn't hesitate when she saw Rifan's actions, and rushed towards Shiki with the famous sword Kanpura in her hand. She understood that if she had been standing by Rifan's partner all the time, Rifan wouldn't be able to fight with peace of mind. Shiki snorted coldly, and directly used the power of his devil fruit to dig out the ground under his feet from the ground, and let it hang in the air, taking William's body and the members of Golden Lion pirates who came behind Shiki at that point of time to hang in the air. And Shiki himself, followed by floating in the air to avoid Rifan's thunder beast and Jun's slash. "Marine, Rifan, don't think that you have won. You offend me, and you will pay the price for it." "Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling!" Shiki roared, and the surrounding towering lion head walls suddenly compressed towards the central area as if they were alive. The Marine soldiers standing on the outermost edge were involved in it in a blink of an eye. Jun looked serious, she cared about the safety of her soldiers. But she also understands that the best way to stop Shiki at this moment is to bring him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, those ordinary sailors will always be affected by Shiki's ultra-wide range ability. At this moment, she only hopes that Rifan can cooperate with her to defeat Shiki as soon as possible. Fighting Shiki for such a long time. She already fully understood that Shiki's strength has weakened compared to before. But he is still the pirate who stands at the top of the pyramid of the world combat power list. His aura is not much inferior to his former self when he fought with Sengoku and Garp in naval headquarters. On the other side, Rifan also frowned when he saw Shiki offensive. But just when he was about to bring Makita and the others to a safe place, his observation Haki sensed that Makita had already prepared to attack the rolling barricade. And that posture is exactly the posture that Rifan used to display the 6-king gun. They saw Makita's armament was condensed and rolled over her body like flowing water and finally gathered on her fists. The next moment, when the lion head-like wall opened its mouth wide to bite Makita and the others, the Haki on her fists swung forward and rushed forward. 6-king gun. Makita let out a snarl, and with her high-grade armament Haki, she punched into the inside of the huge lion head wall in an instant. In an instant, the lion head wall stopped roaring at Makita and the others. A second later, the lion's head wall and the nearby wall more than 10 meters wide were broken from the inside, and a big hole was shattered. After finishing all this, Makita turned around and gave Rifan a thumbs up with a smile on her face, and then ran out through the big hole in the wall together with Chopper and others. Not bad, that's a good improvement. Rifan sighed, his body turned into lightning again and rushed to the center of the battle, quickly coming to Jun's side. You really have a good partner. Her strength and armament Haki seemed to be stronger than before. Jun glanced at Rifan beside her, and said meaningfully. Although she can't see clearly. But she always felt that the armament Haki that Makita used just now is no longer just like armament Haki, but a higher level of armament Haki. However, she also felt that this might be the result of the 6 Kings gun. Hehe, instead of worrying about this, you should use your strength to deal with this bastard. The conditions of your companions are much worse than mine. Rifan chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned several thunderbolts to attack Shiki. Originally, he wanted to use the power of Thunder Fruit on a large scale to deal with Shiki. However, considering the need to save some energy to prevent Jun from rebelling. After all, this is a person who can attract pirates with her geisha charm technique in order to arrest them. Rifan felt that exercising caution around Jun was only natural. Then I'll get serious. Jun shook her head, and now she can see that if she doesn't fight well, Rifan will never fight well either. After glancing at the predicament in the direction of the marine, Jun's eyes froze suddenly, and a cold breath that seemed to be 10 degrees below zero quickly condensed on the blade from her body. Get ready, Rifan. After finishing speaking, Jun didn't wait for Rifan's response, stepped on moonwalk and rushed towards Shiki, who had already used the ability of Float Devil Fruit to control the yellow sand to form a small desert storm in front of him. Seeing it, Jun swung his sword, and a flying slash more than 10 meters long flew out from the tip of the sword. The sandstorm that hadn't been enlarged by Shiki collapsed in an instant. This scene made Shiki's brows wrinkle even tighter. Not bad, then, let me show some real skills. Rifan smiled, since Jun had already used her true power. Rifan doesn't intend to hold back too much either. His eyes condensed, his hands instantly gathered the high-level armament Haki energy, and rushed towards where Shiki was. All of a sudden, the swirling sandstorm, dripping flying slash, violent thunder and punches collided continuously in the air. A burst of strong wind was aroused and scattered towards the surroundings crazily. Rifan live broadcast chat room. This is amazing. Look. Shiki is at a disadvantage. He is losing. Eagle audience, don't get too excited, William still has a chance to come back to life, but your Rifan may not be able to withstand Shiki's attack. Come on, anyone with a discerning eye can see that brother Rifan and Jun are not on the weaker side in the battle. I think this Shiki has only this little ability. In the final analysis, he is just an old man with 2 broken legs. If it wasn't for brother Rifan, who is wary that the female marine would stab him back, he might have killed Shiki long ago. Hey! I saw Ada, she, Robin, and Vivi have all come to the battlefield. That's great. Now at least those marines who are confronting those pirates won't dare to point their weapon at them later. Makita, everyone, are you all right? Robin came to Makita and the others first, and then looked at Marine and the others who stood more than 10 meters away from Makita and the others. Behind Robin, there is Vivi with the same anxious face, looking at Rifan and Jun who are watching the battle above. Robin, Vivi, you are back. Don't worry, we're fine. It's Bonnie, she. Makita was relieved to see Robin and Vivi come back, but looked at Bonnie worriedly. Although she is worried about the situation that there are more and more female crew members around Rifan. But for partners, she acknowledged them. So she's still concerned about Bonnie's injuries. Chopper, how is Bonnie doing? Robin frowned, and immediately looked at Chopper who was tinkering with various potions beside Bonnie. Before Chopper could speak, Bonnie spoke first. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm very healthy. That guy Rifan is just worrying too much. Bonnie patted her chest and laughed. Idiot, this is serious. Your wound has this particular virus in it. And it's spreading through your body. Sit down honestly, I need to continue to check you. Chopper patted Bonnie's arm, his tone quite serious at the moment. Virus? It's okay. I'm just a little weak after the battle just now. I didn't feel any other discomfort, you know. Bonnie scratched her face and asked, tilting her head. Wound? Virus? Chopper, could it be that Bonnie was attacked by those zombie monsters before? Ada stepped forward and asked with concern. After looking around for a while, she had seen the corpses of those zombie monsters brought by William and Shiki. This also raised her importance to William to a higher level. That's right, I was accidentally scratched by an ugly monster before. Speaking of monsters that couldn't be made bigger or smaller with her devil fruit abilities, Bonnie just couldn't help but get angry. Is that so? Ada thought for a while and looked towards Marine, then said to Bonnie. I think you'd better be careful, Miss Bonnie. The reason these beasts are what they are is because of a virus developed by a guy named William Barkin. And this kind of virus should have a strong erosive effect, and can turn people into monsters similar to these ferocious beasts. Miss Bonnie, your current physical weakness may not just be due to physical weakness. Maybe it's also because your powerful body is fighting the virus. The weaker Marines over there are not so lucky. Although there are only some small wounds on their bodies at this moment, they have already passed out. At this moment, Ada has used the observation haki scroll, allowing her to use her observation haki without any difficulty. This enabled her to discern that, despite some of the Marines having only experienced superficial injuries, they fell to the ground with flushed bodies, visibly uncomfortable. What? Am I going to be that ugly monster? Damn it, I don't want to become ugly. Bonnie held her face and said in panic. In her heart, even if she died, she was unwilling to become a zombie. Of course, she didn't intend to die before meeting Kuma. Calm down, Bonnie. I will do my best to heal you. Ada is right, this virus should be slower to erode the strong. As long as something can be worked out in time to neutralize the virus, it will help you recover. Chopper said solemnly. How reliable, Dr. Chopper? Bonnie smiled, after seeing the behavior of some Marines in the distance. She didn't resist either, and let Chopper treat her. Eagle audience, want to research the serum? How is it possible? I am now waiting for Bonnie to turn into a zombie, and then let everyone in the Black Pearl Pirates turn into zombies. Green Pheasant audience, it seems that William is not defeated. What he left behind can wipe out the Black Pearl Pirates. Hehe, when William was here, he couldn't destroy Brother Rifan's pirate group. Just a little virus and want to destroy the Black Pearl Pirate group? There must be a limit for being a retard. Exactly. Don't forget, Rifan also has very good medical skills. Together with Chopper, he will definitely be able to work out an antidote to the virus. Actually, I also have a certain understanding of that, William. I also talked to Rifan about the serum formula for neutralizing the virus. William may have changed the formula of the virus, but when Rifan comes back, with his knowledge, he will definitely be able to come up with a corresponding solution soon. Ada said with a relaxed face. Chapter 141, The First Reincarnator Who Defeated the Legendary Pirate. Really? Bonnie's eyes widened in delight and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Looks like I can avoid turning into an ugly monster. Really, how long will that man have to fight? It's just an old guy from the previous era, can't they just get rid of him in a few moves? After speaking, Bonnie complained and looked at Rifan, Shiki and Jun who were fighting in the sky. She didn't know that Rifan had overheard their conversations. As their captain, even during the battle with Shiki, he still uses observation haki to perceive the situation of Makita and others, in case the Marine Vice Admiral will suddenly turn against Makita and others. After missing another chance to catch Shiki with dark water, Rifan shook his head secretly in his heart. This guy really utilized his devil fruit well. Even the attraction of dark water is difficult to catch this guy. Sure enough, I still have to think of other ways. While thinking in his heart, Rifan used his observation haki to sweep over the marine soldiers that were hurt by the zombies. After noticing that some of them had a more serious condition than Bonnie, Rifan couldn't help but stop. High fever, coma, arrhythmia, so many symptoms. I can't wait any longer, I have to end this battle quickly. Rifan stared at Jun, who was fighting Shiki, and shouted loudly. Woman, it's time to end this fight. As he said that, Rifan's aura began to rise continuously, and it reached a terrifying level in the blink of an eye. Is that, Gungnir? Jun glanced at the aura on Rifan, only to feel that it was so similar to when Rise used the lightweight Gungnir before. It's just that the aura on Rifan's body at this moment is dozens of times stronger than the aura on Rise's body at that time. Sure enough, you are Rise, Rifan. Now you can't make excuses. Jun muttered to herself, with a little smile on the corner of her mouth. The next moment, she also had a strong aura. As Rifan's figure passed by her and neared Shiki, Jun swiftly unleashed more than 10 flying slashes directed at Shiki. Each slash transformed into a sharp projectile originating from Shiki's vicinity, flying beside Rifan. Shiki frowned, and quickly swung the flying slash with the sharp blade on his feet to offset Jun's flying slash. Then high-strength armament haki condensed on the sword tips of both of his feet and stabbed straight at Rifan. Gungnir. Rifan let out a roar, and was unafraid of the sword tip on Shiki's legs and slammed a powerful punch. Rumble. After Rifan's fist collided with Shiki's swords, a deafening sound followed. After that, invisible ripples began to overflow in all directions from the place where Rifan and Shiki collided. Looking from a distance, the scenery between the two seems to have become a lot duller. Sure enough, you bastard can also use the giant techniques too. However, do you think you can really compete against me with your fist strength? Shiki raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sinister smile. Hehe, you can only smile now, old man. The corner of Rifan's mouth raised, and armament haki, who was at the internal destruction level, kept rushing towards Shiki along with the force of the Gungnir. In the beginning, Shiki was full of smiles and confidence. But soon, he felt something was wrong. This level of armament haki? How is it possible? Shiki's eyes widened, feeling the haki pouring into his legs from Rifan's fist along the swords on his legs, he looked at Rifan in disbelief. Although Shiki is powerful, his strength derives on his powerful devil fruit ability mastery, sword skills and observation haki. As for armament haki, he didn't train it to the limit. So seeing Rifan's armament haki, Shiki has a bad feeling. You know, during the time when Jun and Rifan were fighting, he had already consumed a lot of his physical energy. Rifan's sudden and powerful attack made Shiki unable to use other methods to resist for a while. Shiki frowned, realizing that he could not gain an advantage in front of this move, so he immediately wanted to pull back. However, how could Rifan give him such a chance? They saw the blue veins on his fist popping up, the power of the Gungnir increased again, and more armament haki poured into his attack under the surprised eyes of Shiki. The next moment, under Jun's surprise and Shiki's frightened and angry eyes, the connection between his legs and the two famous swords was broken directly. As for Shiki, he was driven by a terrifying force to continuously fly towards higher places. Don't mind me if I take it. Rifan took advantage of the opportunity to catch a famous sword that fell from Shiki towards him, and looked at Shiki who was spitting blood and flew towards the sky with a smile on his face. Although he also wanted to continue chasing, but after using the Gungnir with almost all his strength, he also appeared in a state of exhaustion for a moment, and wouldn't use powerful skills to attack Shiki. Of course, there is also the reason for the woman who came behind him quickly. Rifan, are you okay? Jun looked at Rifan who quickly turned around and looked at her guardedly, and said helplessly. Of course I'm not good after that clash. By the way, instead of coming to me, why aren't you capturing Shiki now, that guy hasn't fallen yet? With your power now, you may be able to arrest him. Rifan smiled, raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Shiki. Jun frowned, looked at Rifan, and then at Shiki, caught in a dilemma for a moment. She really wants to capture Shiki, but she is also like Rifan, she is worried that he will attack Marine when she is exhausted. After all, Marine has defaulted on 2 deals with Rifan. Judging from Rifan's words, he also has a high probability of revenge on the Marine. Just when Jun was hesitating, Shiki in the air suddenly turned his direction, and his body began to fall rapidly, and came to where his Cruz and William's body were. Rifan and Jun followed him with their gaze, and the next moment, both of them widened their eyes in surprise. because they saw that William, who was already lifeless, fully recovered after a flash of light. This guy actually took the risk of using resurrection coins at this time. Rifan's heart froze, and he immediately swung a thunderbolt towards William. It's just that his thunderbolt was stopped by Shiki. After talking to William for a few words, Shiki took a deep look at Rifan and Jun. Then directly used the power of his devil fruit to take William and his crew to fly quickly to the distance. Rifan frowned slightly, turned to look at Jun. Aren't you going after him? Jun sighed and looked at Marine on the ground. I want to chase, but I'm worried that after chasing, I will end up completely wiped out. Rifan shrugged. You should blame your Marshal Sengoku for that. While talking, Shiki has already led his crew away. Rifan could only shake his head regretfully. In the presence of Jun, it is impossible for him to fight Shiki desperately to keep William. But at this moment, the voice of Copy Space suddenly sounded in the minds of Rifan and all the people in Copy Space. In view of Golden Lion Shiki's escape, it is judged to be a defeat. Rifan, congratulations on achieving the achievement, the first Reincarnator who defeated the legendary pirate special reward skill scroll Conqueror's Infusion. Note, to use this scroll, Conqueror's Haki needs to be at least an intermediate level. A skill scroll that awakens the Conqueror's Infusion. What a generous reward! With this power, I don't know if I can keep Jun and the others. Rifan took a deep look at Jun not far from him. After a while, he still shook his head. Even with the power of Conqueror's Infusion, after a battle with Shiki, he doesn't have the confidence to defeat Jun. Not to mention, now he still has more important things to do. This is also one of the reasons why he is unwilling to continue chasing Shiki. Marine woman, I am going to take care of my partner now. What are your plans? Want to fight me? Rifan said to Jun while holding the famous sword Deadwood left by Shiki with blood on his hands. Call me Jun, Rifan, I won't call you Rise anymore. This time our mission has been accomplished. And met Shiki, which wasn't supposed to be in the plan. I also have no interest in continuing to fight with you. Jun glanced at the situation of her marine troops in the distance, shook her head, and said. In that case, I will leave first. Rifan nodded to Jun, and then turned into a thunderbolt and charged towards Makita and the others. Looking at Rifan's thunderbolt, Jun's eyes became deeper. That Nami is also able to use the elementalization of lightning, so how could he also use it at the same time? Could it be that this man didn't eat the so-called thunder fruit at all? Jun shook her head, and landed among the marine troops with doubts in her heart. Jun Vice Admiral. When Vice Admiral Maynard saw Jun approaching, he immediately greeted her. How are the casualties, Maynard? Jun looked at the sailors being treated and asked worriedly. The situation is not very optimistic. There may be some kind of germs on those zombie monsters. Some weaker sailors have developed life-threatening illnesses after being bitten by the monster. For those who remained conscious, their good physical fitness prevented any significant harm from occurring to them so far. Maynard explained. Jun nodded slightly, her eyes fell on the wound on Maynard's arm. Did you get this wound from those monsters, Maynard? Indeed, but I'm fine. Armament Haki seems to have some effect on fighting this virus. Is that so? It seems that these viruses don't have much effect on the strong. Jun Vice Admiral, what are we going to do next? Do we need to continue to deal with the members of the Black Pearl Pirates? Forget it, Rifan, and the strength of the members of the Black Pearl Pirates. You have also seen that we may not be able to win if we continue to fight. Next, let's go back to naval headquarters with the injured and the dead soldiers' bodies. Maynard frowned tightly upon hearing Jun's words. Although a little unwilling, he also understands that this is the best way at present. In hopelessness, he could only obey Jun's order and summon the soldiers who can move to prepare for retreat. Jun, on the other hand, turned around and looked deeply at Rifan's direction. After looking at Crocodile who fainted beside Rifan and others, Jun thought for a moment, then walked over. Captain Rifan, here is some data I got from Bonnie's wound. See if you can make a detoxification potion based on the formula given by Ada. Chopper handed a piece of paper to Rifan and said seriously. When Rifan heard Chopper's words, he immediately took the paper and read it carefully. As the party involved, Bonnie naturally kept her eyes firmly on Rifan, looking forward to his positive answer. After a while, Rifan nodded and said. Chopper, you're doing great. Relying on these things will definitely be able to produce an antidote to neutralize the virus. Bonnie, don't worry, I won't let a beautiful girl like you become a zombie. As he spoke, Rifan patted Bonnie on her head with a smile on his face. Bonnie heaved a long sigh of relief when she heard Rifan, who was the captain, speak. Just when she was about to thank Rifan, Jun's voice sounded close to her. Rifan, can you hand over Crocodile to our marine? Chapter 142, Vivi with life and death loyalty. Give him to you, marine. Rifan couldn't help laughing when he heard Jun's words. I refuse, I want to deal with this myself. Just kidding, there is a Logia devil fruit like sand fruit on Crocodile body. Only a fool would do that. Why, wouldn't it be enough for you to defeat Crocodile and stop his plans? If you give him to the Marines, we will imprison him and impel down. After that, he won't interact with you again, Jun frowned and said. The body of Crocodile also involves ancient weapon Pluton. Jun doesn't want to let Crocodile continue to break away from Marine's control, and she doesn't want him to be taken away by Rifan, a dangerous man. After all, no one knows whether Rifan will investigate the ancient weapon Pluton from Crocodile. In her opinion, Rifan left Crocodile's life, perhaps because he wanted to dig Pluton out of him. What she doesn't know is that Rifan doesn't even need Crocodile for that. Rifan has already known the location of ancient weapon Pluton based on his understanding of the original work of One Piece. Unfortunately, I have a particularly bad relationship with this guy. So I'm going to deal with him myself. Also, didn't Shiki just come out of Impel Down? Now that we have just fought with Shiki, you told me you want to imprison this guy in Impel Down so that he will not come out to trouble me? Do you think I should believe what you say? Rifan shook his head and said with a light smile. When Jun heard Rifan's words, she couldn't think of any rebuttals for a while. She could only stand there silently. Instead of caring about this guy, you should think about how to deal with Shiki. I heard that guy once went to your naval headquarters to make trouble for Roger alone. Now that he has reappeared, do you think he won't do the same thing? After Rifan finished speaking, he ignored Jun and turned around to look at Chopper and the others. Chopper, Bonnie, it's not convenient here after all, let's find a quiet place. After speaking, Rifan reached out and carried Bonnie in a princess carry. Then he walked to the zombie beasts that hadn't been burned by the high temperature of the lightning. Use his Dark Devil Fruit's ability to pull them into his dark space. Since the serum is to be prepared, the zombie beast as the virus carrier has naturally become one of the materials for Rifan's research. After finishing all this, Rifan ignored Jun and other marines and led the team towards Alabasta capital city. Is the matter finally over? Vivi looked at the marines who were left behind, then at Rifan, and quickly followed his footsteps. At this moment when she was finally able to take a breath, Vivi only felt that Rifan's back was constantly placed in her heart. Rifan, congratulations on completing the invitation task of Princess Vivi Save Alabasta, 500 special bonus points. Princess Vivi's loyalty attribute has reached life and death, and you can already use the position skills of Princess Vivi. When Princess Vivi gets Devil Fruit, you will be able to use Princess Vivi's Devil Fruit ability at the same time. The sudden reminder in his mind made Rifan raise his eyebrows, and couldn't help but look at Vivi who was walking quickly to his side. And Vivi also gave Rifan a big smile. Is her loyalty full? Maybe I can give Crocodile's Devil Fruit ability to Vivi. Rifan's eyes fell on the crocodile who was being carried by Ada, and he made a secret decision in his heart. In the rear, Jun looked at the backs of Rifan and others and the body of Crocodile being dragged by a woman. Sighing deeply, she walked back and the marine troops began to lead their actions to stop the retreat. Meanwhile, on the other side. Damn Rifan and Marine, I will never let them go. Shiki let out an angry roar, and the anger made all the surviving members of Golden Lion Pirates dare not go forward. They could only look at William who was the beloved man of their captain at the moment. Naturally, William noticed the eyes of the people around him, and he walked towards Shiki. Captain Shiki, please calm down. William said. William, do you think I can calm down with what happened? I'm different from you, you can stand here safe and sound now. But my body has suffered irreversible trauma once again. If I don't think there is still room for improvement in your research. At that time, I would not have chosen to take you to retreat. Shiki took a deep breath and looked at William with a serious face. In the later stage of fighting Rifan and Jun, he already had desperate plans. His pride prevented him from being defeated by a rookie marine and a rookie pirate and wanted to go all out even if he died from the battle. It's just that when he sensed the reappearance of life in William, who had already lost his life, and then thought of the future plan that William had described to him, he resisted his aggrieved heart and chose to retreat. Captain Shiki, we are not actually a failure. In previous battles, both Marine and Rifan were wounded by the zombie monsters we researched. Given enough time, the viruses that enter their bodies will explode. Maybe, the Black Pearl pirates and the Marines will be killed by their partners who turned into zombies. Also, about your legs. Wait until, after my research is successful, it may help you regain a pair of complete legs. William patted his chest and said with confidence. William, who knew that Shiki had been captured in naval headquarters, even specially described to Shiki the tragic situation of a zombie virus outbreak in naval headquarters that will happen. And smiles appeared on Shiki's face after hearing it. Jahahaha, if naval headquarters really becomes what you said, I really want to take a good look at it. William, how long can they hold out, and when will the outbreak at the naval headquarters happen as you mentioned? Shiki raised the corner of his mouth and said loudly. It depends on when those Marines in Alabasta bring them back to naval headquarters. According to my guess, when those Marines return to naval headquarters, it may take less than a day to see the corresponding situation. Seeing the smile on Shiki's face again, William breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, it seems that I have to visit naval headquarters again. William, after you go back, you have to do further research. Shiki floated up, patted William on the shoulder, said something meaningful, and then floated into the distance. William touched the cold sweat on his forehead and took a long breath. Shiki finally got stabilized, and he was finally able to have time to sort out the previous battle information. Rifan's ability can kill me in an instant, and even a legendary pirate like Captain Shiki will be too late to rescue me. It seems that if I want to deal with Rifan in the future, I will not be able to appear on the battlefield. I hope this guy can really be killed by his infected companions. William sighed in his heart, thinking about the thing that sounded in his mind earlier about Rifan obtaining the skill scroll by defeating Shiki. He felt even more resentful. After thinking for a while, he opened the communication group interface among reincarnators, intending to see if he could get some information through the communication group. Reincarnated People Chat Room. Eagle Ethan, William, where are you? What is the situation on your side? Why did Rifan get the achievement of defeating the legendary pirate? Could it be that you have already been defeated and died? Panda Ada Wong, that's right, that guy has already been killed by Rifan. It seems that he was killed as soon as he met him. Camel Nasser, you're such an idiot, I'm so optimistic about you, but you not only failed to kill Rifan, but also gave Rifan an achievement. Camel Hilai, Conqueror's Infusion, a skill that can only be learned by mastering the intermediate Conqueror's Haki. The conditions are so harsh, is this skill very powerful? Cole Lima Choi, it's not as simple as being powerful. I asked the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and they told me that even the greatest pirates in this world, few can master this ability. And my Captain Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, has this ability. Green Pheasant Koharu Momika, it is said that only 1 out of a million people can awaken their Conqueror's Haki, and Conqueror's Infusion can only be mastered by very few top experts. Elephant Aqua, that William is an idiot, to give Rifan such a powerful skill. Even the big cotters of Beasts Pirates, no one can master this ability. Panda Ada Wong, then Rifan is really lucky. William, do you need me to call Rifan for you to thank you? Eagle William Birkin, don't get too conceited, Ada, both you and Rifan are temporary victories, and the one who can have the last laugh is the winner. Panda Ada Wong, I don't think you can have the last laugh. If you think that your zombie virus can turn Bonnie into a zombie and let her destroy the Black Pearl Pirates, I advise you to give up your idea. Whether it is me or Rifan, we have defense against zombie viruses. In addition, do you really think that no one can decipher what you have researched? Eagle William Birkin, you are really confident, Ada, let's wait and see. William closed the communication group interface, his brows furrowed tightly. He was still a little worried about Ada's words. After all, with Ada's status in Blue Star, it is possible to get rid of his research. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if Ada had the serum formula related to the zombie virus in her hand. Even if she has the formula, it shouldn't matter. The zombie virus has been transformed into a new version by me. If they don't have a certain amount of research on biology, there is definitely no way to crack its secret. William muttered to himself, cheering himself up secretly. But when he thought of Ada's words, he couldn't calm down anyway. On the other side, Ada, who was following Rifan on the road, exited the communication group interface and looked deeply at Rifan's back. Have you mastered the skill scroll that only the world's top powerhouse can awaken? It seems that he will definitely become a top powerhouse in the future. He is really an amazing man, maybe becoming this guy's slave is not a bad choice. The corner of Ada's mouth raised, and her plans for the future gradually changed in her heart. After getting along with Rifan for a period of time, Ada has understood Rifan's nature. Gradually, she began to feel that even if she really became the slave of Rifan defined by the copy space, Rifan will not do some excessive things to her like a slave owner. On the contrary, it may also make Rifan trust her more. Coupled with the power gained from following Rifan's actions, she finally changed her attitude towards the term slave. Looks like I'll have to talk to Rifan later. Ada chuckled, thinking to herself. At this time, Rifan was still worried about Bonnie's condition. It never occurred to him that someone was planning to become his property. Some time passed. On the coast of Alabasta, several marine warships are ready to sail. After seeing that the wounded soldiers had been settled, Jun took out the Denden Mushi and called Naval Headquarters Sengoku. Soon, a thick and familiar voice came from the Denden Mushi. This is Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, this is Jun. Jun? How is the action? Has the crocodile matter been resolved? The matter of crocodile is done, and the rebellion in Alabasta has also been ceased. Great, then bring crocodile back for trial. Sorry, there may not be a way to do this. Hey? Could it be that he was killed in battle? No, it's just that he was taken away by Rifan. Rifan? The Black Pearl Pirates are also in Alabasta. Not only the Black Pearl Pirates, but even Shiki appeared in Alabasta. Shiki? Jun, are you sure? At this moment, Sengoku couldn't help but raise his tone. If Rifan's Black Pearl Pirates appeared in Alabasta, he would not be so surprised. After all, according to the route of Rifan and his group, the Black Pearl Pirates do have the possibility of landing on Alabasta. But Shiki, who had disappeared for many years, reappeared, and he still appeared in Alabasta, where ancient weapon Pluton might exist. This has to make Sengoku shocked and worried. I won't admit it wrong, that man is indeed using the ability to float devil fruit. Beyond that, he seems to have a rather dangerous scientist with him, and that scientist should be called William. As Jun spoke, she told Sengoku about Shiki and the Marine's current situation. After listening, Sengoku was silent for a while. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, I have already understood the situation. Judging from your current strength and the strength shown by the Black Pearl Pirates, it may be difficult for you to continue arresting members of the Black Pearl Pirates. How about this, leave some of you there to monitor the movements of the Black Pearl Pirates. You and the rest return to Naval Headquarters with the wounded. We need to hold a high-level meeting to discuss matters concerning the Black Pearl Pirates and Golden Lion Pirates. Hearing it, Jun nodded slightly, I understand, Marshal. After speaking, Jun hung up the call. Just when she was thinking about who to stay and monitor the movements of Rifan and his group, a calm female voice suddenly sounded behind her. Jun Vice Admiral, leave this matter to Hina. Chapter 143, Cobra holding a grandson. Hearing this, Jun turned around and looked behind her. There, Hina, wearing a neat rose-colored lady's suit, was standing quietly. Hina, aren't you worried that you will be caught by Rifan again later? Jun asked curiously. Maybe Hina will be arrested, but Rifan should not do anything that endangers Hina's life. Jun Vice Admiral, as you said before, Rifan may have disguised himself as a man named Rise. And this man named Rise once saved Hina's life in the Rain Base City. Perhaps, there is no better person here than Hina who can monitor Rifan. Hina's eyes are serious, and her tone is extremely solemn. What she didn't say is that there are some things she still wants to understand from Rifan. Jun took a deep look at Hina, and after a while, she walked up to Hina and patted her on the shoulder. In that case, I will leave this matter to you to deal with. We'll leave a ship for you later, stay safe, Hina. Hearing Jun's words, Hina nodded immediately, turned around and went to get ready. Alabasta, Royal Palace. Vivi, do you really want to be a pirate with Rifan? I'm really grateful to Rifan and his crew for saving the country, but I wouldn't let you make such a decision. King Cobra put his hands on Princess Vivi's shoulders and said worriedly. Father, this is an agreement between me and Captain Rifan. He fulfilled his promise now, and I can't be someone who breaks the promise. Vivi shook her head and said firmly. In that case, it's up to me to explain it to Rifan. I don't want the security of this country to be bought by yourself. Cobra said firmly, and planned to talk to Rifan in the consultation room prepared for Rifan and Chopper. Father, I actually yearn for adventure. And I've fought the Marines with all of them. Perhaps my reward order will appear later. At that point, I also can't stay in Alabasta. Vivi quickly grabbed Cobra's arm and explained the cause and effect of the matter. A reward order. Cobra stopped walking and frowned instantly. If it's just a reward order, I might be able to prevent the Marine and the world government from issuing a reward order to you through the authority of the world government's affiliated countries. Also, the Alabasta situation is ultimately a matter of Crocodile, a Shishibukai appointed by the Marine and world government. If you make this matter clear, the Marine won't place a reward on you. Cobra shook his head, his face became more determined. For him, Vivi is the only heir to the throne of Alabasta. He couldn't accept his daughter and heir to the throne as a pirate. After speaking, Cobra ignored Vivi's objection and left the direction and walked quickly towards the consulting room where Rifan and Chopper were. Although Vivi tried to dissuade him all the way, until Cobra came to the door of the consultation room, the less she could persuade Cobra. Just when Cobra pushed the door of the consulting room open a gap, a flash of inspiration flashed in Vivi's mind and thought of what Robin had said. Father, I actually already have Captain Rifan's child. So I had to follow him out to sea. Vivi held Cobra's arm and said to Cobra with a flushed face. What? Cobra's eyes widened, looking at Vivi in disbelief, and then at Vivi's stomach. Why you, have a sea child? In other words, I'm going to have a grandson. Cobra said in a daze. That's right. Father, if you are worried that there will be no heir to the throne. After my child is born, if it's a male, he can inherit the throne. Although shy, the words have already been spoken, and Vivi does not intend to change them. Great. Cobra raised his hands and patted Vivi's shoulder vigorously. Since this is the case, it is even more impossible for you to go to sea with Rifan. If something happened to you accidentally, I might lose 2 family members. Speaking of which, that guy Rifan is a punk, he even married you without saying hello to me. No, no matter what, I have to prepare a proper wedding for you. Vivi's eyes widened, never thinking that her words would actually strengthen Cobra's reluctance to let her leave. Seeing that Cobra was about to push open the door to talk to Rifan, she couldn't help using more strength on her arms to pull Cobra back. Father, listen to me. Rifan and I have only been together for a short time, and you don't want us to be separated like this. And with Rifan on my side, you don't have to worry about the safety of me and my child. If he can repel someone like Golden Lion Shiki, he will be able to protect me. Also, don't you want us to bring you more grandchildren when we come back? Captain Rifan and I have already discussed how many more children we will have during the sailing time. Vivi blushed while talking, completely unaware that the door of the consulting room had been opened. There were several pairs of eyes staring at her back. Cobra was stunned at first by Vivi's sudden outburst of strength, and then froze in shock at Vivi's words about wanting more children. Even in Cobra's mind, he began to fantasize about the picture of a group of his descendants in the future. So, Father, you should go back first. Rifan, he is helping cure Miss Bonnie now. You'll disturb them like this. Vivi gently pushed Cobra's back and said. But I want to talk to Rifan. Cobra rubbed his hands, his face was covered with complex emotions of joy and worry. Let's wait until later, when Miss Bonnie's condition stabilizes. With her hands on her hips, Vivi stood in front of the door of the consulting room and Cobra. But, then, I have to talk to him later. Seeing how determined Vivi was, Cobra was stunned by Vivi's previous words, so he couldn't help turning around and walking in the direction he came from. Vivi on the other hand, before she could sigh of relief, blushed when she heard her father say, I'm going to have a grandchild. I'm going to become a grandpa. Ha ha ha. However, when seeing Cobra disappear around the corner, Vivi finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. You sneaky cat! When did you climb into Captain Rifan's bed? I'm obviously the first to become Captain Rifan's partner. How dare you! Vivi was startled when she heard the sound, and quickly turned around to look behind her. Makita! Vivi looked at Makita, who was almost pressing her face in front of her, and her heart skipped a beat. You know, in the Black Pearl Pirates, Makita's love for Rifan is well known. Don't tell me, why you have heard it all. Vivi pursed her lips and asked weakly. I don't know about Makita, but we heard it too. Nami stepped forward and looked at Vivi seriously. Behind Nami, Nojiko, Robin, and Karina in the consultation room were smiling and watching Vivi's condition with great interest. Vivi swallowed, and after looking around at the guards who were also watching her, she pulled Makita and Nami into the consultation room, and quickly closed the door. She first looked at Rifan, who was discussing something with Chopper and Ada, and after seeing that Rifan didn't pay attention to her side, she whispered, "I was actually joking, only in this way can my father agree to let me go to sea with everyone." Hearing this, Nami raised her eyebrows and said, "Is it really just like that?" "Really?" Vivi nodded quickly, and quickly recounted all the conversations she had with Cobra earlier. After Makita finished listening, although her expression softened a little, she still looked suspiciously at Vivi. "You may say it is nonsense, but if you ever return to Alabasta in the future without bringing your child along, how do you plan to explain this to your father?" Makita asked. This. Vivi pursed her lips and was speechless for a moment. "You say that, but actually you plan to give birth to some children for Captain Rifan in the future." Nami took a step forward, staring at Vivi and said. Vivi looked at Nami in front of her, and suddenly felt that Makita was not the only one who was in a hurry to love Rifan, and Nami was the same. There is no reason, but she somewhat understands why Nojiko asked her not to tell Nami about her tattoo that is below her lower abdomen. But after thinking about it for a while, Vivi understood. When she used the power Rifan gave her to deal with Crocodile, when Rifan saved her country. In her heart, she uncontrollably put Rifan's existence on the same level as her father Cobra. For such a man with great ability and charm, Vivi still has great respect. Makita and Nami will develop an affection for him, and Vivi understands. "Okay girls, that's enough questioning, Captain Rifan and Chopper are still helping Bonnie. You two better not hold on to Vivi." At this time, Nojiko finally couldn't help but step forward to help Vivi smooth things over. After all, Vivi is the friend who helped her keep her secret, and when it comes to the sneaky cat, she is the complete sneaky cat. Whether it's for Vivi or for herself, she has to step forward. Makita and Nami finally took a step back after seeing Nojiko. This made Vivi immediately cast a grateful look at Nojiko. "Nojiko, how is Bonnie doing now?" Vivi walked up to Nojiko and asked worriedly. "There seems to be some fever, but nothing serious now." While talking, Nojiko took Vivi's hand and walked to Rifan, Chopper and Bonnie's side. "Yo, I heard that you are going to have a baby for Rifan. Well, do you want me to help you deliver the baby?" "Don't look at me like this, I can still do things like deliver babies." As soon as Vivi approached, Bonnie on the hospital bed extended her hand to Vivi to say hello. Hearing her teasing words, Vivi blushed again, and looked at Rifan shyly at the same time. Since Bonnie could hear it, then Rifan standing in front of Bonnie must have heard what she said earlier. For a moment, she couldn't help but wonder how to face Rifan. Fortunately, Rifan helped Vivi out at this time. "You girl, your physical condition should be uncomfortable enough, but you still dare to make fun of Vivi." Rifan patted Bonnie's forehead with the document recording Bonnie's condition, and said with a frown. "Humph, with this illness alone, it's not enough to stop me." Bonnie waved her hand. Even though her body was showing high fever and abnormal redness at the moment, she still acted carelessly. "And, isn't it because you're here? Although you're a pervert, you are a good captain. I'm sure you won't let anything happen to me. Also, Dr. Chopper is here." The corners of Bonnie's mouth parted, and she laughed. "You?" Rifan looked at the laughing Bonnie in front of him, and his heart was moved for no reason, and his heart became firmer in his determination to get rid of the virus in her body. Speaking of which, Kuma's devil fruit ability should be able to directly shoot out the virus in Bonnie's body. It would be great if I had the clone fruit ability when I was on Battleship Island. Wait. Munch fruit should have similar power, right? Rifan's eyes were fixed, and his attention was on the munch fruit on the item bar. Like Rifan, Chopper was also very moved when she heard Bonnie. He patted Rifan's calf and said, "Captain Rifan, now that the diagnosis and treatment plan has been drawn up, I'm going to get medicine to make an antidote. Vivi, you are familiar with the environment here, can you take me to get some medicines that are available here?" Hearing this, Vivi was about to nod, but Rifan spoke first. "Wait Chopper, I suddenly thought of a more effective and direct solution." Rifan knelt down and grabbed Chopper's shoulders. "Captain Rifan, have you thought of a better plan?" Chopper blinked and looked at Rifan in surprise. "That's right, but this plan has a premise. You need to eat this munch fruit first." With a smile on his face, Rifan took out the munch fruit from the inventory in front of everyone. Chapter 144, Birth of the Desert Princess. Rifan live broadcast chat room. Sure enough, brother Rifan is going to give the munch fruit to Chopper for use. Isn't this good? The devil fruit that Chopper now possesses doesn't seem to have much power. Now that Chopper has obtained the power of the future, he must be very good in terms of physical fitness. If he eats this munch fruit, he should be able to exert a very powerful effect on this to level devil fruit. Eagle audience, isn't it just a reindeer that looks like a civet cat? Even if he can use 2 devil fruits, it's no big deal. Hehe, you probably forgot that brother Rifan can use the power of Chopper's devil fruit. Chopper ate the munch fruit, which is equivalent to brother Rifan being able to use munch fruit. The Blue Star audience saw Rifan take out the munch fruit. Naturally there was another discussion. Chopper, Nami, and even Bonnie, who was a patient, all looked at Rifan strangely. You want me to eat this devil fruit? But isn't a person only able to eat 1 devil fruit? After being stunned for 2 seconds, Chopper suddenly let out a strange cry, looked at Rifan in amazement and said. But in fact, Captain Rifan can use our devil fruit power. Could it be that you can still share your power with us? Nami blinked and asked curiously. You can say that. Rifan nodded slightly. Chopper, don't you intend to use the fruit human in its human form to fight? Human form? Chopper was taken aback again. What is the human form? Rifan chuckled and didn't reply, but raised his hand and tapped Chopper's pirate tattoo. At the next moment, the reminder of the copy space rang in his mind. Rifan, you use the double devil fruit power awakening scroll on Tony Chopper. Tony Chopper has been able to eat another devil fruit. Rifan, your personal talent strength and partner, equal return has been activated, and you can now eat 2 devil fruits. Rifan directly ignored the prompts about himself in his mind, tore off a piece of munch fruit, popped it into Chopper's mouth, and entered his stomach along his esophagus. Chopper blinked, and the next moment, a glimmer of enlightenment came into his mind. The idea of using munch fruit popped into his head like an instinct. At the same time, a reminder of Chopper's personal attribute update also came from Rifan's mind. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Tony Chopper. Age, 15 years old. Crew number, 08. Position, Ship Doctor, Expert. Physical, 23,500. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit Model, Human, Munch Fruit. Special Ability, None. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, None. He didn't explode. Can you really eat 2 devil fruits? Bonnie propped herself up on the hospital bed, looking at Chopper very curiously. Of course he won't explode, I won't harm my crew. By the way, are you ready to be swallowed, Bonnie? After throwing a test tube into his belly, Rifan came to Bonnie and put his hands on her shoulders. Hey! Bonnie was in a daze, but saw Rifan's mouth suddenly open to an unbelievable extent, and directly bit her head. Rifan grabbed Bonnie's body with his hands and pushed her into his mouth, and Bonnie's whole body had already entered his stomach. Why you eat her? Vivi rubbed her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Fortunately, she, Nami and others believed in Rifan, so although they were surprised, they didn't feel worried about Bonnie. After a while, Rifan rubbed his nose, turned around and raised his hand to pat Karina's shoulder standing aside. The next moment, a surprising scene happened. They saw that Karina's originally youthful body began to develop rapidly, just like Nami who had gained the power of the future. I have grown up. Has the growth ointment worked? Karina blinked, looking at the changes in her body with some surprise. I don't think it's the effect of the growth ointment, but that Captain Rifan used Bonnie's devil fruit ability. Robin rested her chin on one hand and watched this scene with interest. However, Captain Rifan didn't use the clone fruit to turn into Bonnie. I understand, if you are eaten by the ability user of munch fruit, you can use their ability. Karina opened her beautiful eyes and let out. Karina is right. Besides, using munch fruit is the ability to combine swallowed things into entirely new objects. In the future, Chopper, you may be able to use munch fruit to swallow various medicinal materials to research new medicines. Of course, some things can also be properly decomposed. Rifan smiled, and first used Bonnie's ability to change Karina back to her original form. Then, he opened his mouth wide and spit in the direction of the hospital bed. And Bonnie's body comes out of his mouth and appears in the hospital bed filled with saliva. Bonnie, who returned, was clearly stunned, staring blankly at the ceiling light. After a long time, she came back to her senses a little bit. Was I eaten just now? Bonnie looked at Rifan, who was closest to him, and asked in a daze. Well, I ate you once. And you should really wash your body well at ordinary times. Otherwise, I would have a hard time swallowing it. Rifan nodded, and then spit out a test tube filled with purple reagent from his mouth. Damn it, I'm a girl, so don't say it like that. But you actually swallowed me in one gulp. Bonnie's eyes widened in surprise and anger. She jumped up from the hospital bed, knelt on the glacier and pulled up Rifan's collar. It doesn't matter, anyway, you have nothing to lose. Also, you should feel your body well. You should be free of any symptoms by now. Rifan patted Bonnie's hand and said casually. Bonnie was taken aback when she heard the words, and then immediately reacted and felt her body carefully. I'm fine. Bonnie said in surprise. Of course you are. Rifan handed the potion bottle in front of Bonnie and explained, all the viruses on your body are in this potion of mine. I isolated the virus in your body with the power of Munch Munch fruit. After his words fell, everyone immediately understood why Rifan let Chopper eat the Munch Munch fruit earlier. Rifan live broadcast chat room. Awesome, this is the power of Munch Munch fruit, as expected of Two's devil fruit. Eagle audience, damn it, how could the virus be isolated so easily? So this is the awesomeness of To devil fruit. Ha ha ha, Munch Munch fruit hasn't awakened yet, but you can use the devil fruit power of the swallowed person. After awakening, wouldn't this ability be even more perverted? Remember that Brother Rifan still has a reward for awakening Paramecia devil fruit. I wonder if he will use it for Chopper. It's not impossible to use it for Chopper, but I now think that Robin is the strongest among the Paramecia devil fruit user on the ship, and using it for her should play the role of the awakening scroll more. Tisk tisk, if Robin's flower fruit awakens, I wonder if she can kill Crocodile by herself, ha ha ha. Vivi, I'll give the sand fruit to you for your use. Makita, I have a piece of experience about using Conqueror's Haki here and I want to give it to you. By the way, you always use your umbrella to attack, so I will also give you the famous sword I got from Shiki. It can be tucked into the pole of your parasol. Afterwards, you can use it to hit people, and you can use it strongly and it won't break. After Bonnie was fine, Rifan was also in the mood to give the sand fruit that was taken out of Crocodile's body and the skill scroll that he got from the copy Space-Conqueror Haki infusion to share with his crew. Among the current fleet, only Vivi is not a devil fruit user. In addition, Vivi's current loyalty has come to the point of life and death because of the defeat of Crocodile and the safety of her country. Rifan is naturally willing to give sand fruit to her for use. After all, in this way, he can also be regarded as a sand devil fruit ability user. Although among the abilities of Logia, Thunder Fruit is better than Sand Devil Fruit. But Rifan thinks that the ability of Sand Devil Fruit to absorb water is quite useful. Rifan, you use Skill Scroll Conqueror's Infusion on Makita. Makita's personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Rifan, your talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated, and the enhancement has been completed, please check your personal attributes. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Makita. Age, 22 years old. Crew number, 01. Position, Pastry Chef, Skilled. Physical, 24,100. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Kilo Fruit. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, Conqueror Haki Infusion. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Bounty, 100 million berry. Props, famous sword cherry 10. While Vivi ate the sand fruit, Makita also clearly felt an extra understanding of power in her mind. Her body involuntarily began to try this power. As a black and red lightning flashed, the famous sword in Makita's hand was obviously wounded by a domineering and violent power Conqueror Haki. Don't use it here, Makita. It would be bad if it destroyed Vivi's house. Rifan quickly pressed Makita's arm and said. He, I understand, Captain Rifan. With this power, I feel that I can help you more, Captain Rifan. Even that female Marine Jun, maybe I can beat her easily. Makita held Rifan's hand tightly in her bosom, which had been enriched by the growth potion, and said with a smile on her face. I know you're happy, but don't underestimate that female Marine. That woman is still very strong. Rifan squeezed Makita's face, nodded to Vivi, then turned to look at Bonnie. Okay, let Vivi take you to find a place to wash your body. Chopper, you and I will take out all the viruses from the remaining zombie monsters and see if we can use these viruses to develop an antidote. If we meet Shiki again in the future and we have an antidote, we can also have an extra guarantee. Better, get each of us a vaccine or something. Hearing this, both Bonnie and Chopper nodded. Bonnie, really, your saliva is all over my body, it feels like I've been licked all over my body. It's so disgusting, I want to take a quick bath. Chopper, such a dangerous virus must have a solution, Captain Rifan, let's make a vaccine now. After gaining experience, even if that William changes something about the virus, we will definitely be able to make a new antidote. After Chopper finished speaking, he couldn't wait to snatch Rifan from Makita's arms, and under Makita's resentful eyes, he dragged Rifan to the next room where the zombie virus corpses were stored. Ada, we are all going to have a good wash, do you want to come together? Nojiko came to Ada's side, looked at Rifan and Chopper leaving with a smile on her face and asked Ada. WH9 was in a daze. You guys go first, I have something I want to talk to Rifan about. Ada shook her head, and said. Okay. Nojiko smiled, and didn't ask Ada what she wanted to talk to Rifan. Instead, she blinked at Ada as if seeing through something, and then took a step to keep up with the footsteps of Nami, Bonnie, and others. What a perceptive woman! Should I say that she is indeed the woman who had an affair with Rifan? Ada took a deep look at Nojiko's back, and murmured. With her observation ability, she can naturally see the relationship between Rifan and Nojiko. But, does she think I'm going to confess to Rifan? Well, she is half right. Ada chuckled, walked out of the room towards where Rifan and Chopper were. For her, it's not about talking to Rifan about confession, but about her leaving and the bond of slavery. Chapter 145, Formal Contract with Ada. Great, the production is finally successful. Chopper picked up the light green translucent potion, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile on his face. As expected of Chopper. Rifan smiled and clapped his hands. Hehe, it's also thanks to your help, Captain. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to make the serum so quickly. Chopper touched the back of his head, and smiled honestly. By the way, also thanks to Ada's help. Chopper suddenly turned his head to look at Ada, who had been helping Rifan and himself since just now. You're welcome, Dr. Chopper, after all, I'm also very curious about the production of serum. Chopper, as long as you inject this serum, will you be able to resist the invasion of the zombie virus at this stage? Ada asked curiously. Yet. Chopper nodded heavily. In fact, after more in-depth research, Captain Rifan and I discovered that even without serum injection, as long as the body is strong enough, it can resist the virus. Captain Rifan was infected on purpose before, but also suppressed the virus with powerful haki. However, for those who are not strong enough in terms of physical fitness and haki, as long as they are injected with this, it will be clear. It can guarantee that the virus at this stage will not work. Even, the infected body can have a certain resistance to new viruses based on sub-virus evolution after taking this serum. At this time, Rifan picked up a serum from the side and stuffed it into Ada's hand, and said with a smile. You can take this thing, it's up to you whether you want to use it or not. Speaking of which, you should have something to talk to me about 0 right? Hearing this, Ada smiled and nodded. There are indeed some things I want to discuss with you in detail. As she spoke, she specifically looked at Chopper, who was excitedly looking at the research data. Rifan instantly understood Ada's meaning, he nodded slightly, and said. Chopper, I leave this to you. Serum can be made more, just in case. After speaking, Rifan pulled Ada out of the room and came to the restroom prepared by King Cobra for them. Come on, there's no one here. Rifan patted the dust off his body, found a random chair and sat down. Ada came to the chair opposite Rifan and sat down, then took off her coat involuntarily. As Aida's voluptuous upper body appeared in front of Rifan, the live broadcast room fell into darkness again. Rifan, make a bond of slavery with me. After doing all this, Ada said very seriously. Hey? What did you say? Rifan was stunned for a moment, feeling as if he had heard it wrong. Ada smiled and declared. I said, please sign a bond of slavery with me. Ada, are you serious? I'm not going to lie about it. Didn't you not intend to become my slave before, why did you suddenly change now? Because after observing you these days, I don't think it matters to be your slave. Do you think that I won't rely on your status as a slave master to do perverted things to you? You will. Who knows, maybe I won't be able to hold back and attack you. But I don't think you will force me. Really? Are you looking down on me, Ada? I don't mean to look down on you, but I think you don't force women. Hearing this, Rifan was silent for a while, then nodded and said. Well, you're right, I really won't force you to do such a thing. But I still want to know the specific reasons why you want to make a contract with me. After signing the contract, what arrangements do you have? Ada smiled and said as a matter of course. If I don't make a contract, Rifan, you will still be more or less defensive against me. And I want to get rid of this defense. Without this protection, and with the relationship of the contract, I think Rifan, you can also let go of your worries and help me become stronger. As for signing the contract, I think it's time for me to leave your side and set foot on my own route. Hearing this, Rifan was a little puzzled. You said that you need to rely on the contract relationship to make you stronger, I can understand. But why are you leaving again? Stay by my side, and you'll be able to earn battle points like you did when you killed Crocodile, so why? Ada had expected Rifan's question. She chuckled lightly and said. Staying by your side all the time, of course I can become stronger. But I also hope to be able to observe the world from my perspective. And get stronger through some of my methods. It would be too boring if I had been by your side all the time. After all, this world is quite wonderful to some extent. Another point is that if the two of us are separated, even if we are in danger, we won't be wiped out. Maybe, we can still have our own adventures. Hearing Ada's answer, Rifan couldn't help shaking his head. If that's the case, you shouldn't need to make a contract with me, Ada. Rifan understood that if Ada made a contract with him but did not follow him, he would not have much way to get Ada to gain battle points. The only thing that can be done, perhaps, is to sell some of the things she needs to her through the trading interface. Of course it is necessary, at least if I am caught, you should save me. Rifan, are you not going to make me your slave? If you need me to give you some special favors before you are willing to sign a contract with me, it's not that I can't give you some favors. Ada stood up, walked to Rifan's side, and gently lifted Rifan's chin with her slender hands. And didn't care about Rifan's eyes falling on her chest. Hehe, I won't reject the person who comes to my door. Only a food will do it. Rifan chuckled and said. Ada nodded slightly, and contacted the copy space to send the content of the contract to Rifan. Rifan, Ada Wong chose to sign a slavery contract with you and become your slave, please accept it. Ada, don't you need me to pay you some compensation in the terms of the contract? Rifan raised his eyebrows, looked at Ada in front of him and asked. I've gotten enough favors from you, but if you feel like paying me something, after I was caught by the Marine, please choose to save me. The corner of Ada's mouth raised, and she wrapped her arms around Rifan's neck and sat on his lap. Rifan nodded with a smile, and directly chose to accept the contract sent by Ada. Soon, the corresponding reminder resounded in the minds of all reincarnators. Rifan signed a slavery contract with Ada Wong. Rifan achieved the achievement the first reincarnator with slaves, and a special reward middle-level observation Haki Awakening Scroll was given. Rifan entered into a slave contract with a reincarnated person, and a special reward of 1000 points is awarded. Remarks, it is a special event for a reincarnator to enslave other reincarnator. Every time a reincarnator is enslaved, 1000 points can be obtained. Reincarnated People Chat Room. Panda Pigeon, what's going on? Rifan and Ada signed a slavery contract. Green Pheasant Ayani, I didn't expect someone to become this man's slave before me. Green Pheasant Odashi, woman, do you really want to be someone else's slave? If that's the case, why not come and be my slave, hehe. Green Pheasant Ayani, a weakling like you. Eagle Ethan, het. Now we see Rifan's true face. Eagle William Birkin, Ada, you seem to have chosen the wrong man. Panda Ada Wong, don't get Rifan wrong, I took the initiative to sign a contract with him. After all, riding on Rifan's big ship can indeed get a lot of benefits, especially killing a Shishibukai. Miss Ayane should be able to understand this point. Green Pheasant Ayane, sure enough, did that man hand over Shishibukai to you for execution? Eagle Tina, staying with Rifan has a chance to kill Shishibukai. Damn, why do I suddenly have some envy? Eagle Ethan, crazy woman, are you still a human? Selling your freedom for mere points? Rifan, the other reincarnators seem surprised by my decision. However, a full announcement will be issued. In this way, even if I set the Blue Star live broadcast room to a black screen, it won't prevent them from knowing that I have become your slave. Ada looked at Rifan in front of her and smiled. You blacked out the live broadcast room because you don't want the audience in the real world to know that I enslaved you. However, they may have misunderstood even more when they received the notification from the copy space when they couldn't see anything. Ada, after getting dressed later, remember to explain to the Blue Star audience. Rifan shook his head, and then focused on the relevant information sent from the copy space after signing the contract with Ada. Interesting, after signing the contract, even if you and I are tens of thousands of miles apart, as long as I kill a specific strong man, there will be relevant battle points passed to you. In this way, you can safely leave my ship and go on your expedition. Rifan said with a smile. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. It seems that I will inexplicably gain battle points in the future voyages. However, this can be regarded as a kind of strengthening for you, Rifan. After all, you can give me any order now. If you need it in the future, I will have to fight for you. Ada said with a smile. That's right, since that's the case, this mid-level observation Haki awakening scroll obtained by enslaving you just now can be given to you. Rifan smiled, raised his hand and touched Ada's chest. As a burning sensation appeared from Ada's chest, a flag tattoo of the Black Pearl Pirates also appeared there. Unlike the crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates, Ada's chest was stamped with the mark of belonging to Rifan the moment she became a slave. Normally, the mark will not appear. But when Rifan strengthens her or orders her forcibly, the imprint will appear automatically. Hey, why didn't I receive the notification this time? Does copy space doesn't regard Ada as my crew member? Rifan raised his eyebrows and thought in his heart when he didn't get the corresponding feedback prompt. Also, I'll give you this too. This is a non-transmissible virus strengthening agent that Chopper and I improved based on those zombie viruses. I named it the G-Virus Strengthening Potion. Although this thing is the same that turns people into zombies. But it will only turn weak people into zombies. If the body is strong enough, if you drink this thing, not only will you not become a zombie, it will make you grow stronger accordingly. Unfortunately, this thing will only work the first time you take it. In addition, the better a person's physical fitness, the worse the effect of this G-Virus strengthening drug will be. My physique has reached the S level, and after using it, my physique has only been enhanced by 100 points. And Chopper's physical level is A level, and his physical strength increased by 1000 points after taking it. According to my research, as long as the physical level is not lower than C level, you can take this G-Virus strengthening potion. I have a limited amount of this thing on hand, and I only plan to give it to my partners for use. You are considered a partner now, so I will give you one. Rifan handed a bottle of potion exuding a strange luster from his trouser pocket to Ada's hand, and explained. This potion can be said to be a combination of Rifan's skills on secret medicine, Kenpo and Chopper's skills on Rambo Ball, and is made according to William's zombie virus. It is no exaggeration to say that this potion can be regarded as an epic-making product. However, to synthesize such a drug, a large amount of zombie viruses are required as carriers. That's why Rifan told Ada that he didn't have much in his hand. This is really a rare thing. If William knows he brought you something like this, he is bound to explode from anger. Ada took the potion with a sigh, and drank it without hesitation. Based on her current contractual relationship with Rifan, she doesn't think Rifan will harm her. Yet, originally I planned to upload it to the trading interface to make that guy angry. It's a pity that this thing can't be thrown into the communication interface between us reincarnators. Hey! Before Rifan finished speaking, Ada suddenly brought Rifan's head into her arms. Rifan raised his head in Ada's arms, and looked into Ada's eyes with some doubts. What a cunning man you are, Rifan, you actually handed over such a precious reward and the intermediate observation Haki awakening scroll to me for use. In that case, what can I do for you as a thank you for this? Ada leaned her head next to Rifan's head, and whispered. You should get used to it, Ada. After I get rid of some specific powerhouses, you should still get a lot of battle points. Rifan said in a muffled voice in Ada's arms. Indeed. Ada suddenly flushed slightly. I will receive a lot of care from you in the future, maybe it will be a matter of time before I like you. Since that's the case, it's probably not a big deal to do some things before falling in love with you. Rifan, you don't mind if I explain to the audience later that I signed a slavery contract with you because I fall for you, right? As Ada spoke, one of her hands was already on the button of Rifan's collar. Rifan held Ada's chin and said, "If that makes you happy." Chapter 146, Ada Plan. Ada, when do you plan to leave, and what are your plans after that? Rifan looked at Ada, who was helping him with his clothes like a wife, and asked in a gentle tone. I'm going to leave when I get the travel supplies ready. Originally, I planned to be a captain like you. However, if I become the captain, not only will I not be able to gain combat points through combat. Even if you kill a certain strong person, I can't get battle points through the contract connection. So, I will still choose a suitable pirate group to join first. When the time is right, I plan to join the 4 Emperors Pirates. Ada smiled. The 4 Emperors. You have other arrangements, right? Rifan asked meaningfully. Indeed. Rifan, you are looking for the One Piece, and you will definitely fight against the 4 Emperors afterwards. So, I want to go inside first. In order to provide you with information. Ada explains. That's a good idea. Although I want to keep you by my side, you certainly don't intend to change your mind. In that case, let's do it according to your plan. I will also give you support as much as I can, and help you get the battle points. However, the most important thing is your safety. I don't want to lose such an excellent companion like you. Rifan said solemnly. In this case, please Captain Rifan take other Reincarnator as slaves as slowly as possible. In this way, if you eliminate the battle points of a specific strong person, no one will share them equally with me. Ada joke. Haha, it doesn't matter, the big deal is that I will kill a few more specific strong people. Also, I don't think you need to be too anxious about leaving. The route around Alabasta is not convenient. And you just went through Crocodile, the Golden Lion Pirates, and involved ancient weapon Pluton. It's impossible for people from the Marine and World Government not to investigate. Perhaps, there are still World Government agents staying in this country. So you should choose to leave after I take you to other islands. The capital of 7 Waters is not bad. It is said that there is a sea train in that place. The transportation is convenient, and it is more convenient to go anywhere there. Rifan patted Ada on the shoulder and made a serious suggestion. Rifan, you must be reluctant to part with me. Ada raised the corner of her mouth and asked with interest. Well, after getting along for a long time, I really feel reluctant to part with you. Hehe, in this case, I will stay a little longer according to your suggestion. Good. Then you and Nami and the others pack up and prepare to leave this country on the Black Pearl. Rifan nodded slightly, and continued. Speaking of which, do you have the idea of becoming a devil fruit user? Ada rested her chin with one hand, pondered for a while, and then said. Devil fruit ability? It's really quite attractive. But I don't want to be a landlubber. Unless I can use devil fruit without weakness like you, or get a good enough devil fruit, maybe I will eat devil fruit. Also, even without devil fruit, my talent is already like a devil fruit. Hearing this, Rifan nodded with a smile on his face. Indeed, your talent can be said to be the fruit of weapons. And a devil fruit without any weaknesses, maybe the copy space will give such rewards in the future. At that time, maybe you can eat the devil fruit you want. Rifan laughed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Rifan and Ada looked at each other, and quickly tidied up their clothes. After opening the door, revealing the door outside. Rifan-sama, Ada-sama, do you need to take a bath in the big bathhouse? Hearing this, Rifan and Ada looked at each other, with tacit smiles on their faces at the same time. This way please. The maid led Rifan to the entrance of the bathhouse, and bowed respectfully. Princess Vivi and the girls, are they all in there? Rifan looked at the men's entrance first, then raised his finger to the women's entrance and asked the maid. Yes, they are all inside now. Do you need me to notify them for you? The maid smiled and said, looking at Rifan like looking at a god. No wonder, after all, Rifan saved Alabasta by turning the tide. And now, the news that Vivi is pregnant with Rifan's flesh and blood is spreading everywhere in the palace. No need, let them play. I'll just go to the man's place and wash myself. Rifan waved his hand and was about to enter the men's entrance. Wait, Rifan-sama, there is one thing that the guard captain Igaram-sama asked me to tell you earlier. The maid said suddenly. Igaram? Tell me what's the matter. Rifan stopped and looked at the maid with interest. Igaram Sama said that there is a female marine named Hina who want to see you outside the palace. Although we didn't pay attention to her, we didn't even tell her that Rifan Sama and others are inside the palace. But that marine woman insisted that we pass on the information to you, saying she was asking to meet with you. The maid said respectfully. Hina. Ada raised her eyebrows. It's impossible for the reinforcements from the marines to arrive so soon. She came here, probably because of a certain man. After speaking, Ada looked at Rifan with interest. Who knows? Rifan shrugged. However, she came to me at this time, and I am indeed somewhat interested in her thoughts. In that case, let me bring her over to you. Ada chuckled, and then pulled the maid to the side. Turn around and leave to bring Hina in. Rifan shook his head, and entered the men's bathhouse with the G virus strengthening potion prepared for Robin and others. And prepare to give it to them for use later. Among the Black Pearl pirates, everyone's physique level has reached sea level or above. Rifan is not worried that his companions will turn into zombies because of the G virus strengthening potion. Even if some of them really turned into zombies, Rifan still has a way to use munch fruit to separate the virus in his partner's body instantly. Shouldn't it be said that it is a place where royal family members use it for bathing? It's really big and spectacular. After Rifan entered the men's bathhouse, looking at the scene in front of him, he could only express his sigh in one big word. In particular, the men's bathhouse he was in was only half of the entire bathhouse. Just next door there is the other half of the bathhouse which is divided for ladies. Speaking of which, in the original book, the men of the Straw Hat Pirates spied on the lady next door in Alabastus bathhouse. Shall I try it too? While muttering to himself, Rifan entered the water, and then looked at the women's bathhouse which was separated from him by a wall. On his side, he could even clearly hear Makita, Nami, and Nojiko laughing. Suddenly, the corner of Rifan's mouth raised, and he moved close to the wall and put his hand on it. Since there is such an opportunity, he naturally doesn't mind trying. Not to mention, he doesn't have to use the shitty voyeuristic methods of the Straw Hat Pirates men now. If Robin knew that I used her ability to spy, she probably wouldn't say anything. After all, she has done such things before. Rifan thought in his heart, as he instinctively used the power of flower fruit, an eye grew out of thin air on the other side of the wall. In an instant, the white scenery on the opposite side was imprinted in Rifan's eyes. Tisk tisk, as expected, what you see with your eyes is different from what you see with observation haki. Rifan rubbed his nose and smacked his mouth. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little thankful that he wasn't Sanji. Otherwise, the water in the pool on his side might have turned completely red by now. At this moment, Bonnie was walking towards the shore in front of the eyes opened by Rifan using the flower fruit ability. Although he has already seen it once, at this moment Rifan still has to sigh for Bonnie's beautiful figure. After coming to the wall, Bonnie turned around and leaned against the wall with her back. Fortunately, Rifan used the flower fruit to open the eyes on the soles of the feet. Right between Bonnie's measuring legs. So Bonnie didn't stop him from continuing to appreciate the other side's view. What Rifan didn't notice, though. After Bonnie leaned against the wall, Robin took a meaningful look in Rifan's direction. That guy Rifan, I don't know if he has finished his research with Chopper. At first, I wanted to try to wipe his back as a thank you for saving me, but he left with Chopper after I returned. Bonnie clasped her arms and complained. Back rub. Makita frowned. Don't tell me you woman also like Captain Rifan. Hey? How could I like him? That guy is too tender. Bonnie waved her hand. Don't worry, I'll turn him into a kid while wiping his back. Child. Captain Rifan must have been very cute when he was a child. Makita's eyes lit up, and she hurried to Makita's side. Hey! Let me join in when the time comes. Thinking of what Rifan might have been like when she was a child, Makita even forgot her previous jealousy of Bonnie's words. Rifan when he was young? I'm also very interested. Nami also stepped forward. Immediately afterwards, Vivi and Nojiko also came to Bonnie's side. For a moment, Rifan's eyes were completely shrouded in white luster. With his attention drawn, Rifan failed to notice that Robin had quietly left the pool. Until the sound of water entering came from the men's bathroom where Rifan was. Hey! Rifan frowned and turned away quickly. What he found was Robin, who was wrapped in a towel, walking towards him. Robin put her fingers on her lips, with a slight smile in the corner of her eyes. Seeing this, Rifan shook his head. After dispersing the eyes opened by the flower fruit ability in the opposite bathhouse, he moved his body to the other side away from the wall. Robin naturally followed in Rifan's footsteps. The power of flower fruit, can you still use it, Rifan? Robin standing next to Rifan asked with a smile on her cheek. Rifan didn't speak, just gave Robin a thumbs up. It seems that you like the power of flower fruit very much, since that's the case. Robin laughed softly, using the power of flower fruit to grow arms all over Rifan's body, and began to massage him. Now, do you have a better understanding of the power of flower fruit? Robin looked at Rifan's expression of enjoyment, smiled and asked. In order not to let Nami and the others who were playing on the opposite side hear the voice here, Robin deliberately lowered the pitch of her own voice. Naturally, should I say as expected of you, Robin? The touch alone feels the same as a real person's arm. I'm a little curious though, if you used flower fruit to build another you, will it be exactly the same as your body? Rifan opened his eyes and looked at Robin with interest. Captain Rifan, you can also use flower fruit, and can do what you said, you should know better. Robin chuckled and crossed her hands in front of her. Further use the ability of flower fruit to build another Robin beside her. After Robin appeared, she was wearing a towel like the real Robin. When she opened her eyes, it showed the same black-bellied smile as Robin, and let the towel melt into petals and disappear. Afterwards, it seemed to be to allow Rifan to see for himself the difference between Robin and the deity. Robin spun around in front of Rifan, and even kicked her legs high. Although after being strengthened by you, Captain, I can indeed use flower fruit to create another me. However, it cannot construct the same internal structure as the main body. So, the two parts you like don't exist. If you want to touch it, I can only let the other me use it. The corner of Robin's mouth raised, and she raised her hand to tap the corner of Robin's mouth. It's a pity indeed, but as long as it's your true self, there's no problem. Rifan chuckled, and took Robin into his arms with one hand. Ah, Captain Rifan, when I met my mother, you told me that you will be my stepfather, so it's not good to be in this kind of relationship. Robin gently pushed Rifan's shoulder, took 2 steps back and said with a smile. Chapter 147, Awakening of flower fruit. Seeing Rifan's dazed expression, the smile on Robin's face was even bigger. However, if Captain Rifan wants to use force on me, I will not resist. If you don't want to use force, I can only let the other me play with you. After her words fell, Robin, who looked exactly like Robin, leaned into Rifan's arms. You're really cunning, Robin. Are you trying to test my endurance? Rifan rubbed his chin, probably understood what Robin was thinking at the moment. Who knows? Robin chuckled and glanced at the Robin next to Rifan. The next moment, Robin squatted down quietly in front of Rifan. In an instant, Rifan felt that his self-control began to be greatly reduced. Not far away, Robin watched Rifan's expression at the moment, and felt the feedback from her other self. The smile and blush on her face also increased a lot. As Rifan thought, Robin has truly accepted Rifan in her heart at this moment, and has identified Rifan. Naturally, she is also willing to do anything for Rifan. However, after accepting Rifan from the bottom of her heart, her black-bellied personality made her want Rifan to attack her himself after he couldn't bear it anymore. To that end, she's even willing to use the flower fruit ability to build another herself to attract Rifan. It seems that you like it very much, Captain. But if it's just this level, it really can't satisfy you. So, are you going to attack me yourself, or is it enough that you only need another me to serve you? Robin came to Rifan's side, leaning her hands on the shore and said. The follow-up is because of the feedback from Robin, which makes Robin's speech seem a little unnatural at this moment. Hee, Robin, you underestimate me. Since you want to play first, I want to see who can't bear it first. Rifan took a deep breath, looked at Robin seriously, and continued. Robin, as long as it's another you, I can do anything to her, and you'll make her satisfy me, right? This is natural, but as you have seen before, the other me does not have complete physical characteristics. Hee, that's not completely true. You just need to promise that you will give full play to your ability to build another you, and let it cooperate with me. Hearing Rifan's words, Robin looked at his extremely confident expression, and had a bad premonition in her heart for no reason. Before she could make a move, Rifan suddenly raised his hand and touched the pirate tattoo on her body. Rifan, you use the Paramecia Devil Fruit ability Awakening Scroll on your archaeologist Nico Robin. Nico Robin's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it by yourself. Rifan, your personal talent to strengthen the crew, equal return has been activated, and you have been able to use the awakening power of flower fruit. What is this feeling? Robin felt a new power in her body, and her eyes immediately opened to the maximum. Rifan looked at Robin's expression and was naturally happy. However, it is a pity that Robin stopped moving because of the surprise of the deity. Robin, now your flower fruit has awakened. When you used the Titan avatar before, didn't you only build the upper part of the body? Now maybe you can completely build the entire Titan body. By the way, when using armament haki to conduct transmission, it should also be easier to conduct transmission to the ability far away from the deity. It is also possible to directly turn other objects into the ability materials of flower fruit. The most important thing is that you should be able to build another you that is not different from you in terms of characteristics, Robin. The corner of Rifan's mouth raised, and he patted Robin's shoulder, who was in a daze. Is this the awakened power? Captain Rifan, you actually awakened my fruit ability just to make me lose. Among the crew, there should be someone more suitable for awakening devil fruit than me. Like, Nami. Robin patted her face to calm herself down, then solemnly said to Rifan. Although she also hopes that her ability can be awakened. But it is related to the combat effectiveness of the entire Black Pearl pirates, and Robin hopes that the overall strength of the pirates can be improved. Giving the awakened power to a more suitable person is the way Robin thinks can improve the combat effectiveness of the entire Black Pearl pirates. Indeed, as far as devil fruit is concerned, there is indeed someone more suitable than you. However, it is a pity that now I can only let people who own Paramecia devil fruit awaken their devil fruit. Although among the Paramecia fruits, your flower fruit is not the most prominent. But now you are the best in the entire pirate group in terms of physical fitness. Haki and combat awareness are also good. I feel that it is necessary to entrust the power of awakening to you. Robin, I'm not just thinking of you to build another you with complete physical characteristics before giving you the power of awakening. I give it to you because you are the only one suitable for it. Also, you can drink this too. Rifan explained calmly, took a G-virus strengthening potion from the side and poured it into Robin's mouth. As the medicine entered her stomach, Robin immediately felt a strange energy begin to swim in her body. Even, under the wandering of this energy, she still felt a little pain. After all, the G-virus strengthening agent is not a product of the copy space. Compared to the burning sensation when Rifan uses the points of copy space to strengthen his partner. Using the G-virus strengthening potion will make the user feel the corresponding pain. It can be said that the more significant the strengthening effect, the higher the pain to be experienced. Robin's physique level was originally S level, and the strengthening effect brought by the G-virus strengthening potion was limited. So she only experienced a strange pain for a moment, and then came back to her senses. At the same time, Rifan also opened Robin's personal attribute panel to confirm her new power. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Robin. Age, 28 years old. Crew number, 02. Position, Archaeologist, Expert. Physical, 50,109. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Flower Fruit Awakening. Special abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Primary Observation Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Reward, 79 million berry. At this time, Rifan's eyes suddenly moved. He looked down and found that the original Robin had dissipated into petals. Just when he was about to ask Robin, he saw her use her ability again and reconstructed two Robins standing on either side of Rifan. Sure enough, the ability to control my abilities has improved a lot after awakening. Even the internal organs of the body can be constructed. Robin shook her head and looked at Rifan, as if saying, "Are satisfied now?" Although a little helpless, Robin is still reliable. After constructing two other Robins that are exactly the same as her, she let them have a closer communication with Rifan. One Robin takes care of Rifan's lower body while the second Robin takes care of the upper side. Of course, because of the efficacy of flower fruit, what Robin feels, Robin as the deity can also feel. At this moment, she obviously felt something strange in her body. "Rifan, let them accompany you, I'll go out first." Robin's face was flushed, and after calming down her body, she said to Rifan, then turned and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Rifan quickly stopped her. "What's the matter, Captain Rifan?" Robin pursed her lips and said in a low voice. This time, she rarely looked into Rifan's eyes. "Robin, please take these G-virus strengthening potions to the next door and give them to Nami and the girls. Your system is good, so its reinforcement effect is not strong. But for Nami and the others, especially Bonnie and Karina, this strengthening potion should be quite effective. I think, with your current observation haki and control over your abilities, you shouldn't be able to make these two Robin disappear if you stay a little farther away from me. Rifan raised his mouth and looked at Robin with interest. Oh, okay. Robin pursed her lips, walked to Rifan's side with somewhat unnatural steps, and took the G-virus strengthening potion into her hand. Just when she was about to turn around and leave, Rifan suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm, whispering in her ear. Robin, I know you can also feel what your clones are feeling, so let's see who will be the first to lose patience. When Robin heard this, she blushed immediately. But after thinking for a while, she mustered up the courage to look at Rifan, showing a slightly confident smile. Captain Rifan, although they taste and feel good, they are just my clones, are you not going to touch the real thing? Robin raised Rifan's chin with one hand and said teasingly. Hearing this, Rifan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had to admit that after seeing the products created by Flower Fruit, his curiosity about Robin herself has reached a new level after Nojiko imitated Robin and played with him. Although Nojiko will use clone fruit to imitate Robin to have fun with him from time to time. However, Rifan cannot say exactly that the body of Robin imitated by Nojiko is the same as the real Robin in any place before he has really tasted the real Robin and the Robin imitated by Nojiko. This naturally intensified Rifan's desire to get to know Robin herself better. Of course, Rifan also clearly understands that even clone fruit can completely imitate Robin's body. At least in terms of character and behavior, there will definitely be differences from Robin. It also kind of intensified his desire to have a good talk with Robin. And now there is Robin using flower fruit to create Robin to talk to him, which once again raised Rifan's curiosity about Robin. Robin looked at Rifan's thinking expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She also hurriedly took this opportunity to turn around and quickly left Rifan's side, rushing out of the door. She really runs fast. Fortunately, you two are still here. Rifan smiled and looked at the Robin created by the flower fruit standing in front of him. Robin, where were you just now? Hey? What's the matter, are you not feeling well? Nami looked at Robin, who had quietly entered the water, with sweat on her forehead, and her walking movements were deformed, and asked a little strangely. Nojiko frowned slightly, and after looking at Robin's body for a few seconds, a moment of enlightenment appeared in her mind. After thinking for a while, she immediately used observation haki to look towards the next door. After feeling Rifan's aura entangled with two people who have a very similar aura to Robin, her expression immediately became amused. They are really courageous. If the girls use their observation haki, I don't know what their expression will be. Nojiko thought in her heart, but she didn't have the idea to say anything. To some extent, she is not qualified to say anything to Robin. Plus, being peeped so many times by Robin, Nojiko was still faintly happy to be able to peek back at this moment. No, nothing, it's just that Captain Rifan gave me a potion that can strengthen my body. After I took it, I felt a little uncomfortable. Robin tried her best to maintain a smile on her face, and then she handed several G-virus strengthening potions that Rifan gave her to Nami, saying. He also asked me to bring this potion to everyone. He also said that when taking this potion, everyone's physical fitness will increase to varying degrees. It will also cause a little discomfort for everyone. Nami, please distribute these potions to everyone. Hearing this, Nami immediately showed an interested expression on her face, and turned around to start distributing potions to Bonnie, Karina, and others. Robin watched everyone leave, heaved a sigh of relief, and hurried to the side, intending to endure and enjoy what she was feeling. She even wants to leave here at this moment, it is best to be far away from Nami and the girls. It's just that if she leaves here too far, the two Robin she left with Rifan will also disappear. Therefore, even though she was a little embarrassed at the moment, in order not to violate the agreement with Rifan, she chose to stay. Although I'm a little embarrassed, it is also quite exciting, right Robin? At this time, Nojiko came to Robin with a bottle of G-virus strengthening potion and said teasingly. Chapter 148, Hina's Special Agreement. Nojiko. Robin pursed her lips and looked at the woman in front of her with a red face. Because Nojiko was indeed right. Although a little embarrassed, she did feel a little different kind of excitement. It's as if extreme sports enthusiasts will automatically secrete exciting secretions in their brains when they are doing extreme sports. Your flower fruit abilities shouldn't be used too far apart, right? Don't worry, I'll cover for you, Robin. Just like how you once helped me. Nojiko stood in front of Robin, just blocking the sight of Nami and others looking at Robin. Speaking of which, do you really feel comfortable doing this? Flower fruit's ability, is it still possible doing this? Nojiko blinked and looked at Robin curiously. About this question, you can try it yourself, Nojiko. Now you may be able to relog my personal data. In this way, when you use clone fruit to imitate me, perhaps you can use the awakening power of my flower fruit. In this way, after you become me, you can use flower fruit to create your avatar to play with Rifan. Robin raised the corner of her mouth and said with a blushing face. It seems that she doesn't mind Nojiko using her appearance to have fun with Rifan. Sure enough, Robin is still Robin. Even now, you can say such things without caring. However, the awakening power of flower fruit seems to be worth recording. Nojiko chuckled, raised her right hand and stroked Robin's face. Quietly used clone fruit to record the latest data of Robin. Then, she opened her own bottle of G-Virus strengthening potion and drank it. Meanwhile, next door. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Nojiko. Age, 20 years old. Crew number, 04. Position, Nurse, Skilled. Physical, 12,533. Physical level, B level. Devil Fruit, Clone Fruit Awakening. Skills, Kenpo, Heikoku. Special abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Primary Observation Haki. Props, Shiger. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. It's a really amazing result. Nojiko's physique is the same as that of Vivi, Bonnie, Karina, and other girls, a total increase of 5,000 points, directly upgraded from C level to B level. Nami's physique points, which were originally B level, increased by 3,000 points. It seems that the G-Virus strengthening potion can help people with a B-level physique gain 3,000 points of physique bonus. And it can actually help people with a C-level physique get a 5,000 point physique bonus. That's also a good increment. Even though Karina and Bonnie's current physique is only 8,000 plus, their physical level should be enough for them to play their devil fruit better. It's just a pity that there is no extra G-Virus strengthening agent for the later partners to use. It seems that I have to get some zombie viruses. Rifan muttered to himself while enjoying Robin's service. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of the Marines who were taken away by Jun. If there is a zombie crisis in the Marine, maybe I can find a chance to go over there and get some viruses to make G-Virus strengthening potions. Just when Rifan was thinking, a sudden sound made Rifan's body startled, and his body trembled involuntarily. Along with that, the Robin leaning behind him and the Robin leaning in front of him trembled. This voice, Hina. And Ada is too. Rifan exhaled, and while handing over the weight of his entire body to the two Robin, he turned his head and looked towards the door. Hehe, I hope I didn't bother you, Rifan. As Ada's voice sounded, her figure also appeared inside the door. Behind her is Lieutenant Colonel Marine Hina. Two Robins. Hina is surprised. Hina walked into the door and frowned when she saw that there were actually two Robins. But after seeing the current situation of Rifan and Robins, her whole face was instantly stained with a rossiness. Long story short, Lieutenant Colonel Hina. As you can see, I'm very busy now. Rifan patted the head of Robin in front of him, and looked at Hina with a smile on his face. As for his old acquaintance Hina, he didn't think there was anything wrong with letting her see this. Compared to the blushing Hina, Ada on the side watched the working status of the two Robin with great interest. A normal expression of studying seriously and discussing first. Hina didn't speak, but closed her eyes, as if she was having some inner struggle. After a while, she nodded heavily, and took off her lady's suit and everything else aside. With a serious expression and firm steps, she came to Rifan's side. Hina, are you going to make a deal with me again? Rifan raised his eyebrows, looked up and down at Hina before asking. Hina is here to thank you. This time, Hina is sincere. Hina ignored the two Robins, and said to Rifan very solemnly. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Rifan to speak, she pushed Robin standing in front of Rifan away with all her strength. Originally, with Hina's current strength, it was impossible to push away the clone Robin made with the awakened flower fruit. However, under the deliberate control of Robin herself, Robin stepped aside and let Hina take her place. Time passed slowly. Robin has already dispersed with the departure of Robin herself. And Nami, Vivi, and others next door have already left without knowing what happened on the other side. Prepared to pack supplies to leave Alabasta under Rifan's instruction. After discussing some things with Rifan, Ada has already left early to prepare for the voyage with Nami and others. In the room, only Rifan was standing by the pool, and Hina was kneeling in front of him to help him clean up the traces. Through Ada, Rifan also knew what King Cobra wanted to talk to him about. But Rifan really doesn't know how to face the old father whose daughter was about to be abducted by him. So he can only ask Ada and others to help him convey his will to protect Vivi. After that, taking advantage of the old father's unprepared situation, he plans to quietly leave with his daughter Vivi. So, you just want to express to me your gratitude to me for saving you. Could it be that you really don't have a little interest in me, Hina? Rifan looked at Hina, who stood up again, and asked with a smirk on his face. Hina just doesn't want to owe you a favor, Rifan. Hina stared at Rifan seriously with bright eyes, as if she wanted Rifan to understand her thoughts through her own eyes. It was different the first time I caught you. I can feel your sincere attitude this time. Rifan shrugged and said with a smile on his face. So that's why you didn't say no to Hina, right? Hina glanced at Rifan and said. That's right. Rifan nodded with a smile on his face. You have also stayed on my ship for a while, so you should understand some of my situation. But then again, although you are sincere, your sincerity is obviously not enough. The corner of Rifan's mouth rose, and he looked at Hina in front of him with interest. Hearing Rifan's words, Hina paused first, and looked at Rifan quietly. Today is the most dangerous day for Hina. Hina doesn't want to be the mother of a pirate's child. Other than that, Hina did everything she could. Even so, do you still blame Hina, Rifan? After finishing speaking, Hina let out a long sigh, walked to the side and sat down. But soon, she was startled to stand up because of the pain that came from sitting down. Afterwards, she looked at Rifan even more complainingly. Hehe, don't worry, I'm already very satisfied. Rifan smiled, and after sorting himself out, he walked to Hina and helped her change into her suit. But then again, if you wait until your dangerous day has passed, will you still come to me? After Rifan helped Hina tie her tie, he laughed. Hina has already thanked you. Hina pursed her lips and let out. Sigh, it looks like I missed it. Rifan shook his head, grabbed Hina's shoulder with his right hand, and half pushed her towards the door. Although I regret coming inside you, you made me not regret saving you this time. And since I'm in a good mood, I can answer some things you want to know. Don't look at me like that, I'm observation haki's master no matter what. It's still possible for me to observe from your words and demeanor. Hina pursed her lips when she heard this. This time, she really just came to thank Rifan alone. As she said, she didn't want to owe Rifan anything. This is also the reason why Hina said she wanted to stay and monitor Rifan when Jun said she wanted someone to monitor Rifan. And she will naturally do her best to monitor Rifan and check the movements of the Black Pearl pirates in Alabasta. Why, is there no problem? If nothing goes wrong, we're leaving the country. At that time, even if you want to ask, you won't be able to ask anything. Rifan said while playing with Hina's hair. Are you leaving? Rifan's words made Hina exclaim, and quickly turned to look at Rifan beside her. Of course we are going to leave, and we've been here for a long time. I'm worried that after staying so leisurely, Marines will send some powerful combat force again. Speaking of which, Jun left you and your subordinates behind, just to check on my movements. Maybe, there is also Crocodile case. Rifan smiled and said it as if it were a matter of fact. Then, Crocodile, where is he? Hina pursed her lips and asked. This is indeed one of the things she stays to understand, and since Rifan mentioned it, she doesn't mind asking it now. Of course he was killed by me. It's impossible for me to keep such an enemy alive. Rifan stretched out his thumb and said with a smile. Hearing this, Hina immediately frowned. Why, you don't believe me? Well, he is a Shishibukai after all, so it's definitely hard to believe. Then I'll show you his body. Let's go. As Rifan said, he directly picked up Hina, stepped on the moonwalk and flew towards the place where Ada abandoned Crocodile's body. A few minutes later, Rifan and Hina came to a slightly arched yellow sand. Hina's eyes were fixed, and she quickly stepped forward to wipe away the yellow sand that had been confessed, revealing the crocodile who had lost his vitality below. This guy is really dead. Hina frowned, as if she couldn't believe it. Why, you think I'll keep him alive? Rifan folded his arms and asked. This time, Hina fell silent. Even though she was very surprised, she could only believe it when Crocodile's body was in front of her. Rifan, why did you kill him? Could it be that you have already learned about the location of the ancient weapon from him? Hina turned around and looked straight at Rifan with her pair of eyes. Sure enough, you Marines are still concerned about the ancient weapon. Don't worry, I can assure you that after I bring this guy back, just let the person who wants to kill him kill him. The guy died in his dream before he even woke up. Rifan shrugged and said. Rifan, can you guarantee that what you said is true? Hina looked into Rifan's eyes and said very solemnly. What? Why do I have to assure you of what I said? If I promise you, would a Marine like you believe in a pirate like me? Rifan shook his head, feeling a little speechless. As long as you make a promise with Hina that what you say is the truth, Hina will believe that what you said is true. You said that although you are a pirate, you value the promise, don't you? Hina said seriously. Chapter 149, Shishibukai. You really think highly of me, but I really value the agreement. But you Marines don't take promises seriously, and you know it, Hina. When it comes to the promise, the smile on Rifan's face is even bigger. But Hina will abide by the agreement, Rifan. Hina is willing to make an agreement with you on behalf of the Marine. Oh? So, what conditions do you think should be added to our agreement? Just add. If what you say is a lie, you can't touch Hina in the future. Interesting, can I understand that if what I said is not a lie, I can do anything I want to you? Only. As long as you don't go to the last step, Hina will agree. Having said this, Hina's face has turned red a lot. But her eyes are still looking at Rifan as always. I can see that even if today is not your dangerous day, you may not give me your most important thing. Aren't you worried that even if it's not a dangerous day, my interaction with you will make you bear my child? Although Rifan was a little happy about what Hina said, after all, he did not lie. Although he knew the location of ancient weapon Pluton, it was because he had watched the original One Piece. Forget it, I'll make a promise with you. What I said is the truth. Rifan patted Hina's shoulder. Okay, I'll leave Crocodile's body to you to handle freely, I have to go back and prepare to leave. After finishing speaking, Rifan planned to turn around and return to where his partner was by turning into a thunderbolt. But before he could move, Hina grabbed the hem of his clothes. What, is there anything else, Hina? Rifan turned around and asked suspiciously. You didn't touch Hina, so what you said earlier was a lie. Good girl, if I don't do anything to you, you actually think that what I said is a lie. That's right. Interesting, since that's the case, I'll let you know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Rifan raised his hand and took out the small bark from his personal inventory, and threw it on the desert. Even in the desert, the black pearl quickly expanded to its proper size after leaving the bottle. Come on, you don't want to have fun in the desert, right? Rifan waved to Hina and jumped onto the deck of the black pearl first. Hina pursed her lips, took a deep breath and followed Rifan's footsteps. Entering the captain room, before Hina can examine her surroundings, she was pulled by Rifan into the bed. Without waiting for her to talk, Rifan covers her mouth with his, stopping her from talking. His hand crawled into her suit into her big boob that made her gasp. Here you are, this is medicine that can heal wounds. It can help you recover from injuries quickly. Of course, if you think it's okay if you can't sit on the stool steadily for a long time, you don't have to use it. Rifan stood up, took out a bottle of healing medicine he made with medical skills from his clothes, and stuffed it into Hina's hand. Hina pursed her lips, turned her head and was afraid to meet Rifan's eyes. But at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, judging from the current situation, at least she was sure that Rifan hadn't lied about Crocodile. What, are you happy that I didn't investigate the ancient weapon from Crocodile? Rifan looked at the expression on Hina's face and immediately guessed what was going on in her heart. Investigation of ancient weapons is prohibited, if a dangerous pirate like you is allowed to obtain ancient weapons. It's not known how many Marines will be harmed. Hina pursed her lips, looked at Rifan who was looking up and down at her, and said very seriously. Although the look in Rifan's eyes made her feel a little shy, but at this juncture, she can't care so much anymore. Even though I will hurt other pirates and marines, I don't think I will hurt you. After all, I don't want to lose a good woman like you. Rifan smiled and stepped forward to help Hina clean up the stains on her body. Afterwards, he thoughtfully arranged her suit and prepared food to replenish her energy. After doing all that, Rifan took the ship back to the glass and again came to the dead body of Crocodile. Here you are, here is a bento prepared for you. If you think of me on the way back, just eat this bento. Also, let me give this to you by the way. After Rifan stuffed the bento into Hina's arms, he involuntarily gave Hina a dose of serum to resist the zombie virus. He knew that there might be a crisis at naval headquarters, so he naturally wouldn't put Hina in danger of becoming a zombie. As for the G-virus strengthening potion, Rifan didn't have any extra on hand. Even if there was, he would not use the G-virus strengthening potion for a marine like Hina. If the marine knew he had something like that on his hand. Rifan felt that when he woke up one day, maybe an admiral might have already descended on him. What is that? Hina frowned tightly, watched Rifan inject the serum in the syringe into her body through her arm, and asked. Just know that this thing won't do you any harm. Be careful when you go back, Hina. If there is something that you can't solve, you may choose to contact me via Denden Mushi. I haven't thrown away the Denden Mushi that Jun left me in Alabasta. Rifan, who knew that naval headquarters might erupt a certain range of biohazard, patted Hina's shoulder meaningfully. To help Marine solve the biochemical crisis, Rifan naturally did not have such a good intention. Of course, Rifan is still willing to do it if there are enough benefits, and at the same time, it will not bring too many benefits to Marines. He believed that with Marines' power, even if a biochemical crisis broke out in naval headquarters, it would not involve too many people. And the vice admirals who have strong strength should not be infected by the virus. As long as Marine is willing to give up some relatively low-end people infected with the virus, Marine will not suffer too much loss. However, Rifan also believes that if Marines are given a chance, they will not abandon these people. At this time, Rifan has the opportunity to be the center of the stage. As long as the Marine asks him for help, he can take this opportunity to salvage a fortune. He can ask for devil fruit or criminals with powerful devil fruit. This is something that is possible. In addition, diagnosing and treating those infected soldiers can also allow Rifan to collect viruses and make new G-virus strengthening potions. Of course, the most important thing is the position of Shishibukai. That's right, he'd like to see if he can seize the Shishibukai position in exchange for the virus serum if possible. Rifan felt that becoming a Shishibukai might mean the first achievement of a copy space. Of course, in addition to this benefit, he can also get some convenience in action. Among other things, if the historical trajectory of the current world is still the same as the original book, the summit war of naval headquarters and Whitebeard pirates will happen. He can then fight as a Shishibukai. In that war, many powerful devil fruit users will appear. Especially the shock devil fruit. For this devil fruit known as the strongest paramecia. Naturally, Rifan didn't mind cutting off the devil fruit that Blackbeard also wanted with Marine's help. And when the time is right, he can also give up the Shishabukai's position at any time. As for the reason why he had to hand over the serum, it was because Rifan felt that even if he didn't do anything or hand it over, the scientist with the smartest mind, Vegapunk, is also very likely to develop a drug to treat the zombie virus in a relatively short period of time. Rather than that, it's better for Rifan to exchange the serum he made for something. Although he himself is a thorn in the flesh and a thorn in the side of Marine, and there is such an existence as Robin in the Black Pearl Pirates. But before Vegapunk has a cure, people in the Marine and world government may be worried about the zombie virus. After all, Shiki and William are still alive. Even if they temporarily control the biohazard in naval headquarters, they will worry that Shiki and William will create the same crisis elsewhere. At that time, the importance of serum is highlighted. And Rifan only needs to say that he has the serum, and the Marine and world government may be able to agree to him becoming a Shishibukai for the time being. Rifan even felt that the world government might be happy for him to be a Shishibukai after he showed his dual devil fruit abilities. After all, this way, they might be able to extract his blood factor to create a new generation of pacifists. Of course, knowing that Vegapunk will create Shishibukai-based pacifists, Rifan didn't plan to give the Marine his own blood. I always feel that you are thinking about some very bad things, Rifan. Hina looked into Rifan's eyes, frowned and said. How could it be? I just sighed that I was going to say goodbye to you. Since that's the case, you can ask Hina to bring you into Impel Down. Hina can agree to visit you often. Forget it, I don't intend to give up my entire crew because of you. Really, Hina feels very sad. Hina, it's time for me to leave, so you can find the next way by yourself. Rifan waved at Hina, before turning around to leave. Wait, Rifan, can you tell Hina why you can use the power of 2 devil fruits? And why is Nami can use the thunder fruit? After Hina finished speaking, Rifan had already disappeared into her sight in a flash of lightning. Only one word was left to spread in the air. Sorry, this is not within the scope of the agreement, so I have no comment. Hearing this, Hina sighed, turned around and walked to the side of Crocodile's body, and carried him to the distance. Alabasta, the castle. Everything is ready, everyone. Rifan pushed open the door of the dormitory that Cobra had prepared for the Black Pearl pirates, and walked in with a smile on his face. Captain Rifan, where have you been? We have already prepared everything and are waiting for you to leave. With hands on hips, Nami came to Rifan with a complaining expression on her face. Yes, that powerful woman, Marine Vice Admiral, has been away from here for a long time. Maybe Marine's reinforcements are coming to catch us. Let's leave quickly. Karina trotted to Rifan's side and spoke. There is nothing to worry about, even if there are Marines coming, we can repel them all. Speaking of which, is it really okay to only prepare food? And this food is not enough on the way. Bonnie looked at the food in the side bag and said with a frown. You only know how to eat. I don't know how you can eat so much and still not gain weight. Karina looked at Bonnie enviously, and continued. I'm different from everyone else, I'm weak, of course I want to leave quickly. As she said that, Karina gave Rifan a resentful look. It seems to be saying that Rifan eccentrically strengthens other girls, but she wasn't. Didn't Rifan let us take some kind of virus strengthening potion before? Both your strength and mine have increased a lot. Bonnie sat on a stool and spread her legs wide open. Although that thing can make people stronger. But I feel like my body is still hurting right now. Captain Rifan, you didn't do it on purpose, did you? Obviously after Nami took the G-virus strengthening potion, her reaction was not so strong. But after I took it, the pain was severe. Karina rubbed her neck, looked at Rifan quietly and complained. Of course not, sorry Karina, that stuff can really be very uncomfortable for you. If you don't mind, how about I give you a good massage later? Not to mention, I am better at massage than Nojiko. You also know that I taught her techniques. Look, my fingers are more nimble than a pianist. Rifan raised his right hand and showed it in front of Karina. He even deliberately twisted his fingers in front of Karina, showing his flexibility. Chapter 150, Alabastus Wedding. Captain Rifan, don't you want to take this opportunity to take advantage of me? Karina raised her mouth and looked at Rifan with a smile on her face. How come? I'm explaining to you from a doctor's professional point of view, Miss Karina. As for my professionalism in medical education, Dr. Chopper can help me prove it. Right, Dr. Chopper. Rifan smiled and looked at Chopper, who was checking medical supplies not far away. Yes, Captain Rifan is a very good doctor. He is a role model for me to learn from. Chopper nodded emphatically. From Rifan, Chopper also learned a lot of new medical knowledge. Therefore, for Rifan, Chopper can be said to have the utmost respect. Having said that, but considering your previous personality, Captain, I really still feel a little awkward. However, if Captain can give me money, perhaps I will dispel this concern. Karina said with a chuckle. That is to say, if I give you a massage, I have to pay for it myself, right? Isn't this too damaging to my interests as a worker? Rifan shook his head and said. Having said that, if he gives a certain amount of berry and can play with Karina, Rifan is still willing in his heart. However, not waiting for Rifan to agree, Nami rushed out first, claiming that she would also like to earn berry. Karina, who is at the opposite end of Nami, naturally refuses to give in. Soon, the two argued again in front of Rifan. Edo, Captain Rifan, before you leave, can you come with me? At this time, Vivi came to Rifan's side with her head bowed and her face blushing. Rifan looked at Vivi, although he was a little puzzled, he still nodded. Nami, everyone, keep preparing. I'll go out first. After Rifan said that, he followed Vivi out of the room, and followed her along the corridor towards the main palace on the top floor. Vivi, you are not going to take me to meet your father, are you? Rifan looked at the main hall of the palace in front of him, twitched the corner of his mouth, and asked. When he was about to abduct Vivi, he didn't want to see Cobra and hear his nagging. Captain Rifan, please meet my father. In this way, he can also let me go to sea with peace of mind. Vivi blushed, raised her hand and took Rifan's hand, pushed open the door, and walked in. The door opened, and applause spread to Rifan's ears. Rifan took a closer look and found that there was already a long row of maids and guards standing on both sides of the main hall. And at the position directly in front of him was King Cobra, who looked at him and Vivi with a gentle face. Before Rifan figured out what was going on, a group of maids stepped forward and dragged Rifan and Vivi into the palace rooms, and they could still hear the words congratulations and wedding from time to time. After a while, Rifan couldn't figure out what to do. Apparently, Cobra wanted to marry him and Vivi on the spot. With the help of a group of maids, Rifan quickly put on Alabastus' unique wedding men's uniform in the cubicle. And after he came out of the cubicle, he saw Vivi, who had changed into Alabastus' wedding dress and was already standing in front of Cobra. Ha ha ha, here you are, Rifan. Seeing Rifan appearing, Cobra greeted him enthusiastically and pulled him to Vivi's side. Rifan looked at Cobra, then at Vivi, who lowered her head in front of him. So, we're going to have a wedding soon, Vivi. Hearing Rifan's words, Vivi couldn't help but bury her head lower. Haha, of course there will be a wedding. Rifan, I know you and your partner are leaving here soon. Since Vivi already has your flesh and blood, and you plan to create more babies, I won't stop Vivi from going to sea with you. I just hope that you can bring Vivi and your children back safely in the future. When the time comes, I will choose one of your children to inherit this country. Speaking of children, Cobra became more and more excited. He patted Rifan on the shoulder and continued. Originally, I wanted to hold a big wedding for you. But Vivi has already fought the Marine after all. And in terms of time, it's too late. So, let's keep things simple. Saying that, Cobra clapped his palms. Off the court, musicians immediately began to play music. Then, Rifan and Vivi simply completed the ceremony under the leadership of Cobra. Seeing Rifan and Vivi standing together hand in hand, Cobra couldn't help but burst into tears. Okay, you can kiss each other now. Cobra wiped away tears, choked up and said. Rifan raised his eyebrows, looked away from Cobra and looked at Vivi. Vivi's face turned red like an apple at this moment. But when she saw Cobra's expectant eyes, she still put her red lips in front of Rifan. Seeing this, Rifan didn't hesitate, and took on Vivi's lips. At this moment, there seemed to be hot white smoke rising from Vivi's head. Yet. Next, it's time to send you into your wedding room. Cobra was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and kept clapping his palms. Father, we're almost leaving. With a blushing face, Vivi mustered up the courage to speak to Cobra. This, well. Although it is a bit regrettable, I understand. Rifan, I will leave my daughter to you from now on. You have to treat her well. Cobra took a deep breath, joined Vivi's hands with Rifan's, and said solemnly. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Princess Vivi. Rifan took Vivi's hand and nodded heavily. Seeing Rifan's firm expression, Cobra seemed to feel a lot lighter in an instant. Without any scruples, Vivi took Rifan's hand and went back to the dressing room to change into their previous clothes, and then left the main hall. Captain Rifan, please don't tell Nami and the others about this. Walking in the corridor, Vivi lowered her head and said softly. Don't worry, I understand. The main thing is to put on a show in front of your father. But then again, have you thought about the future when we return to Alabasta? If at that time, the two of us had no children, what kind of expression would your father have? Rifan smiled and looked at Vivi with interest. No, I don't know. Stared at by Rifan's eyes, Vivi's face became even more flushed. That's it, let's take one step at a time. But Vivi, if you ever have the idea of having a child, I can help you anytime. Rifan put his hand on Vivi's shoulder, and breathed out a stream of warm air in her ear. Vivi's body trembled, and hurriedly and shyly ran towards the room where Nami and others were. Behind, Rifan laughter came from far and wide. Hours later, Alabasta coast. Under Rifan's order, the Black Pearl set sail again and headed towards the sea quickly. Not far away, Hina led a group of marines silently watching the departure of the Black Pearl. It was not until the naked eye and telescope could not see the Black Pearl that Hina looked back. Lieutenant Colonel Hina, Rifan has left. Should we continue to monitor? The adjutant walked behind Hina and asked hesitantly. No need. Hina shook her head, let's leave too, let's go to naval headquarters. After finishing speaking, she jumped onto the deck of the marine warship. Then she took out a denden mushi from her body, intending to report the departure of the Black Pearl pirates from Alabasta to Marshal Sengoku and Jun Vice Admiral. Some time passed. Naval Headquarters, in the huge meeting room. Sengoku-san, what's the rush? I've just finished my mission, and I haven't had time to take a good rest yet. Marine Admiral Aokiji walked into the meeting room, and his lazy voice sounded. However, after seeing that the conference room was almost full of marine executives, his eyes immediately became more serious. Reminiscent of what Sengoku said through the denden mushi earlier, Aokiji immediately realized that something big could happen this time. Especially after he entered the meeting room to find his own position, another Marine Admiral Akainu who had just completed the task also followed into the meeting room. Everyone is almost here, let's start the meeting next. Although there are many people here who already know what the meeting will discuss. But Kyuzan and Sakazuki just came back, so let's recap. The content to be discussed in this meeting is Shishibukai Crocodile, Black Pearl Pirates, Golden Lion Pirates, and the Ancient Weapon Pluton. Sengoku rested his hands on his chin, looking extremely serious. When Kyuzan and Sakazuki heard Sengoku's words, they immediately frowned. As Sengoku quickly described what happened on Alabasta, the faces of the two marine admirals became more and more serious. That Rifan did such a big thing in Alabasta again. Has Crocodile been killed yet? Kyuzan frowned and whispered. Humph. Golden Lion pirates have also appeared. It also caused Jun to fail to capture the Black Pearl pirates. That bastard, he has to be impelled down again. Akainu snorted coldly and spoke. The old man thinks that we should catch Rifan and his party more than Shiki. That man is really too strange. A person can use the power of two kinds of devil fruit, but one of the powers of the fruit, that Nami also masters. And apart from his fruit ability, that man is quite formidable in close combat and haki. He's worth keeping a close eye on. Zephyr said with a serious face. It is no exaggeration to say that for him who pay attention to physical ability, Rifan's physical skills and haki attract more attention. It's really scary, his devil fruit ability is already weird enough. Even his hand-to-hand combat and haki are very strong. And he can still use the technique that only the Titans can use, and even used this move to repel Shiki. According to Jun's report, Shiki was also surprised by Rifan's original strength, and even said that Rifan's armament haki can do things like emission. Zephyr-sensei is right, we should give priority to capturing Rifan and his party. As long as he is caught, why he can share thunder fruit with Nami will be explained. Kizaru said while clipping his fingernails. That guy is really strange. Tsuru, why do you think Rifan can use two abilities? Do you have a guess? Garp looked at Tsuru beside him and asked curiously. Perhaps, that man doesn't have dual devil fruit power at all. Maybe his devil fruit is a devil fruit that can copy and store other people's abilities. Jun, you fought and talked with Rifan at close quarters, what do you think? Tsuru rested her chin on one hand and looked at Jun on the other side and asked. It's not impossible, sister. I thought about it during this time, when Rifan talked to me under the pseudonym Rise. I obviously checked his face carefully and came to the conclusion that he wasn't wearing makeup or a mask. Thinking about it now, the ability that man used at that time was very similar to the Baroque work agent MR2 we once captured. I wonder if Rifan also copied and stored MR2's devil fruit power. Jun narrowed her eyes and offered her thoughts. So, that guy claimed to have made a deal with us. It's not really about getting revenge on the members of Baroque works. But want to copy their power. Then he take Crocodile's body, maybe he also had the idea of copying the power of sand fruit. Kyuzan frowned, feeling that Rifan was getting more and more troublesome. If this is the case, this Rifan must be dealt with quickly. If he's given too much time to grow, he's going to grow to a pretty tricky level. Zephyr said with a serious face. But Teacher Zephyr, even if Rifan's ability is to copy and store other people's devil fruit power. But there must be a limit, right? If it is possible to copy and store other people's devil fruit infinitely, it is impossible for such devil fruit not to be recorded in the devil fruit illustration book. Kizaru tilted his head and raised his doubts. Perhaps, it's because this devil fruit is too special. That's why it was not recorded in the devil fruit illustrated book. It's also possible. In fact, this fruit is the devil fruit in the devil fruit illustration book. It's just because no one has brought its power to the level of Rifan before, so it didn't catch our attention. Tsuru said solemnly. Is it the awakened power of Devil Fruit? Sengoku frowned and muttered.